I'd like to welcome and call to order the meeting for January 28th, 2025, the meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa? Here. Cummings?
Here.
Martinez? Here. Koenig?
Here.
And Hernandez?
Present. We'd now like to see if any of the board members would like to dedicate today's moment of silence. Well, we'll take please join me in a general moment of silence. Now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask the clerk or the CEO if there's any considerations of late additions to the agenda, additions and deletions to consent or regular agendas.
Yes, there are two corrections to the agenda. On the consent agenda, number 35, there's additional materials. There's a revised memo, packet pages 730 to 731, which are replaced. There was a revised attachment for the resolution as well. On item 40, there's additional materials, revised attachment 2025 Board of Supervisors appointments. That concludes the changes to today's agenda.
Thank you. We'll now move on to consent. Is there any board members who would like to remove an item from consent agenda onto the regular agenda?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to remove item 17, the ordinance related to wells and borings, and would request that we could hear it first on the regular agenda, so before the report on the Moss Landing fire.
So you'd like to see it before the...
Yes, okay. If possible. I just know staff has a limitation, and in order to make sure that we get to them in time, it should be pretty brief, I think 5 minutes or less.
Okay, so we'll move item 17 off the consent agenda to the regular agenda and read it before the presentation we'll have. Do we have staff here that's good, that is prepared for it already?
Staff should be here or on their way.
Okay.
And can we make it 6.1, item 6.1?
Probably, because since we don't have staff here to speak on the item. Is that okay? 6.1.
Do you need a second? No. Okay.
No.
Chair, I'd like to move item number 15.
Item number 15. Any other ones? Okay. So that item will now be 6.2, correct? Okay. Now we'll move on to public comment. Any person may address the board during its public comment period. Speakers must not exceed 2 minutes in length and time established by the chair. Individuals that may speak only once during public comment. All public comments must be directed at an item not listened to today's consent agenda, closed session set agenda yet to be heard on regular agenda on topic not on the agenda within its jurisdiction of the board. Board members will not take actions to respond immediately to any public comment, and then follow up later, either individually or on a subsequent Board of Supervisors agenda.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. What is it, January 28th, 2025? You know, until Facebook completely eliminates me, interesting things come up. This is something I wrote 13 years ago today. When the slaves were said to have been freed with the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, something soulless was further defined, the corporation. Am I the only one who struggles with the power that has been released by the soulless straw man? Something else about Civinomicon. It's not that polite. But in regards to Civinomicon, it seems there's a new, different way to access the material for the meetings. I really thank the three clerks that helped me find what that was. I don't think I can really evaluate it fully until I see what the video shows. You know, This is just the way it is. I wrote this a couple of years ago. Foundations of stupidity, ignorance, scientisms, doltishness might only be physically apparent if one were to have experienced the Board of Supervisors and county professional staff, then public comments from the UCSC students and graduate students in the county of Santa Cruz, California, like from December 13th, 2022, on the agenda item number 14, carbon reductions 2030-2045. Because seeing and actually hearing the range and depth of these woke idiots sadly matches too much that folks seem to have degrees of natural stupidity and fiduciary trust malfeasances. So I read a couple things that I wrote 5 years ago, 2 weeks ago into this meeting, and it was pretty obvious what's going on. One of the things that I think is so critical about people who are practicing evil is all the good things they can do when they change. And I'm thinking of Stan Tukey Williams and Theodore Gressel and Dr. David Martin. It's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ken Stearns and I live in Aptos. The Board of Supervisors and the Cannabis Licensing Office are pushing an ordinance to allow cannabis consumption at retail locations and potential cannabis business tax revisions to consumption for cannabis and non-cannabis goods. In other words, the board believes it's appropriate for the residents and visitors to this county to patronize approved marijuana stores and get stoned. This ordinance states that getting wasted on pot in a weed store is good for the customer, the store, the community, and as a bonus, it brings in much needed revenue for undisclosed programs. That's ridiculous. The board mini packet states that this proposed ordinance is in alignment with the 2023 sustainability plan. What? Why is encouraging people to get high outside of their homes considered part of local government sustainability goals and objectives? Nowhere in the packet is there any reference to the hazards of stoned people driving away from the dispensary, health hazards associated with smoking concentrated hits of marijuana, or the appeals of these establishments to young people. You need to explain to us why you're going down this path of pushing dope consumption in our community. You had floated the idea of allowing liquor stores to add lounges for people specific get drunk, then discussion would not have happened. You can see in the public comments, there's tremendous overwhelming outcry of we don't want it by the citizens of this county. Add my voice to this as well. This ordinance is absolutely outrageous, irresponsible, and disgusting. What kind of inebriated society are you and the Santa Cruz County government trying to establish? Now act like the adults we voted for and reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm here to speak to item 9 because I'm not able to stay long enough to speak when the item comes up. And I also want to be clear, I am here in a personal and elected official capacity. My badge from a day job is in my pocket. It's not in effect right now. I really want to thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for putting this resolution forward. I want to share with you that I spent the weekend and in particular the day yesterday lobbying with the Community College League of California in Sacramento. And the issues that we were able to raise with all 4 of our area lawmakers was how we've defined for our college and for the statewide system, some one-time funding that the governor has put up, about $128 million, for items that, when not in a federal environment that we're in now, would be lovely to use on new data systems. But for the coming years, we need the governor to be flexible with our funds, especially one-time funds, so we can put it into purchasing items that we could then use flexibly to support our DACA students, our LGBTQ students, and our students who use reproductive rights. And the ears of our lawmakers were definitely there. We learned that Assemblymember Addis has very recently been appointed as the chair of the Assembly Budget Committee on Health. And that's a really key position for her to hold with what we are facing. I come here to you today both to thank you for this resolution and be really clear. Cabrillo College is a partner. Your resolution calls for collaboration. The resolution on December 17th called for collaboration. We are here to collaborate with you, and we are positioned through a number of our channels to provide supports. Flexible spending for our college and for the statewide system is key to that. And I hope the board's prepared to ask for flexible spending as well. Thank you. There's a lot more to talk about. Please stay in touch. And thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Beecher, a retired Silicon Valley high-tech guy and one of a local group of retired semiconductor engineers, scientists, and business managers. We believe that the Moss Landing lithium battery plant fires were preventable. There are three factors: the shorting out of the lithium battery cells and no way to stop or prevent them, a poor or non-existent fire suppression system, and an inadequate management understanding of lithium battery storage. The shorting out of lithium batteries happened several years ago in Boeing airplanes and then in Chevrolet Volt cars. Well, there was an international meeting of scientists and engineers more than 10 years ago, and they established the international standard IEC 62133 for lithium batteries. It requires that a fuse or a circuit breaker be included in the battery. This is much like a circuit breaker in your own home. You get a short, boop, it pops. Well, the Moss Landing batteries do not have that. The latest Moss Landing fire used water as a suppressant. A bad choice. It only made the fire worse. Carbon dioxide gas would have smothered the fire, but requires compartmentalizing the battery for ease of suppression. Monterey County management and fire were not knowledgeable about lithium batteries. They should have brought in the right people to set the regulation and requirements. Our group of Silicon Valley retirees is willing to assist the Santa Cruz County in considering the Seahawk installation in Watsonville. If you do not do it right, then the county and you supervisors could be held liable if a fire happened and the agricultural land was affected. As Philippe knows well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of agriculture. They'll sue your hides off. So you need to do the right thing. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Diana Zamora, and I'm with Planned Parenthood of Marmonte. We are the largest affiliate in the country, and we are very proud to have 2 health centers here in the county where we can serve all of the patients that need our services. Our motto is care no matter what. And for us, that truly means that any person who walks through the door, regardless of the kind of care they need, we will be there to help them. High quality, medically informed healthcare is for everyone, not just a select few. As you know, we are seeing a relentless attack on bodily autonomy, the dismantling of rights for people who identify as women and are part of the LGBTQ+ community, and an attempt to erase an entire community's existence. I am here today to stand in support with the County of Santa Cruz for taking a stand for kindness, compassion, and inclusivity, and for letting the community know that you support all who live, work, and come to enjoy the remarkable things that Santa Cruz has to offer. We wholeheartedly support item 9 and ask that you adopt the resolution. And like the previous speaker, please consider us a partner in this journey and in this fight. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith McHenry, and I'm here to oppose industrial lithium battery facilities. I'm sure, like many of you, my tongue still tastes like metal. We know people were hospitalized. The food, they just discovered that there's heavy metals in the Elkhorn estuary now after the fire. And there is, at this point, no safe way to have lithium battery storage facilities, even though the industry is going to try to convince you that they've got a better battery than the other batteries. But that's what they said about the battery that just caught fire and the other 3 fires that happened at Moss Landing. And so tonight we have a community meeting at 6 o'clock at Aptos Grange, and everybody's invited to come there. We'll have an update on the report on the toxology tests that have happened. And we're hoping that we build a mass movement here in Santa Cruz County and in Monterey County to stop these unnecessary risks. We know they need a lot of power to run AI so that we can have total AI surveillance. I don't think it's we should spend $500 billion on housing people, providing food for people, not AI. And we don't need all their lithium battery facilities, particularly behind the hospital. That's outrageous to clear cut a orchard to put in a lithium battery facility, to put a lithium battery facility next to Aptos High. This seems outrageous. This should be voted against. No permits should be issued. Ignore AB 2015. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Monica Escudero, and I just wanted to let you know that I am an actual survivor of being poisoned by manganese and arsenic, other heavy metals. Just wanted to let you know that I do have many years experience in chemistry and in physics. These elements don't go away, and it's something that it's taken me 13 years to get them out of my body. I had a near-death experience because we are not educated in the science of toxicity. And so it's something that is very, very important because not only does it not come out of the bodies, it doesn't come out of the oceans, it does not come out of the soil, does not come out of, well, it comes out of the air, but water needs to happen to bring it down. So what I'm saying is that these elements are not disappearing from our environment. And the Moss Landing fire was not so well handled. The amount of toxicity in the air that, I mean, it smelled like cat piss. It tasted like metal. We were not warned sufficiently in my eyes. There was a lot of things that stayed in the air in the surrounding areas. I couldn't even clean my car the normal way because it wouldn't come off of my car. So thinking about what that does to our bodies, especially with the fluorocarbons and everything, they said that that's able to cut glass, and we're taking that in. So I just wanted to say that please consider this as a very, very important subject. I was able to survive from what I had been poisoned with by well water. So I am here to speak and stand up for human, animal, nature rights, our food system, water system, everything, and make sure that there are certain filters that do filter out certain things, as well as testing, because they have to test for each element. So those are really expensive tests to do. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maggie McGonigal, and I am the adult advisor to the Santa Cruz County Friday Night Live Youth Council. And they wrote a letter. You have the full letter in your packet, but I'm going to read as much as I can. FNL, the Youth Council, engages youth as leaders, advocates, and resources to influence positive changes in our community. As FNL youth leaders, we look for opportunities to change our community environments to promote health and well-being for all. This is why we want to share our concerns about the cannabis consumption lounges. We reviewed CHICS data from 2019 to 2023 and saw a decrease in the perception of harm of cannabis use among students, significantly a 7% decrease in perception of harm among 7th graders. Increased normalization and exposure to cannabis can lead to more youth using cannabis. Education is just one way to prevent youth use and promote safe communities, but many more aspects of cannabis consumption lounges raise concerns for us. Employees can be exposed to secondhand and thirdhand smoke and will need increased training to recognize overconsumption and implement harm reduction best practices. We recognize the security measures used by dispensaries to limit underage sales. However, the cannabis industry lacks a trace-like program to investigate and trace incidents, hold establishments accountable, and implement preventative measures. Impaired driving may increase as patrons may leave these establishments under the influence of cannabis, and field tests are not always reliable to assess cannabis impairment, posing a significant threat to public safety on our roads. Our community could see an increased cost of public resources, diverting attention from other critical community needs. Cannabis affects people differently, with such high levels of THC and latent effects posing a risk of overconsumption. We understand the presumed economic benefits and business opportunities the cannabis consumption lounges may provide for the county. However, this change in the cannabis policy makes us think about what we really want to be known for. If the board chooses to move forward with the ordinance to allow cannabis consumption lounges, it is our recommendation that the board prioritize public health and safety by limiting the number of licenses, mandated comprehensive training for staff, eliminating employee exposure to secondhand and thirdhand smoke, implement methods for compliance checks, and reinvest revenue back into our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dana Wagner. I am the Director of Meals on Wheels for Santa Cruz County, a program of community bridges. And I'm here today to formally welcome Supervisor DeSerpa and Supervisor Martinez to the board. Congratulations to you both, and thank you both for your dedication to your districts and to the county. Meals on Wheels is one of the vital programs in our county, serving older adults. We are a safety net, providing not only meals, but also socialization and wellness checks to over 1,700 seniors each year. The first half of this fiscal year, from July to December 2024, we provided over 85,500 meals home delivered and 16,000 congregate meals to seniors across the county. In addition, we conducted over 1,100 wellness checks to ensure seniors are getting the services they need. How we serve our elders says a lot about us as a people and a community. I'm excited to work with the entire board to ensure the county's seniors can remain independent and healthy for as long as possible. 92% of Meals on Wheels participants say the program helps them to live independently, and 79% report eating healthier foods. I invite both of our new supervisors and veteran supervisors to join us at one of our congregate meal sites or to help us deliver meals with us. It's a wonderful experience, and we would be honored to host you. Congratulations again to the new supervisors, DeSerpa and Martinez, and thank you to the members of the board. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Diana Nickel. I'm here to talk about agenda item 1 about the fire at Moss Landing. Article that just came out yesterday from in the East Bay Times states that researchers at Moss Landing Marine Laboratories have detected microscopic particles of nickel, cobalt, and manganese, which are found in the thousands of lithium-ion batteries that burned at the Vistra Energy storage unit in the mudflats and tidal marshes at Elkhorn Slough at levels roughly 100 to 1,000 times higher than normal. That's 100 to 1,000 times higher than normal. These metals are toxic, says Ivana Ilela, marine geology professor at Moss Landing Marine Labs, who led the soil testing. They're hazardous to aquatic life. Well, I will add they're also hazardous to human life. I found out yesterday from our director of environmental services that he's received no confirmation from the state of California that they will be testing in Santa Cruz County, the soils and the water. They are testing in Monterey County, but we need testing in Santa Cruz County. Our county is only, a mile or two from that plant where it starts. Royal Oaks, all types of different areas over there. It's an outrage. One thing that's very important to test for is fluoride. Hydrofluoric acid is, here's an article from oh shoot, okay. Anyway, I'll have to I can't find it right here because I'm nervous, but an article from a fire captain talking about what gets released in these types of fires. And it's one of the items is hydrogen fluoride, extremely toxic element. And then when that settles on the ground, that becomes fluoride.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we need to test for fluoride in our.
My name is Nicholas Whitehead. I want to thank the new additions to the board for their well-earned victories. I want to speak on homeless population. We need a new approach to serving the needs of homeless people who are unhoused. We need a radical breakthrough in which these deprived and demeaned persons or families are provided workable opportunities in life, not just an offer of shelter and healthcare, but actual pathways to recover, rehabilitate, and succeed. Homeless men, women, and teenagers can't be expected to readily overcome the sheer exhaustion and confused frustration of a degraded existence on the margins of society. It's hard for them to see any light that would signal a possible emergence from their dark tunnel of despair. We who live in that light have a duty to engage productively with these fellow human beings. They're not monsters, they're not frightening, they're lost. So I propose that all our local agencies, together with human rights advocacy groups, churches, and foundations, act together to establish new programs that reach, teach, and enable our involuntary tent campers and van dwellers to thrive and truly live. I do want to say something about the activities of ICE in the area. They were busy in San Jose over the weekend. I would appeal to our sheriff, Jim Hart, who is our protector, to insist that these agencies abide by the law strictly and not round up people who are not criminals, gang members, or anything like that. I think the board ought to make a statement up to that effect. Thank you.
Dear members of the board, good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of many residents of Santa Cruz County who have suddenly become aware of county plans to construct grid-scale BESS facilities on several sites in the county and who are very concerned about the safety of siting these facilities in or very near dense urban and suburban residential communities, schools, hospitals, farmland, and protected natural sanctuaries. It's unacceptable for a foundational infrastructural change on the scale of a 14 to 16 acre BESS facility, literally on Watsonville's doorstep, to be virtually absent from civic dialogue for 5 years since Supervisor Hernandez and former Supervisor McPherson proposed it to the board in 2019 and up to and including the Seahawk energy storage application for permitting. I ask respectfully that you, the board, immediately make information about these plans readily, transparently, and completely available to the public. The current placement of the Seahawk energy storage project is nearly impossible to navigate to on the county website for starters, requiring navigation through 5 website pages. I also ask that you support Assemblymember Dawn Addis's bill AB 303 2025. I hope I'm using the right number, which returns siting decision-making power to local communities. Furthermore, I support California's carbon footprint and EV mandates thoroughly and the need for sweeping infrastructural change to meet current set deadlines focused on 2035 and 45 successfully. However, achieving those green goals cannot come at the cost of toxic disasters bred from technology that has outstripped in its application the means to safely regulate it. That means BESS installations must be aligned with effective fire suppression techniques. Clearly, self-combusting lithium-ion battery using BESS facilities are unsafe. New Leaf Energy Storage is proposing the newer LFP battery for the Seahawk Energy Storage project, citing the industry standard that this lithium-using battery does not self-ignite and therefore is safe enough to use. It's not immune to burning, however. Severe short circuit from faulty wiring can result in combustion. Our Central Coast area is disaster prone with both high earthquake and wildfire risk. What happens in the event of a larger disaster or in the event that for any—
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
The Seahawk plant, will we be able to update that technology and at what cost? Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
For hearing me out.
For the record, on 2019, I was not in the Board of Supervisors. I was a Watson City Council member and didn't know nothing about the project. My legal voice.
Good morning, Co-Britton, Matt's Britton Architects. I'm here this morning. A number of weeks ago, I requested to meet with CEO Palacios and County Counsel, Mr. Heath, with my client attorney and my attorney regarding some sensitive matters regarding county staff. I don't want to bring these type of matters in front of a public forum. I think it would be done best privately, but I'm going to give an example. Mr. Machado extorted $50,000 from one of my clients to fix a pipe that wasn't a county pipe and not my client's responsibility. Those type of things should be brought up and fixed. Another one of my clients had a county employee, while he was red tagged and test driving his Tesla, request to be a, correcting the language, sex buddy. Now, these are not unusual circumstances at the County of Santa Cruz. I deal with them, my clients deal with them every day. And it's not being fixed by Mr. Machado. So Mr. Palacios and Mr. Heath are the people to talk to. But if I can't talk to them, then I'm going to talk to you. And it's not my preference. Hopefully they will consider their position. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Al Heindel. I'm a resident of Santa Cruz County. And I think the recent events that happened down at Moss Landing are a good time to talk about what were 3 of the proposed battery installations in the county at one point. I know there may not be 3. I understand that some of the technology may evolve to where they are safer, supposedly. But the location of the 90 Minto Road, which is off of Green Valley Road in South County there, that installation is between 2 bodies of water, Pinto Lake and College Lake, and it drains eventually into the Pajaro River there. My concern is some of the past speakers talked about some of the byproducts of combustion, such as nickel, cobalt, manganese, and then also the hydrogen fluoride, which when it's reacts with water, it actually produces hydrofluoric acid. People may be familiar with that when they see vandalized glass windows around town. You'll see them etched. That's hydrofluoric acid. It's an extremely reactive acid. It's one of the few ones that will dissolve gold. It will also dissolve bone matter, obviously glass, this type of thing. So to locate something like that at 90 Minto Road is a problem, because if any of those products get into the College Lake, which is now involved in injecting water in South County to prevent saltwater intrusion, you'd be contaminating that body of water in the aquifer. And the only other thing I'd like to say is, even though there may be some improvements in the technology, the perceived problem that would affect our organic farming in the area is probably more dangerous than maybe even the real problems. Anyway, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Judy Rosella Myers, and I've been a resident of Santa Cruz County since 1974, and also an employee of the county at certain times. And I really, really want to appeal to all of you about the safety for us all in terms of, what happens when these types of situations with these lithium battery storage sites go awry. And we all have done a great job of trying to protect our environment in Santa Cruz County. It's so important for the residents, for the environment in general, and all the native species and animals and all the things that we hold dear about Santa Cruz County. And I really, really know that in the hearts of all the people who actually live here, we want to protect this environment, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. So please, please try and not allow these dangerous lithium battery ion sites to go into Santa Cruz County. I just heard about this issue since the fires and have also felt physical effects for myself. And I live quite a distance. I live over by Dominican Hospital and Pleasure Point area. So it's so important for us to really protect ourselves in the future from these kinds of faulty devices. Please, please consider that. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors Koenig, Martinez. Hernandez Cummings in here, but my name is Joy Sturm, and I am here. Oh, I'm sorry. I am here this morning to talk to you about the future and the people that are not present here today, the children that cannot attend as we have behind us. They are not here to have a voice in, I just want to call it a shit show that just happened in the past, was it 10 days, where I was locked inside my home because it was a shelter in place. And we had just purchased respirators so that we could actually go outside in case we were somewhere where there was a wildfire. They are lovely devices that you place on your head, and it makes it so that you can breathe. They are not just a mask. They are literally looking like a gas mask. That's what we use to go outside. I'm 8 miles away from Moss Landing. I didn't know which way the wind would blow. My daughter was in Prunedale. She has a 6-month-old and a 5-year-old. She packed up her motorhome on Thursday with the winds blowing that direction. What happens when these best facilities are placed in our community, and as what was mentioned before, an uncontrollable wildfire hits and it blows smoke into your district? How's that going to feel? We may be removed in Watsonville from Santa Cruz, but you're not removed. We are all in this together. Our agriculture, our sloughs. Please take this into consideration. Our future, our children. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eric Sturm, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you this morning. My preference is we don't have any of these storage facilities in South County. That's my preference. Knowing that that's unlikely and the change of the world is going the direction of these power plants as battery storage plants, let's slow this down and do it right. There's no emergency to put in a bad battery station and have it blow up like Moss Landing has 4 times in 2 years. We don't need that on our record. We're better than that. So I would just say, if this board is going to approve the project, slow it down, do it right, learn from all these mistakes around the world about these things blowing up, and let's not harm our citizens or our constituents. Moss Landing had an ocean on one side, ag field on another side, and once you get into Prunedale, some homes. This thing on Minto Road is just a mile away from 50,000 residents. That's a much different risk and a much different picture than what happened at Moss Landing. There's no emergency to do it wrong. Let's slow down and do it right if you're going to do it at all. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Becky Steinbruner. I live in rural Aptos, and I want to welcome the 2 new board members here today. I am here to also speak against the battery energy storage systems in Santa Cruz County. You have the ability to make regulations more restrictive for this county than does the state. Please do that. There's a lot of money coming in behind this. I was appalled that Supervisor McPherson and Mr. Palacios, who sit on the board of 3CE, pushed this through behind the scenes. There's already been one public meeting for the installation in Watsonville that virtually nobody knew about. Please stop this. You can stop this by making regulations that are more restrictive. You have the power to require them to put in a fire station at the sites. You have the power to require New Leaf to fully fund the Pajaro Valley Fire District, which is struggling financially now. You have that power. Please take it and protect the citizens. I also want to say that I am completely against consent agenda item 26, spending $2.3 million that the county does not have to refurbish this place for a better customer visual experience. Please, don't waste money that we don't have. If you want to improve the customer experience, you could improve the parking out there. There are people circling out there. If you want to improve the experience, use $2.3 million to fix the roads and culverts in our county. Don't waste $2.3 million to make this a beautiful place. Thank you.
I know I spoke earlier, but I'd like to talk about the
Like I said, there's only one opportunity to speak for public comment. Items not on the agenda. And if it's another item that's going to be on the agenda, you can speak on that item then.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Roland Sear. I live in Live Oak. It is clear that we need battery storage, or let me put it this way, we need energy storage because we're dealing with climate change and we won't get around the need for storage of energy. Lithium batteries have their faults. And so I would encourage you to look into alternatives. It may sound ridiculous, but sand can be used to store heat generated from renewable sources such as wind and solar. And that heat can then be used later to extract the energy within there. Same thing with molten salt. And other non-toxic measures. So please look into that. Another item that I want to bring up is the issue of insurance. The insurance companies will pay dearly for all the damages that are caused by climate change. Interestingly, the same insurance companies are invested in fossil fuel industry. That is ridiculous, outrageous. If you have any way to lean on the insurance industry, please do so to force them to divest from fossil fuel industries. Thank you.
Seeing there's no one in public here, can we look online to see if there's any speakers who'd like to speak on public comment?
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much for hearing me today. My name is Tim Delaney. And boy, I tell you, I am not impressed with Vistra Energy. I'm a long retired defense sector engineer. My work is on Mars. And I'm also an extreme athlete. I have been skiing since 1972. Okay. So yes, the ski teams do know me, the coaches all up and down the West Coast. And my son, he won the entire West Coast Alpine Skiing Championship as a boy. Okay. So I know a lot about human health and engineering and science. And so I'm not too impressed anymore with the language coming out of the Republican Party. Woke, deep state, snowflake. Folks, you need to ditch the language. You're sounding like Salem, Massachusetts in 1650, okay? So, and there's a huge difference between worrying about vaccines, metals in your body, or nuclear waste. So these folks that are coming out here that are critical of Vistra Energy and what's going on, you know, they're kind of correct. I smelt the burnt stuff up here at the top of Summit. It's highly uncool. And so how do you bust a MAGA, or how do you bust money and power down to size? Well, it's real simple. Just like me riding up the KT chair at Palisades with a bunch of young men talking about their conquest of women, what you do is you give them the urologist talk. There is nothing on this earth that puts fear into men than a trip to the urologist, because we all know 1 out of 3 are going to have that lump, and 1 out of 10 are going to have the aggressive form, and it's painful. So in regards to metals in your land, air, and water, that's something to think about. All right? That's how you deal with it. Thank you very much. You have a fine day.
Carol, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. I'd like to address the potential approval and building of lithium battery storage facilities here in Santa Cruz County. First, thank you to Supervisor Hernandez for prioritizing safety with regard to this issue. And next, thank you to Supervisor Koenig for yesterday's email explaining more about the board's process in considering future lithium battery storage facilities here in the county. I would like to strongly urge the board to suspend and oppose any current plans or approvals to any future lithium battery storage facilities. The risk to the people and the environment is too great. We are all now witnessing the devastating effects from the fire at the Moss Landing battery facility. Lithium batteries are explosively flammable. And unfortunately, more and more fires from lithium batteries are occurring. For example, in August 2024, a Tesla big rig caught fire on I-80 and shut down the freeway in both directions for over 15 hours. In 2024 alone, the New York City and San Francisco fire departments reported handling over 660 fires involving lithium-ion batteries. And the Moss Landing facility has had 3 other fires prior to the most recent one. When these batteries burn, they released a laundry list of toxic compounds. To say or even suggest that these types of fires have no negative health or environmental effect is patently untrue. How does this product even stay on the market? There have been several car recalls due to fire hazards, including Ford Pinto, Chevrolet Corvair, Pontiac Fiero, and the list goes on. The good people of this county have already had to deal with out-of-control fires. Why would the county increase their risk to fire by adding these highly flammable explosive facilities in the county? Please do not add that risk by approving and building any highly flammable and explosive battery storage facilities. Thank you.
Enoch, your microphone's now available.
Hello, everyone. So I don't really want to talk about the battery thing, but I will point out we're only building battery storage facilities for the economics of it. It's so utilities can store the energy during peak time or during times when they're taking in too much to sell, and so they can sell it back later. We're not like building these facilities out of the goodness of our heart to like fix the green world, or it's not an environmental choice. It's purely an economic one. We build these facilities so utilities can profit. But what I really want to talk about today is the RAISE funds that we're supposed to get for segments 9, 10, and 11 from the federal government. It's like $19 million-ish. So that money's not coming anymore if we don't have it in our hands already with the new executive orders and in general change in leadership of the federal government. So what is our plan for that? Because if we are still relying on that money, yeah, that's a bad idea. And then on top of that, we're throwing so much of the Measure D tax funds through the RTC, obviously not you guys, but we're throwing so much of that money for these overages too. If we're not going to get the 19 million, let's not also throw that extra money at these overages. Let's wait until the budget climate at the state and federal level are more conducive to such projects, and let's spend that whatever, $12 million or whatever the RTC would have to give. Was it 20 million on top of the RAISE money? Let's spend that money on connected and protected bike lanes through communities that people actually live in. There's a bunch of communities in South County, Felipe, that would be great for you. So yeah, let's just like not waste those extra millions if we're not going to get the funds we need to begin with. This was, as always, fun. Thank you.
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, I'd like to refer people to geoengineeringwatch.org. We've all noticed the crisscross patterns in the sky. I'm reading a little bit. Global climate modification programs are threatening all life on Earth. Illegal climate engineering operations are being carried out without public knowledge or consent. Government officials and geoengineers have long since proposed spraying 10 to 20 million tons of highly toxic heavy metal and chemical aerosols into the atmosphere annually as a form of climate change mitigation. Though the blatantly obvious ongoing sun blocking, and I've heard this term on the news recently, solar radiation management, in quotes, programs are officially denied, all available data confirm full deployment of global engineering occurred decades ago with increasingly catastrophic consequences. Geoengineeringwatch.org watched the film on there called The Dimming. What are the known consequences of ongoing climate engineering operations? Geoengineering is further fueling the overall warming of the planet, contributing to extreme drought, flooding, and storms, destroying the Earth's vital ozone layer. I'd like the board to speak out, calling for a halt to geoengineering weather
Thank you, ma'am.
modification.
Thank you.
Invitation, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Bonnie. I just wanted to welcome the new board members here. This is definitely going to be something for you guys to cut your teeth on and learn as an opportunity of what to do and not to do in a public health emergency as far as response and prevention. In regards to the batteries that are being used for the proposed site, if they are LFP, can you speak to why or how LFP is safer than lithium iron phosphate? Can you talk to what temperature does the PO bond break? Can you speak to how depth of discharge, rapid discharge, and degradation can affect the state of health of LFP, especially in grid scale applications, how its life cycle is impacted? Did you know that in a higher state of charge, LFP can produce more heat? Have you evaluated the implications of toxic contamination? Does the proposed facility have improved fire suppression systems, or are they the same state-of-the-art fire suppression and monitoring systems used in other field systems? Do LFP batteries have lower energy density? Does this require even more space? So we're going to be putting them on farms and orchards, meadows, wetlands, neighborhoods, by hospitals and schools. I already heard one member attempt to shirk responsibility by noting they weren't on the board at the time that some of these decisions were made. Well, you don't have that excuse anymore. You guys need to place a moratorium on these projects. Thank you.
Alexis, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Alexis Arizola here on behalf of Assemblymember Dawn Addis. She could not be here today as she is continuing to work for Assembly District 30 in Sacramento. As many of you know, recently the Vistra battery energy facility at Moss Landing erupted into a devastating fire. Since then, San Jose State University's Moss Landing Marine Laboratories, a trusted source, has released data showing extremely high levels of heavy metals in surrounding areas such as the Elkhorn Slough Research Reserve. Since receiving the news of the initial fire, the member has called for transparency, accountability, and prevention. In the course of responding to the fire, she has also introduced the Battery Energy Safety and Accountability Act, AB 303. AB 303 does two things. It removes battery energy storage from the AB 205 process, thereby restoring the voice of the people to the permitting process everywhere in California. It creates appropriate sitting requirements so that these facilities are away from schools, homes, marine estuaries, and other sensitive areas. This legislation is a straightforward and common sense way to ensure that we meet our climate and energy goals, which we must do while also ensuring the safety and well-being of our communities. The member also stands firm in her call for independent investigations by the CPUC and expects all environmental data to be taken into consideration. True climate solutions must benefit not harm our communities and natural environment. We have to continue to fight for the inclusion of community voice and proper sitting of battery energy storage facilities. I welcome you all to reach out to our office. You can find us at a30.asmdc.org. Thank you.
Serena, your microphone's now available.
Hi, good morning. My name is Serena King, and I am a mother and resident of Santa Cruz County, and I'm here today to talk about issue number 9, to consider adopting resolution reaffirming Santa Cruz County's position in support of the LGBTQ+ and women's rights at a time where these groups are being oppressed by the national administration. I would like to encourage the county to show a stand of support for these groups. As a parent of queer children, they are feeling afraid of what's next for them. And I think it's really important for the adults in the room to stand up for what's right for them. And that's all I have for you this morning. Thank you.
Susie, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. I too am here to express my concern regarding the proposals within Santa Cruz County for the lithium-ion battery storage facilities, one of which is scheduled to be constructed approximately 2 miles from my home. I moved here in 2015 to just under an acre of property, thinking this was going to be my forever place. But given these circumstances, I'm reconsidering that. Obviously, given the recent devastating fire at the Moss Landing facility, this project presents significant and unacceptable risks to the health, safety, and well-being of our community. Primary concerns, obviously, as many people have discussed, health and environmental impacts, the toxic fumes, heavy metals, severe health consequences for our residents, not to mention the organic farms that are in the area, the lawsuits that could be sustained from all of that. Inadequate emergency response. We've already had drastic cuts in our fire departments, as witnessed, as you all probably are aware, in the times of response times. Fire hazards goes without saying, but also the property value decline. The presence of a high-risk facility like this is going to undoubtedly diminish property values for nearby homeowners, significantly impacting our investments and the overall economic stability of the community. Housing is really important here. We're doing everything we can to make it more affordable, but there's going to be a trickle-down effect on the decreases in resale housing, the resale values, the transfer taxes that won't be collected, and reductions in property tax revenue as property values decline. So I urge you to thoroughly investigate the safety protocols. I'm not one to complain without volunteering, although this is not my area of expertise. I encourage our community to come out to the Aptos Grange tonight at 6 p.m. to educate ourselves, get involved, because we need to do what we can. And I hope you will respect the opinions of your constituents and stop the process. Thank you.
iPhone 15, your microphone is now available.
Yes, hello. My name is Philip Karanko, and I'm calling regarding the proposal for the battery plant that we're looking at having in Watsonville. As we're well aware of the issue that we had in Moss Landing, there are very severe lack of regulations that are being imposed by the local government. And that's one thing that I want to bring very clear to our supervisors here, that we need to have an advisory board of community experts such as myself that deals in regulations, and I'll be happy to assist in any way I can to outline the regulations that we can impose on these companies on a local level. We are able to increase the requirements outside of the state level to ensure that to ensure what happened in Moss Landing doesn't happen again in our area. We need to really take into consideration what needs to be done, what was wrong with what happened in Moss Landing, and impose those restrictions on this new installation. Provide them with higher fees if they are not compliant. Require them to provide extra support for our fire department, which we are lacking in at this time. They want to come into our area. They need to put up the dollars to put these facilities in, and we need to ensure that we put in the right regulations in place to ensure the safety of the community. It has nothing to do with bringing in the dollars to our local government. This has to deal with the safety of the community, and that is the key thing that we need to look at here. An advisory committee is the best way to go. Get the local experts involved, provide them guidance to the supervisor so they can make the right decisions in behalf of the people. And again, we have the ability to put much stricter restrictions on these companies to ensure compliance to the regulations and to ensure that the people are safe. Thank you.
Anne, your microphone's now available.
Okay, hi. Thank you for taking my call. I'm really afraid of these battery storage plants coming into our county. If you look at what happened down in LA with the recent fires, trying to put a battery storage plant up near Dominican and Chaminade is a recipe for another LA fire. This area is highly vegetated with eucalyptus trees of all kinds, very thick. It's next to the hospital. It's next to Dominican Oaks. There are neighborhoods in this area, and it's just basically suicidal. I can't even imagine anyone planning to put something like that in these areas. And near Aptos High School or near any other, populated areas. But especially here by, I guess, Scotts Valleys was canceled, probably because they have a lot of money up there and the people fought it off. I don't know. But I think the plants also require water for cooling the batteries. And obviously they're using our water from our county to serve their reasons for reselling electricity. But my biggest fear, if you put this all together, jump a few more hilltops, go to De La Viega, take out the 911 center. And as they say in that part of the city, if something starts in De La Viega, it is going to burn all the way to the sea, all the way, straight down, all through the east side, straight down, all the way to the sea. And I think these plants are not engineered to be in areas where there is nothing that's going to burn. They're just trying to put them in wherever they can get access to water for cooling the plant. And I am absolutely opposed to these plants in our county. They need to go someplace where there is no vegetation to catch on fire and destroy everything.
Lynn, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Lynn Silver, speaking on behalf of the Public Health Institute in regard to Agenda Item 11. We want to express our strong opposition to opening on-site cannabis consumption lounges and submitted detailed scientific comments with the research on the issue. As of 2024, 67% of California jurisdictions that allow storefront retailers wisely continue to prohibit on-site consumption lounges. I believe this includes Capitola, Santa Cruz, and Watsonville. Rather than leading, as you have, in tobacco control, the proposed measures will undermine the public health protections wisely adopted by your city and others. For decades, public health advocates, medical providers, and unions have fought to promote clean indoor air, protect workers and the public from secondhand smoke. And indeed, Santa Cruz County has been a leader in tobacco control, passing its recent groundbreaking law on tobacco filters and building on a proud history of other measures. For these reasons, we were surprised and dismayed to see a willingness to undermine public health, renormalize smoking, and weaken worker protection solely to increase the profitability of a handful of local business owners. Our data from UCSF researchers, who studied 45 different cannabis consumption sites, which we submitted in our comments, show how these sites have uniformly unhealthy to extremely hazardous levels, and also that ventilation systems installed did not reduce the harmful components of secondhand smoke. Other research, which is occurring across the country, has shown that cannabis secondhand smoke, contrary to what you may hear from advocates, is harmful, and as harmful or worse than tobacco smoke, apparently, including increasing risks of cardiovascular and other diseases. So the data is in our letter. We strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to remove this item from the agenda. It is not an equity issue, as they will tell you it is. Most of these stores are not equity and not authorize any on-site consumption lounges. If you do authorize them, not authorize restaurants or club-style activities.
Thank you, ma'am. The time is up.
Bernie, your microphone's now available.
Buenos dias. Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Bernie Gomez here with Milpa, born and raised in District 4 and also constituent to District 3. So I want to express support to consent item number 35, adopting resolution support. Bill 48, Senate Bill 48, immigration and enforcement prohibitions on school sites. I think it's important to continue to support our migrant communities, right? Our brown families, our ethnic families. You know, unfortunately, you know, this is not something new to the culture, to my culture, right? You know, I do want to say that in South County, in Watsonville, you know, it's just 83% of the population, right, is Mexican or of ethnic descent, right? So just putting that into context, yeah, we need to do everything we can to just ensure a sense of stability and safety, and continue to reassure that the county will be doing all within its power to protect, you know, the people. You know, I understand that there is no can't interfere physically with federal operations, but we can continue to promote just a sense of community and support for our migrant people and stuff. And thank you.
Nadia, your microphone's now available. Nadia, nurse, pediatric nurse practitioner, and adult primary care. I am calling you. Nadia, your microphone's now available. Can you hear me now? Hello? Seems we're not able to hear her. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm so sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Nadia Alami. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner and I'm an adolescent health director in the community. And I am calling in opposition to the on-site cannabis lounges agenda item number 11. I'm calling on behalf of my patients, many of whom are at risk of illness related to cannabis use. In my time as the adolescent health director, I've seen significant impacts of potent THC products on my patients. I'm calling as someone on the front lines who is seeing this impact directly, and to point out that the products are vastly different. With cannabis being legal at the state level, but not at the federal level, we can't quickly or comprehensively study the effects of these potent products. But in the research that has been done, we have substantial evidence that frequent use of cannabis increases risk of psychosis, including schizophrenia among adolescents and young adults. It also increases the risk of depressive disorders, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. I have seen this with my patients, and this is why I'm calling in. They have no idea, their families have no idea the normalization of cannabis in our community is hurting them. I've seen a 14-year-old with uncontrolled vomiting due to cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, a 15-year-old with early onset psychosis who began smoking with his brother at age 12, a 13-year-old with treatment-resistant depression. They're smoking dabs every day. They think this is helping their depression, but in fact, it's hurting it. This is the hardest substance use disorder to treat because of the fact that people do not realize the harms that it's causing in their health. And I worry that adding these cannabis lounges will just normalize it more. We have a responsibility to the health of our community. And I strongly urge us to reconsider until there's more evidence available about the harms of these products. You know, it's until we do more research on the drastically transformed cannabis and all its forms, I think putting them under the umbrella of safe and legal drugs is wrong. It's misleading at best and dangerous at worst. I also do want to put my support in on behalf of my patients for item number 9, encouraging the county to show support for the LGBTQ community. We have a mental health crisis with our youth, and we need to continue to support them for who they are. So please vote against the cannabis lounges until more research is done on the potential harms. If you do move forward to
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair, we've reached our final speaker. Michelle, your microphone is now available.
Yes, good morning. I'm a resident of Royal Oaks. Of course, we are still dealing with all the aftermath. As we know, we didn't know about it. We know board supervisors in Monterey County didn't also, but we all know about it now. Again, use your other boards and your other communities to back you, because you guys putting 3, if you guys approve it, you're responsible now. You're going to poison us in Monterey County, Santa Clara, San Benito County. These should not be single county decisions. They should be joint initiatives. You guys need to fight against this with against California. They're pushing you guys in this direction because, again, you guys are not getting the benefit. We're not getting the benefit. We pay record high power prices. We're not getting free storage and getting power back to us. We're just taking all the risk with all the responsibility for nothing. Vistra has done very little to say what they're going to do for environmental cleanup, how they're going to work with the counties to fix this problem. They're just working on their own. If you look at the report, they have 91 incidents of battery incidents. This is not a new thing. They know they're constantly trying to improve it, but we are not their lab rats. We have to act together. Now that the communities are working together, we're going to back you guys. We're going to work with you guys, but we cannot let this happen in our communities. I've been a longtime resident of Santa Cruz County. We know Coastal Commission is very in our faces about what we do on our property if we have a species or we have an issue. How are they letting this plants go in? It's affecting all of us and it's toxic and it has to stop. So please, please work with us and get this stopped. There are other ways. There's other cleaner initiatives to be used. Hydroponics, different things with the dam systems that can generate power. There's other things that we can do that are much greener. Thank you.
Chair, we've had one additional speaker raise their hand. Call-in user 8204, your microphone is now available. As a reminder, for call-in users, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Obviously, this fire has awakened a lot of people in Santa Cruz County. And so today I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to put a moratorium on any and all applications for battery storage sites in Santa Cruz County. So far, my concerns about the health, the soil, the water have already been made by previous speakers, so I'll move on. The people of California have had no say in creating the goal of 100% clean energy by 2045. It's forcing local governments into planning for with the intent to install unsafe technology in our neighborhoods, around our schools, near our hospitals, and exposing our farmlands. Batteries need to be proven safe from cradle to grave. Any research will show you the dirty and toxic truth behind lithium batteries. The fire concerns we have about lithium batteries should rule them out as a storage solution, as they represent ticking time bombs. In closing, I ask each supervisor to stay current with the findings from Lost Landing incident throughout the coming year regarding soil and water testing for heavy metals released from the fire, and to publicize your information in our local papers and online so we're all updated in this process. Going forward, the health and safety of our environment should be the high bar we expect. We, the people, want to be part of this process in determining what goes on in our neighborhoods. We are all downwinders when it comes to battery storage site fires. Thank you very much.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any questions, comments on the consent agenda and with the motion to approve consent agenda. We'll start to my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few quick comments on item 25, the county bail schedule. I want to thank County Counsel's office, the CAO's office, and the clerk for making sure that the penalty for overnight parking mobile home or recreational vehicles prohibited was correctly updated since our last review of this. On item 26, the Government Broadcasting Revitalization Project, which would include the update of these chambers. I just want to clarify that's we are talking about $2.3 million to improve broadcasting facilities, particularly in this chambers and other related facilities. That money is not available for roads. It's not available for any other purpose at all. It's collected explicitly for broadcasting and making government meetings more transparent and more available to the public. It is a fee on our cable bills, and it's collected specifically for this purpose. I would totally be against this if it meant that if we could use it for something else. We can't. This is the only thing these monies are available for. We may as well put them to use and make sure that these meetings are as accessible as possible. And so given that, I thank the CAO's office for ensuring that we are making good use of those monies. And it's exciting to think that we might actually literally be able to bring more light into this room with a design that allows us to keep the windows open. On item 53, Schultes Road, I just want to thank Public Works Division for their work on this, getting Schultes Road reopened. That's a difficult part of the county to access. We've had a number of road closures. So this opening was really important to the folks that live in that area. And again, just want to thank them for the quick work.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things on item number 18, cannabis canopies. I want to acknowledge the amount of work that's gone in with the previous board relative to canopy expansion for cannabis. I'm personally not in favor of what's proposed, but out of respect for the fact that the previous board approved this in concept, I'll go ahead and support as part of the consent agenda. And on item number 35, support for SB 48, immigration enforcement in schools. I want to thank Chair Fernandez and Supervisor Cummings for bringing this item forward to the board for consideration. It's really critical that we take every opportunity to live out our values here in Santa Cruz County, and in particular, support our most vulnerable population. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Item number 26, I share the comments that were made by Supervisor Koenig, and also want to thank CEO Palacios and county staff for bringing this forward and bringing forward a recommendation that's actually going to expand the number of seats in this room. It's going to expand the dais, and I think it's going to really help improve our ability to make these meetings more open to the public and transparent. And so just want to express my support for that. Items number 30 through 34, just want to thank Sandy Brown, Sean McGowan, Celia Berry, and James Nakahara for being willing to represent the 3rd District on a number of our commissions. We're getting close to having all of our seats filled, and we know that this is important for making quorum, and so just want to thank them for stepping up for some of our commission seats. And then item number 35, want to start by thanking Senator Gonzalez for introducing this bill that would restrict immigration enforcement and prohibit those immigration enforcement on school sites. And then as I was thinking about this a little bit more, and some of the additions that have been made, just due to the fact that we're seeing ICE, raids throughout the country, and our communities feeling less and less safe. We expanded, Supervisor Hernandez and I expanded on this bill, and are asking that the senator consider going further to expand these protections to medical facilities, places of worship, ceremonies, which are including but not limited to weddings and funerals and public demonstrations, so that people don't feel afraid in their communities, and that they're able to go and get the resources that they need. And I really see this as our declaration of resistance to these awful policies. And so just want to thank Supervisor Hernandez for supporting me in introducing this, and we hope that the bill passes at the state level.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. I'd like to
say that I'm in agreement with item 27 to approve the amendment of design services for the 196 architects for the design of the Children's Crisis Center. I recently was able to not tour in the building, but tour the area where it's going to be. And I think this is something that we've been waiting for a long time. So thank you for moving this forward, to staff who have worked on that. Also in strong support of Senate Bill 48. This is item 35 to protect children and families in school settings. Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez, for writing this resolution and bringing that forward. And finally, item 42, the Nurse Family Partnership. I'd like to ask that public health continue to do outreach with hospitals in our county. I have not actually heard, I'm a social worker at Sutter and have not heard from the Nurse Family Partnership in a very, very long time. And it would be good for public health to reach out to hospital social workers so that we know about the program and about who's eligible for the services. Thank you.
I'd like to echo the comments of Supervisor Koenig and Cummings on items 26 and 35. You know, I think in addition to that is providing online, allowing South County to go online. It's going to be critical for future meetings as well. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Cummings on item 35 for the additional language to include hospitals, churches, and ceremonies. And it's going to be critical to, you know, protect our residents and our workers here in our county. So that's it for me. I'll look to the board for I'll
move consent with the exception of items 15 and was it 17?
Yes.
17 that were pulled.
Second.
We got a motion and a second from Supervisor Cummings and second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take a roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa? Cummings?
Aye.
Martinez? Aye. Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Items that were pulled from the agenda, the borings, the item 17, wells and borings, which is now item 6.1.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'd like to invite staff, Sierra Ryan, to come up to the podium to talk more about this. And I believe we also have a slide here with the proposed change to this language. So the board did review this back in December. And so technically this is on our agenda as a second read. I have one concern with the way the language was appearing with us before us today, and that's really the way it would treat small water systems in our county. So small water systems, we've actually 103 of them. It's a situation where multiple households depend on one well. And so this ordinance was being rewritten in the way it was rewritten would basically prevent. So, well, let me back up a sec. There are cases where those small water systems fail because their communal well has gone dry, or there's also new stringent requirements from the state, both as far as reporting and management of those small water systems. And sometimes those requirements can be so costly that people actually decide to disband their small water system and pursue individual wells. That has happened multiple times in our county. So this ordinance, which really dictates how people are allowed to drill new wells, the way it was currently written would have prevented people who were formerly part of a small water system from drilling a well on their property that was within 100 feet of a septic system. Now, obviously, that's not an ideal situation, but because of the geology in the Santa Cruz Mountains, which can be quite steep, because of the 50-foot setback from property lines, we can really start to see some, even like sometimes on a 3-acre property, there might be no other place to drill a well other than within 100 feet from a septic system. And staff had actually provided a great language saying that if that happens, there would also be a 100-foot sanitary seal installed to ensure that there is no cross-contamination. So the language proposed here, which I did have a chance to work through with staff.
Next slide.
I think maybe the next slide, language, yeah. Would actually just, so remove the requirement that in order to drill a new well, within 100 feet of a septic system, you would have to basically have an existing well that is less than 100 feet from the septic system. And also just striking this part that says if no alternative water source is available, because arguably a communal water system that is in the process of disbanding, or maybe sometimes individual members would be removed from service. Technically, that might still be considered an alternative water source that is available. So we struck that part and basically just kind of made a little bit more broad description of the exception here, which says lesser distances than that listed above may be acceptable where physical conditions preclude compliance with the specified minimum separation distances, and if a sanitary seal at least 100 feet deep is installed and any existing well is destroyed under permit. Lesser separation distances must be approved by the department on a case-by-case basis. This language actually closely mirrors the state's language, its bulletin on wells, and so we thought it was a good use to include that here as well. Sarah, if there's anything I missed,
you took most of my talking points. All right, well, good morning, Chair, members of the board. I am Sierra Ryan. I'm the Water Resources Program Manager, and I want to thank Supervisor Koenig for working so closely with staff on making sure that the language really does reflect what staff's intentions are in these circumstances, which we have not seen much in the past, but we could potentially see more with climate change, and not just reflecting small water systems, but we also have a number of developed properties that rely on surface water for their homes use, or spring boxes, which also may be compromised in the future. So yeah, the proposed language is here. While I have the opportunity, I also want to clarify that one of the other reasons the item was pulled in December was Supervisor Hernandez's concern that I hadn't yet been able to present this fully to the Farm Bureau. I do want to follow up and say that I did present on January 9th to their Policy and Resource Committee, and I'll actually be presenting again on Thursday to their full board during their retreat. No concerns were raised by them at the time. So yeah, I echo Supervisor Koenig's comments. I think that this clarifies a little bit more what staff's intentions were. We do still maintain the ability to issue minor variances, but it's better to be clear about the circumstances in which we would certainly want to allow someone with an already existing developed parcel to be able to access water for their home. I'm here to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. I'll start to my right with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Sierra and I had a nice long conversation about this item, and I have no concerns, so I'll be supporting today. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings. Supervisor Martinez. Any closing remarks? So thank you for addressing also the issue that I had brought up in December. You know, and I think I echo the suggestions that Supervisor Koenig and you provided, because for me it was, you know, a lot of those 102 areas where the wells are, there's also housing in them, and a lot of it is farm worker housing. So I would hate to see a situation where we displace farm workers. So with that, I will bring it to public comment if anybody would like to address this issue.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrunner, rural resident of Aptos. Thank you for pulling this item. I had wanted to speak to it and did submit written comment to your website. I have a problem with it and continue to have a problem with it because of the new ordinance identifies certain areas of concern in the county. A couple of them are up on the summit, but one is in the mid-county area that accommodates the injection wells of the Pure Water SoCal project by Soquel Creek Water District. It is a condition of the permit from the state that this become a protected area, in essence, to protect people from what is going to be injected by the treated sewage water into the aquifer. That's what the project's all about, and the injection well is there at Twin Lakes Church. Down gradient of that is the Pine Tree Lane Mutual and Bluff Water Mutual and several private domestic wells. Those people I don't think, were at the table when this happened. What this does is it prohibits those private well owners from getting any permits to drill a new well, a supplemental well, or to rehabilitate existing wells. So what does this leave for them? That means they are forced into consolidating with Soquel Creek Water District. Who's going to pay for that? Because we all know those consolidations will require complete infrastructure upgrades for those private well owners. This needs to be discussed publicly in a town hall meeting with those owners and have them at the table. I don't know if they have been. Soquel Creek Water District is not forthcoming with information. So please, I ask that you postpone approval of this until those people are at the table. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, my name is James Ewing Whitman. I thank Becky Steinbrenner for speaking up. You know, all this stuff is related. The water treatment plant, where it's my understanding up to 5 million gallons of treated sewage can be pumped into the mid-county water table. Some of the EPA, the extermination proliferation assassins, like on PFAs, are off by a factor of 10,000. The citizens are really being fooled that you guys really care about them because you guys are a corporation. It only cares about their stakeholders. You guys are concerned about 90-day returns, whereas 7 generations, that's a distance of 560 times further. So I question a lot of things going on with this bureaucracy in the past 5.5 years. There's been at least 160,000 pages of information rubber stamped. You know, I'd like to see some changes with this stuff. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but with all the devastation that's going on, our water is really poisoned. That's enough for now. Thank you.
Any public from online?
Yes, Chair. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. Yeah, that's interesting, these comments. Having people at the table, you bet. We've already had the situation where people clearly were not at the table with Vistra Energy. And I really don't appreciate the money and power comment that one of the supervisors mentioned down there. You know, what is a life? Serious, money and power? And we're all talking about our food and our air and our water. And that's a giant concern. That's much larger than vaccines. So the thing is I'm not so sure. You know, I don't like the concept of pumping sewage into our aquifers. I'm wondering about that. And, you know, I'm all about human health and engineering. Like it or not, you know, I look at how I take care of my own health, and I don't expect people to be as fanatical as I am. But, you know, I'm one of those 30 pull-ups guys on the pull-up bar at almost age 60. And when I go into a Gold's Gym, people surround me and they're a little shocked as my son is kind of goading me and he's trying to like test me. And I'm like, man, get off of me. I'm an old man, leave me alone. But then I joke with him when I go on the pull-up bar and I go 1, 1, 1, 1. I play that little game with him, and then people, you know, their eyes get a little big. I say 30 pull-ups is good if you like to surf. So all of this, we got to think. We shouldn't have any situations here where we don't bring people to the table. And, you know, you look at Monterey, I see that as discrimination against a low-income farming community. And big money and power comes in and wrecks our land, air, and water. That is outrageous. So in this context, you know, to the benefit of all of you, the Board of Supervisors, I certainly would wait on this and bring everybody to the table and rethink. Thank you very much. You have a fine day.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I'd like to bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Just want to clarify with County Council. So given that we had already approved in concept the second recommended action for ordinance amending chapter 7.73, we could go ahead and approve that today, and then approved in concept the ordinance amending chapter 7.70 with the additional amendment, right? All right, so that's correct. So that's what I'll move, is that We approve recommended action 2 from item 17, adopting ordinance amending chapter 7.73, and approve in concept ordinance amending chapter 7.70 with the just shown amendment to 7.70.090.
Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to second, but I'm wondering if we could have Sierra Ryan back to the mic to offer a clarification to the community, because
regarding the exclusion zones for Pure Water SoCal?
Yeah.
Yes. So as Ms. Steinbrenner stated, as a condition of the Pure Water SoCal project, they're required to have a 2-month environmental buffer time between when water is injected and when it's pulled out. That's a requirement of indirect potable reuse, which is what that project is. Several years ago, they were working on their permit. They have exclusion zones around their injection wells to ensure that no water is pulled out within that 2-month travel time. Those are 3-dimensional exclusion zones, and they are very, very deep into the aquifer. What we have on our 2-dimensional maps makes it look like there are wells in that exclusion zone if you're only looking 2-dimensionally. However, there are not any wells in that exclusion zone, nor are there anticipated to ever be any wells within those exclusion zones, because they are 3-dimensional and they are far below where the water systems and domestic wells are pulling their water from. I should also say that those exclusion zones are expected to shrink dramatically after the project has been in place, because they will be doing tracking on the water to figure out the exact extent of that travel time. Currently, it is modeled and it is very, very conservative. So there are not anticipated to be any impacted parties, and the water district did significant outreach and I did confirm with them that they did do significant outreach to any impacted parties at the time that this was being developed, which was, again, several years ago. For us to issue, if we were to issue well permits in that would, in the exclusion zones, which again, we don't anticipate that ever being an issue, but it would jeopardize their entire project and the water supply for the Mid-County area. So we agreed to include this both as the permitting agency and as supporting the project, and also because we are a member agency of the Mid-County Groundwater Agency, for which this project is fundamental to reach groundwater sustainability. So any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. If we can take a roll call.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to the next agenda. Oh no, 6.2. 6.2, item 15, approval of minutes. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I pulled this item and to provide some of my colleagues with backstory. This is related to the minute language around item number 13. I caught this pretty last minute, so I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to reach out to staff about it. But to provide some backstory, at the December 10th meeting, we had a discussion about suspending the 4-leaf contract. And as part of that, Supervisor McPherson and I proposed some language to Supervisor McPherson to include in his motion that was not clearly reflected in the minutes. What the minutes currently read is direct staff to implement a 1-year temporary housing extension for victims of CZU fires, to return during the 2025-26 budget hearing to discuss $150,000 of funding for the long-term recovery group, to work with the long-term recovery group to address concerns and complaints regarding rebuilds, and to provide quarterly updates. While the intention or the expectations we will be discussing some of this funding for the long-term recovery group, the explicit direction was directing in addition to directing staff to implement a 1-year temporary housing extension for victims of the CZU fires. the explicit direction was to direct the CAO to include $150,000 for the long-term recovery group in the 2025-26 proposed budget without reducing OR3 funding for discussion as part of the budget hearings, and then to work with the long-term recovery group to address concerns and complaints regarding rebuilds and to provide quarterly updates. And the intention there is that when we were suspending the 4-leaf contract, there was still an interest in us trying to support the long-term recovery group in the coming year to help fire victims. And what we were hoping is that, you know, we know that there was about $200,000 left over from the 4-leaf contract. So if that money isn't spent, maybe that can be the $150,000. We now have Measure K. There's Measure Q that just passed with the voters. Those may be opportunities to be included. And so we really want to make sure that we're continuing to support the long-term recovery group, not only as they continue to help fire victims, but as they continue to help us as we're impacted by disasters. And so I'd like to propose that when the times come as an amendment to the minutes.
Is there anyone on staff that want to speak on this, or we'll just take it out to the public now? Seeing no one is here, we'll bring it to the public.
Yeah, hello, my name is James Ewing Whitman. I think I was here 5 or 6 times when dozens of community members seemed to have some very valid complaints about 4-leaf, which was an added bureaucracy to an already massive bureaucracy. This specifically had to do with the CZU directed energy weapons fires that started in August of 2020. So I'm kind of unclear. It sounds like 4-leaf has been released. They're no longer screwing people over like the dozens of community members came in here to personally describe. So cheers. Maybe this county did do something positive. I'd like to see more. Thank you.
Anyone online?
See no speakers online, Chair.
Bring it back to the board for any comments, questions, or entertain a motion.
So I'll move item number 15, approval of minutes with an amendment to the December 10th minutes for that additional language under item number 13 to read, direct staff to implement in addition to the other portions of the direction that was provided, direct staff to implement a 1-year temporary housing extension for victims of the CZU fires, direct the CAO to include $150,000 for the long-term recovery group in the 2025-26 proposed budget without reducing OR3 funding for discussion as part of the budget hearings, to work with the long-term recovery group to address concerns and complaints regarding rebuilds and to provide quarterly updates.
Second.
Thank you. We got a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig. And thank you for the correction or for this item. If we could take roll call.
Yes, Chair. And we'll work to get those minutes amended. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Can I actually make a comment and then vote?
Yes.
Or should we vote first? Okay. Well, I don't disagree likely that the CZU supporting people who are victims of the fire is a very important, worthwhile thing to do. There's multiple important and worthwhile things to do in our county and many special populations that could also use $150,000. So I just would caution the board. We have a very, very tight budget and likely getting tighter because of a pause or maybe a pullback on federal grants that goes into effect tonight at 5 p.m. I would just caution us that we need to be very careful with our budget moving forward. And while I would like to make a motion to provide Meals on Wheels with $150,000, I'm cannot do that, and I won't do that because we have a budget and we need to make sure that we can afford everything that we need to do to support our county and our communities. So I will be supporting this today, but just with a caution to fellow board members. Thank you. And I will vote aye.
Supervisor Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to what everybody's waiting for. Item number 7, consider oral report on response and recovery activities from Moss Landing Vistra Power Plant. We have the Office of OR3 here. Before we begin, I wanted to just kind of go over a statement, an update, I guess, as well, too. You know, today we want to take some time to discuss an event that many of us have followed. In the last couple of weeks, the Vista Energy plant battery fire in Moss Landing near the power plant. When Moss Landing fire erupted on January 16th, smoke and plumes and even flames were visible from many parts of our county, especially South County. This naturally raised concerns and even alarm among many residents about the many issues, including air quality, crop safety, environmental impacts, and more. So today we asked for a presentation of the event to hear directly from those involved so that our residents would have access to information they need to better understand what happened and any potential impacts in our county. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but this event has left a lot of questions in the minds of many, and I think a lot of questions for our board as well as they make future decisions. I also want to point out that this is about the Moss Landing incident and not about any future proposals in our county. In Santa Cruz County, we have one pending application that recently was submitted for a battery storage facility on Minto Road, which is the only proposed facility in our county at this point. We have created a website for people to learn more about this process, which is available to you at tinyurl.com/battery, capital SCC. So like I said before, an item has just barely come to us. No decision has made on this proposal or any other proposal. There are many bridges to cross before any final decisions are made, including rezoning, environmental review, permitting, and much more. The public will have many opportunities to be heard, and we're looking at a timeline of 18 to 24 months before anything is decided on that site. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole Coburn, our Assistant CEO, and David Reed, Director of OR3.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. I am Nicole Coburn, Assistant CAO. We oftentimes bring to your board items of significance to you, and today's presentation on the Moss Landing Vista Energy Power Plant fires is being brought to you so that you can hear information specifically from Monterey County, because this is their emergency event, as well as Vista Energy. So with me this morning is David Reed, our OR3 director, and he is going to be presenting members from Monterey County from their Department of Emergency Management, as well as Vista Energy. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave.
Thank you. So we're going to start our presentation with the Director of Emergency Management from Monterey County, Kelsey Scanlon. So she's on virtually, and we're going to hear the presentation she provided to her board last week. Kelsey, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me today. I apologize, I'm under the weather, but appreciate the opportunity to share with you what was presented to our board on January 21st, 2025. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the exceptional leadership demonstrated by your Director Reed. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work with him the last several years, and the support that the County of Santa Cruz has provided has been invaluable to the Department of Emergency Management for Monterey County. So before I begin, I did just really want to lift him up. So with that, if you could please share the presentation. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, yeah, slide number 3 would be good. Perfect. All right. Thank you. So the battery fire at 300 megawatt phase 1 energy storage facility at the Moss Landing Power Plant site began on Thursday, January 16th, 2025. This site is an alternative energy storage facility operated by Vistra Energy Corporation. It should be noted that Pacific Gas and Electric does also have a lithium-ion battery facility on premise that was not impacted or part of this incident. The facility contains lithium-ion batteries and is one of the world's largest battery energy storage system sites. Next slide. This slide was a part of a board report that was presented to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors in, I believe, December 2022, and really highlights the general threats and hazards related to lithium-ion battery facilities, such as this one. Generally speaking, lithium-ion battery facilities are a really critical element of our sustainable energy infrastructure. It increases the grid capacity to provide electricity during really any type of hazard or event, but just generally for sustainability purposes. With any new technology, though, there are potential unknown threats. And with lithium-ion batteries specifically, we are concerned about overheating of the batteries, which can lead to thermal runaway, which could ultimately result in cell ignition or cell breach and general combustion. We are generally concerned about hazardous materials releases, which can present in the form of toxic plumes, toxic runoff, toxic gas, toxic smoke. And so for the past several years, the Department of Emergency Management and the Monterey County Environmental Health Bureau have been working with Vistra to address a lot of these concerns that we have. And you'll see throughout the presentation that these threats and hazards were many of the driving forces for the protective actions that were taken throughout the incident by public safety officials in Monterey County. Next slide. So the incident began on 3 p.m. on Thursday, January 16th, 2025. Approximately 6 minutes later, first on scene arrived at the Moss Landing Power Plant, at which point about 20 minutes later, the incident commander requested support from the Department of Emergency Management duty officer. At approximately 4 p.m., initial air monitoring was conducted, and at 4:59 p.m., a hazard advisory alert was issued to the public, notifying them of a fire at the plant and to avoid the area. At 5:39 p.m., flames were reported on the roof. And at that juncture, the greatest concern was the structural collapse of Moss 300, which did in fact occur at around 5:52 p.m. At 6 p.m., road closures were requested by Incident Command to limit public access to the area. And at 6:10 p.m., the county began engaging with the media to provide up-to-date information. The Emergency Operations Center for Monterey County was activated to a level 2 at approximately 6:15 p.m. And at 6:22 p.m., the Department of Emergency Management through the Emergency Operations Center requested a state mission task for the U.S. EPA to provide air monitoring support. At 6:32 p.m., an evacuation order was issued by the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And at approximately 7 p.m., a temporary evacuation point was established at the Castroville Rec Center. This later transitioned to a shelter for people evacuated due to this incident as it began to unfold further. And at 8:30 p.m., a notice of school closures was issued. And then at approximately 11 p.m., Monterey County issued a health advisory to the surrounding area. Next slide. The US EPA arrived around 2 a.m. upon our request from the state to support. The Board of Supervisors later that morning, went into an emergency session, at which point we then had our initial press conference with the media providing an incident update. Shortly throughout that day, there was an increase in activity at the site in which the remaining batteries began combusting, and there was additional conflagration within the structure. And then at approximately 3 p.m., the initial hydrogen fluoride gas monitor readings were received, and it indicated that HF levels were below the threshold that is considered potentially harmful on the premise. It's important to note that HF was not detected outside of the facility. This was one of the key indicators that our county needed to lift the evacuation orders, and upon receiving these readings, Incident Command confirmed that it would be prudent to lift the evacuation orders, which was then conducted at 6 p.m. At 10 p.m., the shelter closed, considering all residents were allowed to return home. Next slide. So the US EPA and CTEH, which is an independent company hired by Vistra Corporation, conducted air monitoring throughout the area. CTEH had 100 mobile air monitoring locations in and around the site. The US EPA had 9 stationary monitoring units, and both of these tested for 7 air constituents. Throughout that day and ongoing, hazardous compounds were not detected, and all particulate matter readings were low and within expected air quality index bands deemed safe for the general public. I believe Richard from MBARD will also corroborate these findings. Next slide. On day 3, additional CTEH air monitoring report information was provided to the county at 3:37 p.m. This information was immediately released to the public at 4 p.m. And an incident update was issued to the public. Next slide. On day 4, the EOC downgraded to a level 3. Throughout this entire incident, our PIOs continued to engage with the media and conduct press conferences and release press briefings. At 3:40 p.m., in anticipation of the US EPA demobilizing, the county requested a state mission task for a health assessment team. One of our biggest struggles was that the US EPA data was so significant in quantity and quality, and they had little ability to interpret that into a meaningful report for the community. And so the health assessment team has been assisting us in evaluating the data and providing it in a usable format for the public. And once this information is available, we will post it on our website. At 5 p.m. on day 4, the Highway 1 closure was lifted, and the incident command post moved on premise to the Moss Landing power plant parking lot. Next slide. On day 5, a joint information center was established, and I'd like to take a moment to thank the County of Santa Cruz for assisting us in supporting staffing at the Joint Information Center. Schools were notified of return to classes. The structural engineer that is hired by Vistra arrived on site and conducted an initial assessment of the stability of the Moss 300 structure. The US EPA demobilized and the state health assessment team mobilized. Next slide. Throughout the entire response, the Monterey County Emergency Operations Center issued 7 emergency alerts, provided 1 temporary evacuation point and shelter, for approximately 37 people sheltered, out of a total 1,200 persons evacuated for a 24-hour period. Next slide. The Public Information Officer and Joint Information Center conducted 3 press conferences, 7 media advisories, 200 media contacts. 5 public information officers, 31 interviews, and 57 social media posts. Next slide. We have several resources available to the community. The county is hosting an incident webpage on readymontereycounty.org. Additionally, Vistra also has an incident webpage on their website that is full of really useful information regarding monitoring results. Additionally, you can see air quality and forecasting with the Monterey Bay Air Resources District website, and additional air quality FAQs on the Monterey County Health Department website. And of course, you can see all of our press conferences on the Monterey County YouTube channel. Next slide. I wanted to take a moment to again thank the County of Santa Cruz for your partnership and support. In addition, there is a extremely long list of agencies that partnered with Monterey County to support this response. But at the very forefront from the beginning was North County Fire Protection District, as well as the Salinas Fire Department hazmat team and the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. They did a tremendous job in protecting life and safety. And for that, we are extremely grateful. Next slide. I believe that's all of them, actually. So with that, thank you so much for having me, and I will turn it back to Director Reed.
Thank you, Director. So as Director Scanlon mentioned, this is still an active incident. We're actively in the recovery phase of the incident. So what we're focusing on today is really giving you a briefing on the activities that happened in the first response phase of this incident. So I'm going to give you a brief update on what OR3 in the county did. And then you will hear from Senior Director of Community Affairs, Brad Watson from Vistra. And we do have the Executive Director from the Monterey Bay Air Resources Control District, Richard Stedman, here in chambers as well. So what I'd like to highlight, as Kelsey mentioned, is when you do have incidents across boundaries impacting community, coordination between counties and the emergency management organizations is critical. So we were engaged early on Thursday evening with Monterey County. We coordinated with them through a common EOC briefing call that evening. Then we coordinated with our environmental health and public health officials to send out a message at about 8:49 p.m. on Thursday evening to notify folks that based on the modeling that we were seeing from the National Weather Service, the plume direction was anticipated to extend into Santa Cruz County. So we felt from a prudent and public safety standpoint in that initial response phase that alerting folks, not knowing the full health risks of that smoke, that we advised folks to stay indoors to the greatest extent possible, close windows, and avoid being outside for extended periods of time. What we monitored throughout the rest of that evening and into the morning hours was the National Weather Service modeling of the plume. That plume modeling showed the orientation of where the smoke was going to go. We started to see that shifting more easterly instead of northerly. So the direct impacts from the smoke were lessening to the point where we felt confident on Friday morning at about 7:20 a.m. to issue an alert that, you're safe to go about your daily business. If you have underlying health risks, to take necessary precautions that you see fit. But we wanted to push out that message that we felt like the direction of the plume that morning was safe to have people go about their daily activities. Had any of the wind changes occurred, we would have taken necessary action. But at that point, we shifted from using our alert and warning tool for communication to using more standard communication channels. That's multifaceted in the reasoning for that. Mainly, we want to be sensitive to not over messaging community. As we heard in LA, confidence and trust in county government is often reflected in how much we communicate to them through their cell phones. So we wanted to do that in the immediate evening and in the morning, and then we shifted. So I know that that's been a conversation in community around how much we use that tool. We use that tool sparingly and appropriately based on the urgency of the information. Then as Kelsey said, we had county staff present in their EOC on Friday. That is a best practice in terms of coordination across counties. So we had our county liaison, a member of OR3 staff in person on Friday. And then again on Monday, the holiday, we had our public information officer there at their JIC their Joint Information Center, to receive information so that we were getting the latest and most up-to-date information. And that has been consistent throughout. So as we've shifted now into the recovery phase, we are still deeply connected with the Department of Emergency Management in Monterey, receiving their information as quickly as they receive it so that we can make informed decisions on what we may need to do in the recovery phase in Santa Cruz County. With that, I want to introduce Brad Watson from the Senior Director of Community Affairs from Vistra to speak on the incident from the operator's perspective.
Thank you, David, and good morning, Chairman Hernandez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Brad Watson. I'm the Senior Director of Community Affairs at Vistra. First of all, thank you for inviting us today to discuss the recent incident at our Moss Landing 300 energy storage facility. Before I walk you through the incident and our response on behalf of Vistra, I want to underscore that we are committed to do everything we can to ensure the safety of our neighbors and do right by our community. We're still in the early phases of the aftermath, and that includes the investigation, but I do want to share with you what we know so far. On Thursday afternoon of January 16th, we detected a fire at our Moss Landing 300 energy storage facility at the Moss Landing power plant site. Vistra personnel immediately responded and called for assistance from the North County Fire Protection District of Monterey County. Fire personnel worked around the clock to monitor and contain the fire, and the site is currently stable with no active flame and no smoldering. All personnel were safely evacuated, and no injuries had been reported from either the initial incident or the response efforts. We're immensely grateful for our long-standing partnership with Chief Joel Mendoza and the North County Fire Department. We know that the years of training with their dedicated crews is what allowed for this outcome. Throughout the operational response, we've also done our best to keep the community informed. We've participated in news briefings, and we quickly stood up a response website where we post regular updates about our response efforts for the public. You can visit that site at mosslandingresponse.com, and we add new information and updates regularly. Throughout this response, we've also worked to ensure public safety via comprehensive air monitoring. Vistra began initial air monitoring at the site at approximately 4 p.m. Pacific time on January 16th, shortly after the fire was first detected. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, also known as the EPA, arrived on site at approximately 2 a.m. Pacific time on January 17th and began their own air testing. A leading independent environmental firm, CTEH, arrived at 5 a.m. on January 17th and has been conducting extensive air quality monitoring in and around the Moss Landing community daily as part of ongoing response efforts. CTEH mobile air monitoring personnel have sampled over 100 locations, testing for 7 air constituents specific to this type of fire. This work was complemented by 9 stationary monitoring units established by the EPA. Importantly, air monitoring to date has not detected anything hazardous, and all particulate matter readings were low and within the air quality index bands that are deemed safe for the public. This includes hydrogen fluoride emissions, which the EPA tests indicate are not a concern for the neighboring community. As noted in modeling performed by the EPA, any hydrogen fluoride that would have been discharged was consumed by the fire. In addition to sharing the CTEH monitoring results with the EPA and local governments, we've also been posting the results, all of them, on our response website, mosslandingresponse.com. We are aware of the news accounts from yesterday regarding testing done by San Jose State University, but have not received details about their findings. We expect that the health agencies will evaluate those test results, and we will work with them to determine any next steps following their review. Separately, Vistra is continuing to conduct and analyze results of surface sampling that is being done and conducted in consultation with EPA and the Monterey County Health Department. We will continue to cooperate with local health agencies to continue our testing protocols, and will share additional information with the public as it becomes available. Vistra is committed to supporting and cooperating with all relevant agencies that are testing to ensure the safety of the public, because their health is our top priority. We continue to work with independent third-party experts and public agencies, including CTEH and the EPA, to actively monitor air quality, and the Marina Coast Water District has communicated with residents that the water supply remains safe. Now, a little background. At our Moss Landing site, there are 3 energy storage facilities. Moss Landing 300, that means 300 megawatts of output, which is the project where the fire occurred. Also, Moss Landing 100, which is now shut down and offline from the California grid. Both Moss Landing 300 and 100 are in single buildings. The third battery energy storage system there, or BESS, is Moss Landing 350, which is in containers and also shut down. Finally, there is also a 1,020 megawatt combined cycle natural gas plant there, which is offline at this time. Vistra's priorities have been and will continue to be ensuring the safety of all individuals involved and the surrounding community. Our next step in this process will be to safely remove the remaining batteries from the building when conditions permit. We have retained a structural engineering firm to advise us with this work, and planning is currently underway. Crews will continue monitoring the site in coordination with local fire officials, and we will continue to provide updates to the community and local response partners as we progress. At this time, the cause of the fire has not yet been determined. We have begun our investigation and retained multiple outside experts to assist, and we are prepared to cooperate with all local and state investigations as well. Representatives of LG Chem, the manufacturer of the batteries used at Moss Landing 300, are also on location, and we are sharing information among our organizations. Regarding the future of facilities at the Moss Landing site, whether it be Moss Landing 300, 100, or 350, we haven't made any decisions yet. We're going to work through this investigation and consult with our teams in the area before any restart is considered. Like many of our neighbors and friends, Moss Landing is our home. We have employees who live in the area and have been involved in the communities for many years. We're committed to working closely with our community partners and local officials to determine how we can best help the community members who were temporarily impacted by the incident. We have chosen to partner with the Community Foundation of Monterey County and its partners to administer an assistance program that will support households who were temporarily evacuated due to the fire. The initial assistance program is limited to households within the evacuation area, as identified by the Monterey County Department of Emergency Management. The Community Foundation, along with its partners at United Way Monterey County and the Castro Plaza Family Resource Center, will provide gift cards funded by Vistra to households within the evacuation area. More information will be provided in the coming days, and we're grateful for the Foundation's partnership. Now, a separate application-based program is being established for businesses that have been impacted, and we will soon provide details on our website with further information about qualifications and how to apply. We're going to continue to post the latest updates on our response website, mosslandingresponse.com, so I please encourage you to check that regularly for the latest information. Now, before I close out, I want to thank all the teams, agencies, and individuals who have been part of the response to this event to keep the community safe. We are deeply grateful as a company to the North County Fire Department, Monterey County Environmental Health and Emergency Management, the EPA and CTEH, and of course our Vistra teams and all others involved who have helped with the response to this event. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Right now, I'd like to invite up the Director of the Monterey Bay Air Resources Control District, Richard Stedman, to make a few comments.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Richard Stedman. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer with the Monterey Bay Air Resources District. We are your air agency. We have 3 counties, Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito. We are in charge in air quality management doing planning, monitoring of the air quality, permitting and enforcement, and public education. We are not we did not permit this battery facility. And there's a main reason for that. There are 0 emissions associated with it when it's routinely operating. In fact, we have a success story in California and it needs to be discussed. We have gotten away from power generation using combustion of fossil fuel to solar power. And we now have a glut of solar power during the day. We need a place to store that. And that's where these battery storage facilities come into play. So when operating, there are 0 emissions emissions, so no reason for us to be involved. We are not a first response agency as well, so we were not first on the scene, and our employees do not go into potentially hazardous situations. However, it just so happens that we have an incredible resource. We have one of the most robust and sophisticated air monitoring networks in the country that's been deployed primarily to look at wildfire emissions, and that's smoke and soot and particulate from those activities. Our monitors are extremely sensitive. We picked up monitors from states away. We recently picked up the wildfire in Ventura County when we had a shift in meteorology that brought the winds this way. So we know they work. We know they're very, very reliable. They go through a sophisticated quality assurance and quality control policies and procedures. So we're really confident in the data. So when we had this fire occur, we offered our services at looking at this existing network to ascertain whether or not there were actual impacts from the fire at these locations. Now, mind you, this was not set up specifically to look at emissions from the facility, although we believe that we can do better with establishing a monitoring network around the facility. However, we feel fairly confident that these 30 plus monitors that we've established are in and around the facility and around the area at namely public schools do a pretty good job of representing what the air quality is. And as a result, we were looking at basically good to just going into the moderate, which is typical for this time of year, especially during the cold winter months when people start burning wood in their stoves. In fact, this was not even a problem for us, which it is, especially in San Lorenzo Valley during the year, but it was a huge issue throughout the state. So if you looked from Sacramento down to Santa Barbara, especially through the San Joaquin Valley, there were really high levels of particulate matter, and that's smoke and different emissions from the wood stoves. We would expect that particulates would contain metals and other toxics. And it should also be explained that, you know, to put this in context, the fact that we're not permitting a source that has zero emissions, you know, exclusive of an incident or emergency, there is a power plant there that does have emissions. And I hear this bandied about we need to be carbon neutral and we have goals and that sort of thing. The folks should also realize, the public should realize that there are emissions, other emissions besides CO2 associated with the operation of combustion plants that are using fossil fuels. And these are toxics. These are criteria pollutants that form smog. Now, this plant has put a lot of controls on its, has a number of devices to control emissions from combustion. But having said that, it's not the cleanest way to go, and it has regional impacts. But we've permitted that plan so that it does not have localized impacts. However, you know, we sort of have short-term memories too, because about 20 years ago, we had a major incident in Moss Landing when it was owned by Duke Energy. And this whole area was enveloped, I mean, a lot more than we've seen with this particular fire, in a toxic cloud for a number of days because of a tank fire that was liberating a lot of smoke and toxics. And so I think I say that to say that there's no guarantee that any technology is going to be 100% safe, and there are risks associated with that. And combustion, fossil fuel burning is not the answer. We know that. That's why we're looking for new technologies. I think, too, this technology we're looking at is in the process of evolving, and the heavy metals are problematic, they're persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. So taking those out of the equation, I think new batteries are already incorporating the reduction or limitation of those types of materials. So I think to say that we've been looking at the air quality in response to this fire. We don't have a monitor in everybody's home. So we feel fairly confident for the areas where we were monitoring that we were not seeing anything out of the ordinary. And then I should also say, with respect to HF or hydrofluoric gas, that's a highly reactive, buoyant gas. It means it goes up, it's lighter than air. We don't expect it to hug the ground, for instance. And reactive means it wants to combine, especially under high heat conditions, with the fire. And I think it was stated earlier that that would probably most likely be combusted. So we would not expect to see hydrogen fluoride at ground level, especially away from the facility. The other thing I need to mention, and this was evident on the news with reporters standing in front of the fire was actually very hot. And we saw a lot of buoyancy with the gas, and it was going straight up. It was essentially acting as a smokestack, and that's what we permit facilities to install to distribute that. Now, is dilution the solution to pollution? You hear that a lot. It's not good, but dispersion does reduce the amount and concentration of the chemicals, especially as you go with distance away from that source. So we haven't had a really hard look at, number one, what was the mass of the batteries? How much of these metals were contained there? There were some pre-planning exposure and dispersion models that were run for hydrofluoric acid, and we reviewed those. We've also reviewed all of EPA's data, which as stated earlier was sort of mind-boggling. There was a lot of it, and we found that we agree with what they've stated, that there was no escape of HF, and also the concentrations or resultant concentrations of the community of particulate matter were consistent with what we normally see during this year. So that's good news. Like I said, if we wanted a really accurate picture, we would have installed a monitoring network of sensors around the facility, and we'd next time around need more information on the quantity of materials and toxics that are there, because you can do a mass balance and look at the distribution of those materials into the environment and get a pretty good handle on what resultant concentrations may be in the air and, of course, deposited in soil and water. So I'm here to answer any additional questions if you have them. And once again, we continue to monitor the air. Our website is displaying the data. We have the monitoring network for wildfire, and then we also operate 8 regulatory air monitors, which are very expensive, sophisticated pieces of equipment that are there designed to characterize our airshed for health-based national and state ambient air quality standards. So I'm happy to say that for the most part, we're really in good position with respect to the national and state air quality standards. So folks can go real time and have a look at our air quality. And they were doing that. We know that our site was getting a lot of hits during the emergency. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Director Stedman. At this time, county staff is available for questions to the board, but that ends our briefing on the initial response activities from the incident. So we welcome any questions you may have.
Yes, we still have Vistra in Monterey County online, because I'm going to change the order and bring it out to the public so we can hear the public comment about this issue before that. Just wondering if they have.
Yes, I'm still present.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So I'm going to change the order and I'm going to bring it out to the public to speak on this item. I know earlier some folks spoke and it was mostly about Minto Road project. So this is, again, this item is about the Moss Landing power plant, that the fire 300 fire. So if we can keep the comments there.
Chair, is there any way that we could ask questions first? I mean, I think that we've heard significantly from the public. We're going to again, but I think the opportunity to do a little bit of Q&A back and forth between the board and some of the presenters would actually be really helpful to just inform the public dialogue and prevent some repetitive questions.
We had several board members that asked, do we do it this way? And I think it's good to keep it so that we can have the folks online that can help us respond to some of the questions that may arise from the public. That's you. All right.
Hello. Yeah, my name is James Ewing Whitman. It's interesting, the dialogue that started coming out. I'm looking at some posts from the county of Santa Cruz on January 18th, where the man that just spoke before me said that there was basically no problem. It's been 10 days. You know, they're basically saying there's no problem. Now, what I wrote on December 19th would probably upset the many executive staffs and largely the community. So what's really the point of that? Thinking about what Well, there's a lot of individuals that I've spoken to face that are describing a lot of health issues that they are personally having due to this fire, but it seems like it's been a complete typical snow job that's not being discussed. So I'm kind of reminded of something that William Cooper shared in 1996, you know, about how he speaks on the radio. He wants to wake people up. He doesn't care if people hate him for the rest of their lives. But when he speaks to people in public, he speaks a little bit different. You know, as much as I'd like to communicate always like I'm a one-room school teacher in a K through 12, I don't get that opportunity. So there's a lot of malfeasances going on, and they'll say there's a lot of cover-up, and we should have an incredible amount of debate, because that area that's being polluted and poisoned, it produces food that is sent all over the world. And in the per capita of what's produced in the United States, there's 4 different vegetables that are above 30% of what the whole nation produces. So I highly question the EPA. Highly. There are some issues where they're off by a factor of 10,000. Now, I'm not surprised that a Texas corporation, that man that spoke on Zoom, said what he said. I was born in Texas. So I'd like more public debate, more accountability, because we are all breathing this air together and eating the food and the effects. That's enough for now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith McHenry, and I had a meeting here on the day after the Moss Landing fire, and that we were supposed to be sheltering in place, but then I got an email that it was all safe. So I opened the front door of my house and my eyes started burning, and I've had metal taste in my tongue ever since. So it didn't seem that safe. Now, the company that's been hired by Vistra has this incredibly bad track record, because they don't seem to ever find a problem in industrial disasters. So they found no problem in East Palestine, Ohio. So they are regularly never finding any problem. The other thing is that beyond the need for this energy is increasing. And if you happen to watch the first press conference of Donald Trump, where he had SunSoft or SoftBank, Sun was there. You had Altman from OpenAI. You had Ellison from Oracle, and they were talking about how they needed to dramatically increase the electricity to run these giant AI farms that they hope to build within the next 4 years. You're spending $500 billion. So we're not talking about sustainable energy anymore. We are talking about a massive increase in energy use just to create AI, to do warfare abroad and to spy on the people of the United States. Oracle's Ellison said that everyone will be in their best behavior because they will know everything we are doing. Thank you.
Nicholas Whitehead. Part of my background is fighting pesticide abuse around schools in the county, together with the notorious Marilyn Garrett. We had a team of teachers, environmentalists, and political figures. This led to Bill Monning actually becoming our state assemblyman. So I feel strongly about the risk to children and families in particular. I've worked in chemical labs myself, and just hydrogen fluoride alone, that's just one very dangerous, powerful substance, hard to control. Eats up anything, gone. You know, listening to the speakers from the Vistra and even from the Air Resources Board, I just felt I was looking for the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We're living in a time when technology is becoming our civilization. That's extremely perilous. The man from Vistra was very smooth, a smooth operator. I thought I was watching a Hollywood movie about the guy who has to unfortunately represent the villains behind him. You know, I was not reassured whatsoever by the presentation, not even from the Air Resources Board, whom I used to respect. And they've helped me out with agricultural fire burnings and making them safe. They're good guys usually, but I see a decline in their mentality. They should be outraged. They should be demanding that people from the state come down here. This was a big catastrophe. This should be handled at state level. Thank you.
Before you go in, can we get the speakers that are going to speak in the public comment to line up or sit in the front at least so we can move along? Also, just a reminder that if people spoke already on this issue during the public comment, they shouldn't be speaking again. So many of people spoke already on the fires during public comments. Just one of the board's policy. I'm just reminding the chair.
If I may interject without my time starting, this is a different subject. The other one was regarding the facilities which were going to be installed in Santa Cruz County, such as the 90 Minto Road one. This is in regard to the Vistra plant, which is in Monterey County. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I think most of the people spoke on Minto, but they just brought up Moss Landing because that's what reminded them about what the project that's going on.
We were forewarned to speak only to the Vistra point.
And this one's about Moss Landing, so timer.
Exactly. Anyway, I would just like to say something. It really concerns me that there weren't some early warning systems in place monitoring any sort of emissions from combustion at the Vistra plant in Moss Landing. In addition, I believe some of these battery plants have a constant emission from their electrolytes and whatever else. I may be wrong about that sort of stuff. But I do want to remind people that heavy metals are like forever, okay? Normally, they can bioaccumulate in organism systems. You have to remove topsoil in a lot of cases, or, extensive, the water cleansing issues and that type of stuff. Human beings, like Mr. Stedman was talking about, do have to be concerned about combustion byproducts, whether it's from a natural gas plant or from wildfires. But we do have a certain amount of capacity to deal with that sort of stuff. And a lot of those combustion components are not forever like you would have with heavy metals. And I would like to see something in any of these further developments, that there be some sort of a monitoring and early warning system. So as soon as this plant might catch fire or something like that, a warning and better fire suppression systems. I'm really concerned that the system they had didn't work. And also speaking with some of the fire personnel here in the county about not having adequate training or actually adequate supplies to suppress these sorts of fires. One of the fire personnel that I spoke with said they had an aqueous-based fire suppressant, and the additive that's in that suppressant is really problematic. It's a threat to aquatic forms of life, as well as like human beings in terms of cancer, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Seeing there's no more further public comment in the dais, we'll take it out to online.
Yes, sure. We do have speakers online.
Okay.
Call in user 1, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, thank you to the previous speakers. It's really impossible to recover from forever toxic chemicals. And Felipe, you made an opening statement that fortunately no one was hurt. That is an untrue statement. People went to the hospital who already had asthma. I have a friend that happened to. And I'd like to refer people to the website foghornexpress.com with Renette Senham, which has the Glenn Church of the supervisor from Monterey speaking. It shows lithium battery fires. It's appalling this technology should be banned. And let's see, I feel like we have government of, for, and by the corporations like Vistra, PG&E, Boeing, Lockheed Martin. Where is government of, for, and by the people and for the well-being of the community and the environment? When you issue these permits, these are permits to poison. And when you talk about regulation, regulation is a system of permitting and perpetuating corporate harm. Prohibition prevents poisoning. If this location and other facilities had been prohibited, we wouldn't be dealing with the toxicity and the violation of our health rights from these corporations. These facilities need to be stopped. Moss Landing.
Michelle, your microphone's now available.
This comment is going to be for Vistra. Again, Vistra has commented about, handling the situation for the evacuated. I want them to acknowledge all of us that were asked to stay. We're in zones that were behind the evacuation line in a ready position. We had animals, we had things, we had air quality problems. We were in the line of plume smoke. Again, just superseding one area when everybody is dealing with the toxicity of the air that was from that fire, it needs to be addressed as a whole. Also for the gentleman from air quality that continues to talk about the air quality being, measured by regular fires and by wood smoke, shame on you. This is not the same. And again, what goes up must come down. We all know there's toxins in those buildings being on fire. They've been around for a long time. There's toxins in the batteries. Acting like it's not a big deal is just craziness. And we need our air quality people. They also mentioned they lacked the equipment. What happened to the drones? What happened to putting stuff up in the air that can manage that smoke? We were told it burned up. All of those chemicals burn up. It was so hot. Lies, misinformation. You guys need to get on the same page, have the technology to measure this kind of air quality, and quit giving us wrong statistics, things that do not matter to us because it's not the same. Thank you.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. Brad Watson, my name is Tim Delaney. I have a Cold War engineering physics degree from University of Nevada, Reno. It blows the doors off of Elon Musk's, okay? And I want to remind you, the people that you're communicating to, both Democrat and Republicans in the state of California, our levels of education are a whole lot higher than all those red states in the south of our country, okay? You can't pull one over us in regards to carbon versus heavy metals versus radioactive isotopes. We're not stupid. And the thing is your company here, you folks want to wield SMRs, right? The way I look at it, I don't feel that your company has the skill sets for these sorts of jobs. All right. And what I'm interested in where your assets are, what your stock compensation is. I mean, you can't just come into a room of a bunch of Californians here and say that, we have some employees that live in the area. Yeah, right. A bunch of Texans from Texas, energy company. Yeah, sure. Everyone's got their cash word in the South, in the state of Texas. And you folks can run with the cash while our community is horribly poisoned. It's highly uncool. So whatever the case is, for the Board of Supervisors, I'd rethink this a whole lot in regards to who you're dealing with. At least you want to make sure that you hire someone from Oregon, Washington, or the state of California, all the corporate officers and everybody owns homes over here, and they have skin in the game, and they have assets here in California. Okay? So that's where we're going with this. I say a lawsuit is in order for sure. Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate you letting me speak today.
Jessica, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Ayala, and I'd like to speak on this subject and bring the attention to the comment that the representative made and said this is also his home. I took offense to that. This is not his home. He doesn't know us. He doesn't know the name of our neighbors or the horse on that random corner that everybody passes on a daily basis. He does not know us. This is not their home. There are guests in this area, and their behavior is appalling. I want to share what the community has been going through in Moss Landing, Monterey area, and the surrounding areas. When they ordered the evacuation, a lot of people didn't have anywhere to evacuate to. Go where? They have nowhere to go. And they were evacuated. Also, people have been suffering from many different types of symptoms, and there hasn't been any offer of medical care or any type of aid to aid them. And I'd like to also bring up the issue of Monterey County with Moss Landing does not have fines in place for this company. Please think through, and we expect you to protect us. And thank you for all that you do.
Invitation, your microphone's now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Bonnie again. I wanted to comment and say that you should have public testimony following council investigation and questioning to allow the public to respond to the company's answers. This is your job as our representatives to hold these people accountable. So it's sort of devious behavior we've seen before. Questions to MBARD about the Moss Landing fire would be, when will comprehensive monitoring data be released to the public? How did they determine it was wood smoke? Did they have any part in the permitting process of this facility? Have they been consulted by these companies in the past? How do they respond to the estuary results that show levels are very elevated of battery components, including nanoparticles, and how those spread through the air to affect humans, livestock, and the environment? What did MBARD tell the media when they corrected their data reporting that attributed the poor air quality to the battery fire? Did they demand a retraction? Are copies of this communication available to the public? And to Vistra, what do you say about the estuary testing results and the community efforts to seek out independent testing?
Bernard, your microphone's now available.
Hello, once again, Chair and Board. Yeah, my comment here is after listening to the oral presentations and everything that was communicated, it almost convinced me that, oh, this is not that serious, that all this jargon and all these words that were being used, and it's just appalling that there was no sense of like danger, right? This is a very serious incident. It needs to be treated as such, at least in the tone of how it's being spoken about, So I just ask that this board request, right, that this incident be looked upon in that form. I was in District 3 when that fire was happening, and I stepped outside at night, and automatically just came back into the house because it's the odor and the specifically the taste, right? It's like that burning sensation in my tongue. It was just kind of like, whoa, you know, it really, I never experienced something like that. But also thinking about like what is the cleanup effort, you know, where, you know, folks are talking about monitoring the air quality and stuff, you know, but what about the environment around it? You know, there was an article, I haven't read it yet, but there was an article that just came out this morning too, talking about there's a contaminants right in at the Elkhorn Slough, which is just right behind it, right around the area, you know. So what are the cleanup measures that are going to be implemented? When are they going to start? Because it's just not, yeah, it's just, this report was just, yeah, this needs to be treated like an emergency, like a danger to us. Thank you.
Zoom user, your microphone's now available. Zoom user, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, if you're calling in, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. It appears they're unable to connect, Chair. That was our final speaker via Zoom.
Get back to my. So with that, we'll bring it back to our fellow board members for any questions and comments. We'll start to my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by thanking our disaster response team, particularly Director Reed. I think that as far as responding to the immediate disaster, we did a great job. Have more questions maybe for whoever actually permitted this this structure, but as far as our county team, I really appreciate all your work. You know, the main question that's been unanswered in the presentation, and I think that is on everyone's mind, is really about the heavy metals. You know, the concerns about the hydrogen fluoride and hydrofluoric gas. I mean, it seems to me that as far as my understanding, that element did go up so high up in the atmosphere and disperse so much that it's less of a concern. But by very nature of the fact that they are heavy metals, they would probably stick around. And of course, our air pollution control officer from MPARG, Richard Stedman, even described these heavy metals as persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. If you look at what, for example, cobalt, and really we're talking about manganese, nickel, and cobalt being the primary elements that were present in these batteries. Just cobalt in humans can cause heart issues, respiratory irritation, neurological disorders, can lead to reduced fertility, growth impairments, and nervous system disorders. So of course, all that in conjunction with this statement from San Jose State University that they've identified elevated levels of heavy metals in our estuary is extremely concerning. And after all, this is right in the middle of our bay. It's an essential part of the Monterey Bay habitat. It is home to the largest population of southern sea otters, a keystone species. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's a tidal area, so presumably any metals found along the surface here could be washed out to sea with the tidal action. I guess I'll start by just, you know, before we get to the ground, let's talk a little bit more about the air. I mean, I understand that the EPA was present and that an independent contractor was around doing testing on smoke at various locations. However, when I look at the CTEH report, I don't see any testing in particular for heavy metals, which could have been part of the smoke plume. Am I missing something, or I mean, were those heavy metals actually tested for within the smoke?
Mr. Watson, that question's probably best answered by you if you're still on.
Yes, thank you, David and Supervisor Koenig. The initial testing was air monitoring testing for hydrogen fluoride and other constituents, as has been reported widely. As far as toxic metals, as I said, right now, our monitoring has been continuing. It's dynamic. So there is testing underway now in consultation with US EPA and Monterey County Environmental Health for metals testing, and that is the surface testing that I referred to. That's going to be more specific to like the plant site and the immediate area around it.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there was no testing for heavy metals within the smoke.
Within the smoke,
there was quality testing.
Not necessarily. No, there wasn't any, because there were no indications of any exceedances of hydrogen fluoride.
Does hydrogen fluoride have to be present in order for the heavy metals to be as particulate matter distributed through the air?
Well, the hydrogen fluoride is an indication because it is an irritant, potentially. It was, the testing was done for that. With the EPA guidance, there is now surface testing more related to the area, specifically at the site and around the site, which would be more related to like soot.
Okay. Mr. Stedman, did you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Supervisor Koenig. To my knowledge, there was no testing for metals, so you are correct. However, one of the precautionary methods to use in this type of situation is to test for particulate. Particulate matter 2.5, which is respirable, actually would contain these metals along with soot, any kind of aerosols that are formed in the action, and there's a lot of stuff being generated during the fire. Those particulates would behave as smoke. And their dynamics, downstream may differ depending on the molecular weight and so forth. But there is also a gaseous component to that would behave different than the particulate. So if you're testing for particulate and the particulate levels are relatively low, you can assume that contained in that would be the metals. So, that's the best you can do at that time. I'm not aware of any real-time metal detector that can be used except for things in occupational settings for personal exposure.
Great, thank you. So then what I'm hearing is that anywhere where we did see a higher amount of particulate in this readings, that we should probably go back and do some surface testing for heavy metals. My second question is, how soon before we can get some information verifying this report from Dr. Ivano Aiello about the heavy metals along the ground around the estuary, and are we doing any testing in the water itself?
Supervisor Koenig, I can speak to the first part of that. After receiving the press release on the results from Monterey Bay Moss Landing Marine Lab, we reached out to staff there to find out if any information is available. The data specifically has not been released to anyone, but we're continuing to discuss with them other potential briefings we might receive to learn more about their data.
Okay.
County.
Go ahead.
The County of Monterey has also not received those results.
Okay, if they are confirmed, what kind of remedial actions might be undertaken in order to remove as much of these heavy metals from the immediate environment or any place where they've been dispersed as possible?
I think, as with any toxic spill, we're going to have to evaluate both the concentration and the extent to determine what types of techniques may be feasible. So I think what we're trying to do is get more information, since this report just came out yesterday. One of the things about this report that's of value, right, is that they had a 10-year data set to compare to. So as we get this data and we start to understand it, and as we migrate farther away from the site with testing, we can use this hopefully as a baseline of concentration information and what to test for and how to test for stuff as we move farther out from a surface and soil standpoint.
All right, well, definitely hope we can get some more conclusive testing results as quickly as possible. And assuming if they are to confirm these findings from San Jose State University, that we move quickly to remediate the site and remove as many of these heavy metals as possible for all the reasons listed. Second question is, my understanding, first of all, battery energy storage facilities range widely in their type of technology and implementation. My understanding is this is really sort of a Gen 1 plant. And I mean, it was essentially a stack of car batteries in an unventilated, uncompartmentalized legacy building. The question is for Vistra, Mr. Watson. I understand that in 2023, Vistra and PG&E came and held a community meeting in the Moss Landing area wanting to expand the site. There had already been 3 fires around the facility, and that you made assurances to the community that you would take steps to make this battery plant safer. I don't see that that happened. Why not?
Well, Supervisor Koenig, first let me start with some background. There's not been a fire previously at the Vistra Moss Landing Energy Storage Facility. There were some 2 overheating events that were caused by a wire, which were operational problems, which were resolved. After months of investigation, which were released, there were redesigns, refitting of equipment so that the systems could go back online safely, which they had. As far as the building itself, you said it was unventilated. It was not. It was highly ventilated. This kind of equipment desperately needs air to remain cooled, and so it was well ventilated. This project was approved in 2019 unanimously by the Monterey County Planning Commission, and met every standard that was put up for it to meet. California Fire Code, UL 9540, which applies to utility scale battery storage, that's Underwriters Laboratory, UL 9540A, NFPA 855, and other standards and rules that are set out either locally or by the state. So it was meant to be run safe. It had a water suppression system. What we are doing now is getting in there to investigate. Nobody wants to know this more than we do, why what happened occurred. And so we're going to go back in very methodically with a lot of precision and a lot of experts with full transparency, cooperating with all the other government agencies that are going to investigate to find out what happened.
All right. I mean, I've heard from industry experts that if you were to design a system like this today, you would have it compartmentalized, that you would have some kind of aerosol fire suppressant present, that you'd be able to cut power to individual stacks of cells. I mean, I think because this was a Gen 1 plant, it had none of those design features. Why didn't you make any efforts to update the plant after updates to International Fire Code for these kinds of facilities, and understanding that these could be risks?
Well, again, let me give you some background for context. This design was in a single building, yes. It had a water suppression system, and based on really three pillars: prevention, detection, and mitigation. For prevention, it had the best design available in 2019. It had detection in the form of what's called a VESDA, which is a very early smoke detection apparatus, which essentially sniffs the ambient air in a building like this for carbon and gases. And also there were heat sensors as well. As far as mitigation, should there be an overheating of a cell in a module, there was a double interlock system where pressure would have to drop in a water line, and also the VESDA, or the smoke detection system, would have to go off. And then there was a water suppression system that allowed for, in a battery that might be overheating, for water to be injected into that very module through essentially a sprinkler, ceiling sprinkler type nozzle, if you will. So there was a suppression system, there was detection, there was cooling in the design for this that was made in full cooperation and guidance by Monterey County and the various departments that we consulted frequently.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues to ask some questions. I'll just state briefly that I do think that at some point in the near future, we should develop a local ordinance to regulate these types of facilities. The reason being that otherwise there is a state streamlining law, AB 205, which allows these kinds of large scale battery plants to be built with, and having a local ordinance will actually strengthen our position and ensure that the California Energy Commission is consulting with us when anytime these sorts of facilities are discussed in our county. That said, I do think we should suspend any consideration of those kinds of county code or amendments to the general plan until such time as we have a complete report on the causes and impacts of the Moss Landing Vistra fire. And I also think that we absolutely need more testing, and I'm hoping our ag commissioner might be willing to step up and help with some of that, particularly as it relates to water quality and our crops in Santa Cruz County. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. First off, thank you, Supervisor Koenig, for the extensive questions. And also thank you to staff and to our guests for the presentation so that we can better understand really what happened with the Moss Landing fire and what actions were taken in response. Rightfully so, there's a great deal of questions and concerns from residents and businesses, especially in the immediate vicinity of the fire. And it also raises questions about how we should address any future battery storage proposals, not just in our community, but also across California. Right now, I'm really focusing my efforts into really two areas. One is the immediate impact in the soils and water and air, and then also really ensuring that we capture our lessons learned from an emergency response and preparation perspective. So my first question is, I just don't feel like I'm understanding ultimately who is responsible for the kind of longer term impact to soil, our fish, our wildlife, our water, like who ultimately is responsible for testing that, and then who ultimately is responsible for mitigating?
Director Scanlon, I know that you're working closely with state agencies, Department of Toxic Substances and others. Do you have a comment on kind of how that process is unfolding at current?
Yeah, so as I mentioned during my presentation, the EOC requested a state mission task for a health assessment team, and that included a number of state agencies, including DTSC, Public Health, et cetera. And I believe last Wednesday was their first day mobilized, have essentially started a task force that includes a number of local agencies in the Monterey County operational area, as well as Santa Cruz operational area, not limited to the Monterey County Environmental Health Bureau and Public Health Division of the Health Department. And so essentially they formed a task force that is conducting water sampling, soil sampling, and dust sampling in and around the area outside of the fence line of the Moss Landing power plant. And so at this juncture, my understanding is that the Monterey County Health Department lab, as well as the state of California, or the CDPH labs, are also going to be running the testing on those samples. And so once we have the information available, we will make it available to the public. But at this juncture, we're still very much in the process of conducting that sampling effort.
And is Vista responsible for the cost of the testing or the mitigation?
It's a really good question that I'm unprepared to answer at this juncture.
All right. These next couple questions are, I think, for Mr. Watson from Vistra. You talked a little bit about your plan for the site cleanup. What will be done to prevent runoff into the slough or to the groundwater during the cleanup process?
That's a very good question, Supervisor Martinez. Thank you very much. All of the water at that site, because it's covered by a federal permit, an NPDES permit, all the water there is held and collected and impounded. And before it's ever discharged, it has to be tested. And when it's certainly within the thresholds of the permit, then it can be discharged. But all of it is held right there.
Thanks. And I know you slightly mentioned that there is not currently a plan to reopen any of the other operations at the site. What is your plan to communicate with the public and the neighboring communities when you identify a path towards reopening? And also, what are you using to inform a decision to reopen the other parts of the operation?
Very good question. Again, we have three other assets at the site. We have two other battery projects there, Moss Landing 100, that's 100 megawatts, and then Moss Landing 350 megawatts. And then we have a gas plant there that its technology is unrelated really to the battery storage, but all are offline right now. Let me start with the batteries first. They're out of service, and we want to get in there and investigate and find out what caused this fire. What were some of the processes? What led to it? Because yes, those things that we learn will inform us along the way about what needs to be done for any kind of redesign or retrofits and that kind of thing, especially with Moss Landing 100, because it's also in a single building. So we're going to take our time on that, and it will be a transparent and widely disseminated process with all the relevant agencies, with Monterey County, the state regulatory agencies such as CEC and others. And we'll be collaborating and cooperating, working with all of them. 350, its technology is different because it's in containers. So then we'll look at that as well. And if there are any impacts. But again, the design there is different. That project, which is also inside, is not in a single building. Then there's the gas plant. We will look at when we might start the gas plant again. That is a gas plant that can power up to like 765,000 homes a day. And since it was on the site but distant from where the fire was, we want to get in there and determine what its condition is and when we can bring it back up again as well.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses. And, you know, I want to thank you for coming to today's meeting and answering these questions. I mean, I think that we recognize that energy storage is a really important part of our state's goals and, you know, migrating to clean energy. But we are in a point when we don't have all of the technology that we need or all the science and information we need to do it safely. So I really hope we can count on your partnership and those in your industry's partnership as we continue to find ways to regulate and do this safely. I heard you say that you want to do right by the community, and I hope that's for the long run, because some of the toxins that were accidentally spread throughout our community, it could impact generations and the children who are growing up in that community and the soils for generations. And so, I hope this isn't the last that our community hears of your company and other companies as we think about the future and how to migrate to clean energy in a safe way across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. This is on. There we go. Mic wasn't set properly. Well, first, I want to start by thanking our county staff for assisting in that emergency that happened and for all the work that you all have done and for bringing this here to us today to keep us informed and help inform the community about what happened with the Moss Landing fire. Definitely was, a tragic event that happened. And I think one of the things that I'm really interested in is just understanding the impacts over time. And before I get to my comments, I do have a few questions. I think they're mostly going to be directed towards Vistra. And so I guess my first question, back in 2021, there was an incident where there was, it sounds like an overheating. As I've read in some articles, they describe it as a meltdown. There's a road closures, there were shelter in place orders, and after that event, John Laird had introduced, I think it's SB 38, which was a bill to try to have companies come up with emergency plans. And so I'm just wondering if that plan had been created or not, and if so, how was that plan implemented in this instance?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Cummings. Let me help fill in the record a bit.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, at the Vistra site, there were two events, one in 2021 and one in 2022, in which we had some batteries overheating. Mm-hmm. It was due to part of the water mitigation system that had a leak, essentially, mm-hmm. and the water came in contact with batteries, and that caused a mess. And so we took care of it. There were no evacuations. There was nothing that happened off-site whatsoever. No impact to air, water, soil, anything. Fire department didn't respond, but we cooperated with them and all investigated, and eventually the project went back online. I think what you're referring to was a battery project that is right next door that's run by PG&E, the PG&E Elkhorn battery, which is adjacent to our site at Moss Landing. That had a container ignite into fire in September of 2022, which did cause the closing of Highway 1 for several hours and also some evacuations there. Consequently, Senator Laird filed for SB 38, which was passed by the General Assembly in 2023 and signed by Governor Newsom in November of 2023, which required some basic reports, plans for energy storage systems at this scale. One, an evacuation plan and an emergency response plan. Vistra is proud to say that we had an emergency response plan that was already being shared, and Kelsey Scanlon can verify this, and receiving input from Monterey County Emergency Management, Monterey County Environmental Health, CUPA. In fact, in March of 2023, I believe, we had an entire group of environmental and first responder and disaster prevention folks out at the plant for a near day-long seminar. We had risk experts in. We listened to them. We told them what we were doing. We also had our consultant in from Baker Brisk, an international hazard management company that did the plume modeling for that report. That report was finalized later in the year and has been our emergency response plan since, and predates SB 38 and has been on record as our emergency response plan for that site, even after SB 38.
Great. Thank you for that clarification, for helping to share that information, because I also had been, after the hearing about this event, had been looking to confirm some of what had been mentioned about there being 4 fires at the site. And what I'd come up with was that there were 2 overheating events and 1 fire, and apparently wasn't at the Vistra site. But just appreciate that clarification, because I think that there's been some runaway with that narrative. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to the inspections of these facilities, who conducts them, how frequently, because it's, it seems like, and, obviously we'll see in the investigation, but, there's likely some kind of failure here that happened within the system that led to this fire taking place. And so I'm just wondering if you could talk to the community a bit about how you all conduct inspections to ensure that these kinds of things don't happen at your facilities.
Very good question. Thank you. We work very closely with the North County Fire Protection District of Monterey County, Chief Mendoza and his firefighters and his experts, all the way back in 2018, 2019. we believed as a company that the way to do this is to get your fire experts and your emergency management folks in at the ground level when the plans are on the design table, which is what we did. Anybody who does it inversely is doing it wrong. So we brought them in, and they were very helpful early on in informing us about design and what would be the very best prevention, detection, mitigation systems that could be built in to this project. And that cooperation has been consistent through the operation of that entire site. We work with not only North County, but also other battery experts, consultants who know the California Fire Code. I'll say the California Fire Code, I understand, is on a cadence of 3 years. So it keeps getting revised and updated. So we want to keep up with that. The same thing with NFPA 855, which is the National Fire Protection Association, and the standard by which these are built. I think it's on its third iteration. We keep up with them, and we bring in consultants to help inform us to make sure that we're up to what the standards are as far as knowing what they are. As to your question about inspections, that would have been with the ongoing collaboration, input, and regulatory authority of Chief Mendoza at the North County Fire Protection District. We've worked with them on tabletops, walkthroughs. They have access to the site whenever they want to come out.
Thank you. I've got just two other questions. I have some comments so we can try to move things along. I'm just wondering, are there any other facilities? So I know you mentioned PG&E has some facilities there. I think there's a rumor about Tesla might have some batteries there. So I guess my question is, are there any other operators on that site that are currently operating today, or have all operations in terms of the battery storage ceased for the entire Moss Landing site?
Well, with the caveat, I don't speak for PG&E.
Sure, yeah.
But I do, well, two things.
And actually, you know, then maybe that's a question for Monterey folks, maybe not so much for you since you're here to represent your company.
Excuse me. My understanding is that at this juncture, the other batteries are not operating on the PG&E side.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one more question. I'm just for Mr. Watson. I'm just wondering when that gas power plant is operational. I'm just wondering if you can speak about, you know, when it's in operation, what emissions are coming from that site, just because I think it's important that we're understanding, you know, how natural gas and energy from natural gas also is impacting our communities.
Yeah, let me back up to the last question, if I might address first. Kelsey is correct. The PG&E site is off, and we know that because it's been announced previously. You ask about Tesla batteries. The Tesla technology is used by PG&E at its site there at Elkhorn, just as a matter of clarification for you. Now, as far as our gas plant, which is offline, it is a combined cycle natural gas plant. It is a low emitting, high efficiency gas plant. It's 1,020 megawatts. When we get to a point in time when we are ready to return it to service, we will certainly be glad to inform. We are certainly going to inform Monterey County and the surrounding community on when it's going to return to service. Just make sure everybody knows what's going on at that site. And we certainly want to collaborate with Santa Cruz County and any other agency as well. Sure.
Yeah, I'll just make a couple closing comments. Again, want to thank our staff for bringing this to us today and thank everyone who's presented. I want to thank the community for expressing their concern with this issue as well. And then just quickly to Supervisor Koenig's comment about ag and water testing, I hope that if Santa Cruz County is going to engage in that we don't bear the cost, given that this was not our fault. So if there is any movement forward with testing agriculture and any impacts to Santa Cruz County, I'm hoping that that is something that can be covered by maybe the company itself. But I do want to just say that, you know, it's clear that there were some failures at this site that led to this incident. And I'm glad that there's going to be not only an internal investigation, but also independent investigations that have been recommended by Senator Laird and Assemblymember Dawn Addis. And as we're learning more about this incident, I'm looking forward to the results that come from this so we really better understand how impacted we have been from this incident. Because what really has been, I've been taking a step back to think about is just, many of the other forms of energy that we have and how failures at those plants have been. And so when we think about the many oil spills that we've seen over time and how that's impacted tens of thousands of animals in the ocean, how it reduces public access. When we think about natural gas plants exploding and impacting people that live in those surrounding communities, I really want to better understand what were the impacts in this situation, because I hope that there's an opportunity for us to continue to refine this technology, because when we're capturing energy from the sun and it provides us with something that we can use rather than burning fossil fuels and burning natural gas, which is really what's causing climate change. And, we're seeing those impacts here in California, every single year. My hope is that we can get to a place with this technology to where it's the safest it can possibly be, understanding that there's going to be some risk involved, but knowing that we're helping to move ourselves away from the fossil fuel consumption, and we're moving towards more cleaner forms of energy and energy storage. And so I'm going to be in close contact with our state representatives. I think that there is likely some opportunity for us to strengthen some of the regulations around inspections and making sure that there are professionals who are going out and doing these inspections, not our fire chiefs, while they can make sure that the facility is fire safe. I think having professionals who understand the technology and can inspect that technology and make sure that it's not going to catch fire is really critical if we're going to be introducing these types of technologies into our communities. And so I look forward to receiving more input from the community and hope that we can work together to make this technology safer for all so that we can move away from fossil fuels into more cleaner forms of energy.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. Supervisor De Silva.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for asking some good and hard questions. Thanks to our staff for providing information to our community and to the board ongoing. Thank you to Carlos Palacios for updating us minute by minute sometimes. So I don't know, this is not an area I am an expert at, and I look forward to serving on the Monterey Bay Air Resources Board, and I'll be learning a lot. So I'm glad you're here today. Thank you. So, forgive my layperson questioning, but I do have just a couple of quick questions. Oopsie. Is there a place in Monterey County or in Santa Cruz County where people who are exhibiting what they feel are symptoms from this disaster, where they can actually lodge a complaint? I have doctors and nurse practitioners asking me, they have people coming into their clinics and their exam rooms, and they don't know where to report this information. So I'm wondering, is there anybody that can speak to that today?
Our public health officer is here, or we can, go ahead, Kelsey.
I'll defer to the Santa Cruz public health officer regarding how information is reported to the county. But if they have concerns or trouble doing so, they can either call the Santa Cruz County Health Department or the Monterey County Health Department.
Good morning, Dr. Lisa Hernandez, Health Officer for Santa Cruz County. It's a very good question. We do not have this situation as a reportable disease. That's usually the system that we use for infectious diseases and other incidents. That said, just as Director Scanlon mentioned, that can be reported to us. I'll have to get that number, and it would be from physician to the health department. We have been monitoring health conditions, especially at Watsonville Community Hospital from the beginning of the fire till today, actually, to see if there were individuals who reported to the emergency room or being admitted to the hospital. And there were 3 individuals that presented to the hospital with smoke-related conditions, mostly burning eyes, sore throat, shortness of breath. None of those individuals were admitted. So if physicians are seeing individuals in their offices, we'd like to know for sure. I consider physicians frontline, and we depend on them to understand the health impacts in our community.
Thank you. I don't know if, so they should just call the health department directly. Is there a link or something?
I'll have to follow up with a good number.
That would be great. Okay, that was my first question.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a number.
Oh, good.
Okay, it's 831-454-4114. I'll repeat. Do you want me to repeat it or you got it?
Can you do it one more time for the public?
Sure. 831-454-4114.
Thank you so much.
And that is for physicians to report.
Sure. Or mid-levels, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Medical providers.
Okay. Thank you very much. So my understanding is that California generates an overabundance of electricity in wind and solar and other renewable energies. Is that correct?
Yes. During the day, we overproduce on the renewables, and seeking places to store that is called something called grid balancing. So these types of facilities help to store the energy that we overproduce during the daylight hours, so that it can be consumed here locally in the evening hours.
So I also understand that we have such an overabundance of generated electricity that the state of California or somebody is selling this energy to other states, correct?
I don't have the exact statistics on that. I know that our Central Coast Community Energy would have better information, and I can follow up with you on that if you'd like.
That would be a really interesting. I don't know if the board has heard this presentation before, but I would like to hear a presentation about how this, how that's generated, how it's used, who's profiting from the sale of this energy. I'd like to know why a company from Texas with a diverse portfolio of natural gas, coal, nuclear, solar, and battery, like what are they doing in our sensitive habitat area in California? I don't understand why there's not a different company helping to manage our battery storage here on the Central Coast. So I just have a lot of questions, and I'm sorry, I'm just not an expert in this area, but I'd like to learn. Obviously, I think everybody would. The Elkhorn Slough has been protected since 1970, when the Nature Conservancy first bought an easement there. And it's been sort of cobbled together over the years with a tremendous amount of work from families who have donated easements or donated properties, from researchers. We have such a sensitive, everybody knows what's such a sensitive habitat, and it means so much to all of us. It's just like, it's unthinkable that this type of a disaster could happen here. So, I mean, I think one of the things that Vistra should focus on now, and I know they're currently probably losing money and they're providing some help for citizens that were directly impacted, but I think they should give a great big donation to the Elkhorn Slough Foundation because of what happened. I have been in close contact with Don Addis and Glenn Church, and I support Don's leadership in bringing forward a bill to hopefully give communities and counties more discretion over these types of projects going forward in the future. And I'm sorry that it happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Jesserpa. Quick note, we do have a closed session coming up. So folks that are waiting for any items after this one, we're going to take a brief recess for lunch and closed session, and then come back for the items afterwards. 12:30, but it's probably past 12:30. Oh. How long is it going to take again?
We're going to be rescheduling the third item on closed session, so closed session could be done within a half hour.
So that's 1:30 or 2:30?
1:30 would be fine to come back since we're still in the middle of this item. That would be great.
Yes. Thank you. So, I know that feels like I am so wanted to give direction, but I know it's not my jurisdiction, but we were definitely impacted here in Santa Cruz County. So one of the things, if anything I can ask for Monterey County is if hoping that when they move forward, that we're able to install more safeguards for this technology. I think it's going to help out not just their county, but I think the state to figure out how to create more safeguards. And, we had a gentleman from Live Oak back there that mentioned a couple of things, right? Looking into it and adding that we could put additional regulations or ordinances, as Supervisor Koenig mentioned, that are stricter than what the state provides already. I think it'd be great to have, if you're thinking about this, to have these advisory committees that were mentioned before by public comment, on-site monitors, because it took 5 days for the first time that they said that the air was safe while the fire was burning on for 5 days. So on-site monitors, and for the company Vistra or any applicant to have drone monitors on hand where they can actually calculate the plumes. I know us at MBARD have a lot of fixed sites that are at certain locations, but the plume could go anywhere depending on the winds that day. And so, if we can, I know we can't give direction to Monterey County, but hopefully if they can take in consideration further safeguards moving forward for battery storage facilities, I think that would be excellent. I'm not an expert either in lithium, but I got to read a lot of technical emails recently that people have sent me. And one of the requests that I got a lot is that people wanted what the air quality was like in parts per molecule. I mean, I don't even know how to determine what would be detrimental or not. But we got that request a lot. So that's for both Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, Monterey Bay Air Resources Board. And one of the other things that I've, talked to people about is just the lithium technology, right? People talked about the cobalt, nickel, manganese, but I've heard that there's like 3 different forms of mining extraction for lithium, and that one of them really takes out the cobalt, nickel, and manganese, and that's the geothermal extraction. And so, I mean, that could be a safeguard. That's above our pay grade. That's something maybe that the state could provide to do direction with, to make sure that we use all possible means that are safest for our communities. For Vistra, I would like to see if it's possible to get a preliminary findings onto how this fire started. I know it takes a long time to get the final results, but if we can get at least the preliminary results for what caused this, so that we can move forward safer moving forward. And for both our county and Monterey County, if they can provide updates for both the Vistra investigation and also Senator Laird's, but also the governor's inquiry investigation that they're providing. If we can get follow-up updates on those. And of course, all the updates and resources, the monitoring, if we can have a place where our residents, and of course Monterey County as well, can look at all these updates. And I think that pretty much concludes my comments. Is there any additional comment from the board or questions?
Chair. Couple things. First of all, I want to make sure our whole board understands a little bit of history, that on October 29th, this board did direct planning staff to work on a local ordinance and general plan amendments related to energy storage. And we directed them to come back on April 25th, 2025, with that proposal. As said, I think it's a great idea that we have a local ordinance just to increase the amount of control we have over these types of facilities. But clearly, I think we would all agree we want to incorporate any learnings from the Moss Landing Fire After Action report or other similar reports into the development of that ordinance. So I would move that date, April 25th, 2025, be amended, and that any consideration of amendments to the general plan or changes to county code related to energy storage should incorporate learnings from a Moss Landing Fire After Action report and other similar studies. A couple other things to include in the motion. I'd move that we ask the chair to write a letter to the CPUC requesting an independent investigation of the Moss Landing Vistra fire. And that we also ask the chair to write a letter to the California Energy Commission requesting they evaluate any battery storage systems that are similar to the Moss Landing facility and the Gateway facility, which is actually a 250 megawatt facility in San Diego, which caught fire back in May of 2024, very similar to this facility, and consider requiring immediate safety improvements to prevent similar events in the future. And finally, I'd like to move that we direct our Santa Cruz County Ag Commissioner to conduct testing on locations throughout Santa Cruz County to evaluate elevated risk of contaminants, particularly the heavy metals, nickel, manganese, and cobalt.
Thank you. I think this was a presentation, not, I don't know if we had, we could certainly put this on a future agenda.
It's up to the board. I think that those actions are defensible as related directly to the Vistra plant fire and stemming directly from it. But if the board would like to not accept that and to have come back with, ask staff to come back and present on those issues, for example, that's an option for the board as well.
I'm sure we will, but we would like a presentation as well. We have a.
Can I ask a clarifying question of the motion? So the Ag Commissioner may not be the best source for doing this type of testing. So if you're interested in ensuring that testing is done inside the boundaries of Santa Cruz County, maybe making the motion to provide a broader, so it's not necessarily the Ag Commissioner, we may work with our environmental health, or we may work directly with Monterey County to ensure that the testing protocols are consistent and the same testing agent, whoever that may be, is doing the same testing in our county, if that's amenable to the board.
Thank you. That's definitely amenable to that change. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So that could be testing done by the Ag Commissioner or whoever the most appropriate party is on, well, it's related to, of course, soil and agricultural produce in the county, obviously.
Additional comment or a second?
No, I have additional comment.
Okay.
I totally understand where Supervisor Koenig is going with this, and I respect, what he's trying to do, but I do think that it would be good if we had enough time to really review kind of the recommendations and the background on the recommendations that are being made. I'd support us bringing back an item to consider these, because I'd like to kind of dive in a little bit more. I mean, if we're talking about things that are happening in San Diego, I mean, I'm not familiar with what's going on down there, and I think it would be good for us to get a better sense of what's happening at some of these plants all over. But I just feel like that's another conversation that maybe we can have.
So how about we move the April 25th meeting to this presentation that we want between Justin and Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor.
So I haven't heard. So can you explain what you're interested in seeing? Is it a presentation within the next 30 days, or is it a presentation at some point in the future?
Well, I guess I will state that, we were supposed to have an item come back to us on April 25th. I think that at that point in time, we are going to have to make a decision on how we're going to move forward with the previous proposals that were made last year. So maybe that's an opportunity for us to take into account, how we're going to move forward and whether we're going to move forward or not, and then maybe take into account some of these other topics that have been brought up by you. And maybe that's something that staff can bring back to us at that point in time, since they're going to come anyway. So maybe having them take into account your concerns and requests, and then being able to have them come back at that meeting, which will give them time too, as well, to gather information and present information to the board on those topics of interest.
Just saying, you're still interested in seeing staff present at the April 25th date, just with some kind of general update at where things stand. And
Yep. No, I think it's also gonna be a time for us to make a decision, right? Do we want to halt moving forward? And I also want to respect the fact that Supervisor Hernandez, he and Supervisor McPherson brought this forward. So I know that you've been going and doing community meetings, and I know that we've been getting a lot of comments since then. So, just want to see, at what point we can have a discussion on that topic and these other topics that you brought up, given that, we were just getting a presentation today, and I want to have some time to process, what you're recommending.
Okay. So I don't mind doing the moratorium you mentioned until we get more of the investigation findings. So April 25th, shifting it to the presentation that you two are talking about.
What I heard, Supervisor Koenig, is you're hoping to add some additional direction in response to the presentation that we heard today. I like where you're going with that. I am just hearing the motion for the first time. If you were to bring that forward, even in the next meeting with, kind of laying out what you are proposing, I'd be happy to review that and entertain it, because it does seem like perhaps the direction for the April 25th meeting may need to adjust based on the recent incident.
Kind of earlier you mentioned about, during your earlier comments about putting a halt to this, I think this is opportunity.
Well,
to add that.
So to clarify, sorry, I would interrupt there. Can't do any kind of a moratorium or a halt today. It would be beyond the agendized item. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
yeah, so all I was saying is that April 25th date ultimately be looked at as contingent upon having the after action report and incorporating those findings. I mean, if it's ready by April 25th, great. But I think we're all going to want to see that after action report before taking any action on this of any kind. And so then if that's made, then staff could come back again with, and we can talk about it again then, but we'll have the additional information.
Can I just add that I think that there will be multiple, hopefully, findings and reports that we will be getting over the next few weeks, and we just need to give some time to allow those to come in so that we have a full array of information. So I think certainly by April, we should know more about what happened and why, I hope.
I think the last one took a month or two. So April 25th is good.
Okay, well, we could not touch the April 25th date, kind of leave that up to staff. They can always come and request a deferral. I assume that we would get, we'll receive the reports one way or another, so we can consider that in future conversations. I think that a few other directions or motions that I suggested, really just writing a letter to the CPUC requesting that they conduct an independent investigation, to the California Energy Commission requesting that they evaluate similar battery storage systems throughout the state for their safety. The point about San Diego was just like, this is not the only facility of its kind that's kind of built with Gen 1 or Gen 0 technology. And clearly these, and my understanding is about a quarter of all the battery storage in the state is still this older technology and should be evaluated. And then finally just saying, hey, we would like some kind of testing related to the crops and the soil in this county, which I know is a persistent concern that I've heard from the public.
I will add on KSPW today, there was, I don't know if you guys saw the story, but there is a gentleman who's a scientist who has put out a call for people to take samples, and he has like, I don't know if anybody saw it, but it looked like hundreds of samples that he's sending to somewhere in Utah, some lab. So I don't know if that will contribute to any of this initial testing. I don't know if the chain of command is sufficient, et cetera, but I thought that was interesting. So do you need a second then to, about the letters that are
Yes,
generated from the chair?
I'll revise my motion just
Yeah.
to include the 2 letters I mean, I guess we could leave off the testing if we know that other agencies are doing that work in Santa Cruz County already. I mean, is that the case?
Right now, what we're interested in getting is the results of the testing that's being done as it progresses further away from the plant. And so if we see results from testing in Pajaro or in the Royal Oaks area of elevated levels of concern from that testing, then we certainly want to extend that testing into our county. But it's at your discretion as to what you'd like to see in terms of the testing requirements or request, rather.
Yeah, ultimately, I think the public would probably prefer to know sooner rather than later whether they can consume produce, from Watsonville.
Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I guess the one question I have is around, Vistra or who's going to pay for that. I mean, I think, if we want to go out and do it, I think that's a good idea. I also, though, think that we shouldn't be on the hook for paying for that in the long run, because this was an incident that happened with a company. And I think in terms of responsibility and accountability, it should be they who are ultimately paying for this. So I'm just hoping that if we do move forward with this, there's a way for us to get compensated for the amount of testing, because I think when we say we want to do testing, what is how frequently, at what distance, at what scale, I'm just thinking about from a methodological perspective, making sure, because it can get really expensive. And I know that that's of interest to people to make sure that we have a healthy, that they have healthy food. But then I'm also just concerned, are we going to be the ones paying for that? And I just think that, Vistra should be held accountable for that if it's their accident.
We'll certainly look and track any costs associated with testing. If the county or county designated folks do that testing, we'll certainly track those costs and coordinate with Monterey County to determine whether we can get reimbursed by Vistra or others. So certainly.
And maybe just asking county staff to assist with testing efforts as available. I'm thinking of our environmental health staff. That's why I mentioned the Ag Commissioner to begin with, is that it's already on our county payroll. All right. So then the motion would be asking the chair to write a letter to the CPUC requesting an independent investigation of the Moss Landing Vistra fire, asking the chair to write a letter to the California Energy Commission requesting they evaluate similar battery storage systems throughout the state and consider requiring immediate safety improvements to prevent similar events, and direct county staff to assist in testing efforts within Santa Cruz County,
with their designees as well. We got a motion?
I'll second.
We got a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. We can take roll call.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We will now take a brief recess for lunch and our closed session.
And there's nothing reportable from closed session.
And we'll be back at 1:30. Look, is here for the next art. The art project. Okay. So next we'll have, we're going to continue the regular agenda, and we have item number 8, consider selection of Justin Blancavilla as the public artist for the Floral Park Public Art Project, adopt resolution accepting unanticipated revenue and an amount of $9,000 and take related actions. Can have Parks come up.
Parks is here.
Okay.
So I had to change this to good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, members of the board. I'm Kathy Dwell, the Parks Department Arts Program Coordinator, and your board previously approved a public art component for the Floral Park. And in October 24, an arts panel was convened and a call to artists went out advertising a competition for a public art piece at Floral. And it's now my pleasure to introduce Margaret Niven, Chair of the County Arts Commission, and she's going to tell you a little bit about the selection process. And then after that, the artist is going to explain his proposal. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Niven. I'm the chair of the Santa Cruz County Arts Commission, and I'm a commissioner from District 5. So the Arts Commission is pleased to recommend for your approval today a public art project for Floral Park. The art selection panel comprised of community members, professional artists, county arts commissioners, and a representative of the involved department met to review the artist's proposals. 2 artists were selected to interview with the panel on November 12th. The artists were asked to provide detailed drawings to further define their project proposals. After much deliberation, the panel chose Justin Francavilla to continue in the selection process. At the December 9th meeting of the Arts Commission, the panel's decision was reviewed. The vote was unanimous in recommending that your board approve the selection of Mr. Francavilla as a public artist for Floral Park. And now Justin Francavilla will present his project to you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Justin Francavilla. I would just like to first thank Margaret for the introduction and Kathy and the Arts Commission and the Santa Cruz County Parks Department for nominating my proposal. And of course, I'd like to thank the public and the board for your kind consideration today. I'm very excited to present here for the second time. Some quick background. My first public art project installed last spring in the heart of Soquel Parkway. That project consisted of 10 bronze plaques featuring underappreciated local animals in often whimsical settings. The plaques are mounted to boulders and they're used to teach the community, particularly our kids, about printmaking by creating rubbing prints. My new proposal today, which is on the screen to start, is titled Life of the Tide Pool Party, and it's a continuation on this idea. This project will consist of 2 bronze pieces mounted on new boulders, and the boulders will be selected for their lichen in mind, which will help mimic kind of the tide pool coloring and texture. The first piece up on the screen will be an up and down plaque relief. This one shows about 10 creatures, but I've started the final layout in anticipation that the project moves forward, and there'll probably be closer to 20 creatures in the plaque. Mostly I'll be able to incorporate a few more snails, limpets, and barnacles throughout the design. And this particular plaque will be used again to create rubbing prints from, and it will also have an educational aspect. The creatures' names will be featured in both English and Spanish to create a bilingual learning tool. We could go to the next slide, please. The second piece will be more of a traditional 3-dimensional bronze sculpture. It will have a flat plaque base for easy mounting, similar to the first one. And it will feature several cast bronze sea creatures, which will be bolted or welded to the plaque. By creating the creatures separately, we can introduce more patinas, more colors throughout the piece. And I feel it's important to have the 2 complementary pieces because tide pools are so often about touch and feel and exploration, and having a three-dimensional sculptural form will kind of recreate that sense of the tide pool. And casting in bronze, it's very sensitive to detail, so we'll be able to get a lot of textures from the shells and barnacles throughout the 3D piece. And this is, we could go to the last slide, Cassie, thank you. The location is going to be in Floral Park. As I'm sure you're all familiar with, there's a new tide pool themed playground there. So we're continuing with the tide pool theme. There'll be two large boulders to the right of the park pathway when you first enter, near where the kids will play. They have irregular cutout shapes, and the patinas too, I think, will help draw attention to their new presence. And that's about it. If you have questions.
I'd like to turn to my board to see if they have any comments, questions. So I'll start with my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Francavilla. It looks great. I love the fact that, as you said, with tide pools, it's all about touch and exploration, and you've managed to create two opportunities to explore through touch here, one with the rubbing print design, and then the other 3D version. So I'm really excited by this art project. Can't wait to see it installed and to use it myself. It's really beloved park. I think attendance has skyrocketed since the great improvements we've seen. And thank you to County Park Friends for really helping move that effort along. And this is just going to be a fantastic addition that helps to accentuate that ocean theme.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Martinez.
No major comments. I just want to thank the artist, the staff, and the commission for your work on this. It's a wonderful project, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Arts Commission for selecting this art piece that's going to be installed in this park, and just really looking forward to coming and seeing it when it's unveiled. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. It's beautiful. Who doesn't love art? And thank you for dressing up Floral Park. I really appreciate that you put your hat in the ring.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you. Art is always great, especially when art accentuates the natural biology and the diversity of our ocean, our floral areas, and flora and fauna. So thank you for the educational art piece as well for young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to now bring it out to the public for any public comment. If anybody would like to speak on this issue. Online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to my board for a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions. With gratitude to the artist.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Martinez. If we can take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move. Next, we'll move to item number 9. Consider adopting a resolution reaffirming Santa Cruz County's commitment to protect, serve, and support the LGBTQ plus individuals and women in pursuit of their health and happiness and their private exercise of bodily autonomy, and to take related actions. We can have, you're doing the presentation. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking the board to adopt this resolution, reaffirming the county's commitment to protect, serve, and support the LGBTQ plus individuals and women in our community. And importantly, to direct the county administrative officer to report to us as soon as possible after identifying potential threats to our ability to uphold that commitment, largely in light of the new federal administration's recent actions and stated intentions. We are fortunate to live in a very inclusive community. The County of Santa Cruz has a long history of supporting the rights and well-being of the LGBTQ plus community and women, starting back in 1975 when it became the first county in the nation to adopt a non-discrimination policy for its employees based on sexual orientation. More recently, the county passed Resolution 152-2022, affirming the county's commitment to reproductive rights. And last year, the county passed Resolution 153-2024, declaring Santa Cruz County as sanctuary for transgender, gender diverse, and intersex people. Given the current political climate, I feel that it's important that we reaffirm our commitment to LGBTQ+ individuals and women. The ubiquitous, incessant, homophobic, transphobic, anti-diversity, and anti-autonomy narratives that are coming from our highest levels of government are taking a real toll on the health of our community. LGBTQ+ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. And LGBTQ+ adults are 50% more likely to struggle with mental health and substance use abuse problems than their cisgender and heterosexual counterparts. In a world where hate and prejudice are being emboldened, we need to do everything that we can to stand together. This is our message to the communities that are being attacked, that you are welcome here and we have your back. The second reason I'm submitting this item is because I wanted to make sure that the county could react swiftly to uphold these commitments in the face of policy shifts coming from the new federal administration. Over a week ago, when I submitted this board letter, we were speculating about the potential actions of the new federal administration and how the president might condition access to federal funds on compliance with his views of America. Unfortunately, there is now no doubt that he is doing that. On his first day back in office, the president issued multiple executive orders denying the legality of gender identity other than male and female as assigned at birth, rescinding the right of transgender individuals to serve in the military, and terminating diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility programs, which he deems illegal. Yesterday, the U.S. Office of Management and Budget released a memo pausing all federal financial assistance except Medicare or Social Security benefits. According to the memo, this pause, which includes all grants, loans, and financial assistance that funds a significant amount of services here at the local level, is said to have the intention of ending, quote, wokeness and the use of federal resources to advance Marxist equity, transgenderism, and Green New Deal social engineering policies. Specifically, the memo requires federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs and supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. Policies named in the memo include the executive orders I just mentioned, ending radical government DEI programs and defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Just saying those words brings chills down my body. While we hope that the court and the state will help mitigate these and future actions, it's clear that the president is attempting to force conformity by threatening federal funding for state and local governments. Given the difficult decisions that lie ahead, I'm asking that we direct the county administrative officer to work with county departments to identify any policy of the state or federal government that will impact the funding or continuation of services in accordance with the county's commitment to the well-being, privacy, and autonomy of LGBTQ+ individuals and women to bring to the board recommended actions with the goal of upholding the county's strategic plan and previous commitments of the county as soon as possible after identifying such. Given the time-sensitive nature of these conversations, I'm also proposing that the CAO request that the chair call a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors if urgent action is needed. So before we open this up to public comment and a discussion by the board, I'd like to give our Director of Health Services, Monica Morales, and her team an opportunity to describe some of the actions that are already being taken to protect and support our LGBTQ+ community and women. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for allowing some time for us to give an update on what we're trying to do at Health Services Agency. There is a lot in the sense where there's a strategy that combines both an external approach, working with our CBOs, and an internal one. And so I'll start a little bit by sharing with you some of the work that we're doing across the H's, as I like to call it, Health and Human Services. We have been partnering with many organizations, including the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, which is composed of more than 20 organizations throughout the county. In addition, we've been working, for example, with the Diversity Center, Planned Parenthood, who you see here or you saw speak on behalf of this resolution. In partnership with these organizations, we really are trying to prepare ourselves to have a communication in place, a strategy for how we're analyzing and thinking of the new policy, and most importantly, the advocacy piece and community mobilization that we'll have to do. Specifically, the PVC has Pajaro Valley Collaborative, sorry, jargon, alphabet soup. What we've done is put 3 work groups in place. One focuses on wellness and health, another one on community economic development, and then civil engagement. And so under these buckets, what we're trying to do is actually, as information comes out that we're all getting either through social media or through the actual government, or there's a lot of platforms that we're monitoring right now, bring that into these kind of work groups and then mobilize at the community level. The internal strategy is also twofold. One is what's happening in my department specifically, is we've been really approaching this with a strong communication to our staff around what we're noticing, potential impacts, and also empowering them with information on our commitment to our communities across the board, but also how to reinforce that they're safe and that they should continue to access care. We've done a lot of signage. We've sent out flyers or text or emails to our clients, informing them of our commitment and our dedication to ensure that they don't skip care, that they come and still obtain the services. In addition to our internal strategy, we are working with our legal counsel to really try to also protect our staff and educate them and train them on how to approach our LGBT community, if they have questions, the referrals and so forth. And in addition, our reproductive rights and the type of services that we have going on and how to just ensure that that's happening. But I'm not going to lie to you guys, and I'm also not sugarcoating this for our community. It's going to get tough. We are in many ways, we're a direct link to what happens at the federal level, and then at the state, and then it trickles down to us. So we have to tread lightly and be transparent and also be open about the risks that we face as well. And that's why we're partnering with our CAO, Palacios. He's been bringing the departments together to also organize ourselves around some key domains. Our communication strategy, I'm sure you guys got the link to our website that the county just put together. Our legal strategy as these mandates come out or new policy, what does that mean for us? How are we going to uphold or not uphold our commitment, and what are the risks? And at that point, we would bring that information obviously to the board for policy. The financial impact for us is also something that we're monitoring through this collaborative across the county. And then obviously the advocacy and education piece that we will do in partnership with our community-based organizations. The goal is, in fact, Supervisor Martinez, that as we hear things, we would come to the board through a special meeting and inform you of potential options or steps that the county will have to contemplate. I know that's a lot. There's a lot of details in there, but for now, this is a little bit of a snapshot of what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Director Morales. CAO Palacios, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I just wanted to invite Mitsunu Baumeister, our EEO officer, to give you a sense of what we are doing countywide with our own workforce.
Thank you. And hello, board. Thank you for having me.
And I really want to express my appreciation to Supervisor Martinez for bringing this resolution forward. I'd like to share my name is Mitsuno Bauermeister. I am the EEO officer for the county. I'd like to share some of the countywide efforts that we have in support of our LGBTQ plus employees. First, the county has a robust training program for all employees that not only includes mandated trainings on harassment prevention, but also training on mitigating workplace biases. And these trainings provide a foundation for respectful and inclusive, a workplace that is respectful and inclusive, that does not tolerate harassment or discrimination against any of our employees, and in particular, not our LGBTQ plus employees. As EEO officer, I help the county uphold our equal employment opportunity and non-discrimination program and policy, which prohibits discrimination or harassment against employees and job applicants on the basis of their protected characteristics, including sex, gender, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. My office conducts investigations into allegations of such harassment or discrimination, so the county can address policy violations with the goal of ensuring a respectful work environment in which our LGBTQ plus employees can thrive. In 2022 and 2024, the EEO office conducted anonymous surveys of all employees regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion to establish a baseline of employee feedback on how we're doing as a county in supporting a diverse, equitable, and inclusive workspace. Feedback from the 2022 survey respondents, including LGBTQ plus employees, was published on the county's intranet and internet, and will be compared to the results of the 2024 survey that recently concluded. And lastly, just over a year ago, the EEO office introduced a new personnel policy on gender inclusion and gender transition in the workplace that communicates support to our transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming employees and provides county staff with tools to support and be allies to transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming employees in the workplace. This policy also provides guidelines for supervisors, managers, and coworkers of transgender employees on how to be supportive and inclusive during and after the employee's gender transition. With these countywide efforts, we strive to reinforce the county's commitment to the LGBTQ plus community in being a safe workplace for LGBTQ plus people. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. We have some folks from the members of the public that have been waiting here since 9 a.m. So I'm going to extend them the opportunity to speak on public comment right now.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. Angela Chestnut on behalf of Second Harvest Food Bank, Santa Cruz County. I would like to share with you a statement prepared by our CEO, Erica Padilla Chavez, who regrets not being here today on account of a prior scheduling conflict. Before I present the reasons for passing the resolution introduced by Supervisor Martinez, I would want to take a moment to acknowledge the challenging times we live in, a time when the dignity and worth of individuals are increasingly under attack. Our food bank's mission is to ensure that every person in our community who faces insecurity has access to the nourishment they need to thrive. This mission is deeply rooted in the belief that every human being possesses inherent value and deserves to be treated with respect and honor. Unfortunately, the harmful narratives we are witnessing today undermine this fundamental principle, which celebrates the intrinsic worth of every human being. However, if there's one thing I know about us here in Santa Cruz County, it's that we consistently stand up to protect and uphold the dignity of all people. We demonstrate this every day by coming together to nourish our food insecure neighbors, a testament to the power of collective action. The resolution before us today calls on the Board of Supervisors to affirm the worth and rights of LGBTQ plus individuals and women. I urge you to do what is right and support this resolution. But beyond that, I ask you to ensure that no group is left behind. Too many in our community are being otherized and unjustly blamed for society's fears. Immigrants, for example. Thank you for leading with the understanding that we, the people, truly means we, all humans. Thank you for serving as leaders of this remarkable county and for standing up for the rights, dignity, and worth of every member of our community. Thank you.
Chair Hernandez and members of the board, I'm Rob Darrow. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I'm a resident of Aptos, a native Santa Cruzan, and I'm chair of Santa Cruz Pride. On November 7th, 2024, many of you were part of the press conference right out here on the courthouse steps, where you publicly affirmed the importance of all people across Santa Cruz so they all feel safe. County Administrator Palacio said, "We are here to do everything we can to protect them and help them." And he was referring to the county immigrant population. And Supervisor Hernandez added to that, he said, "We're going to do everything in our power to make sure that we protect our communities here." The resolution before you is an extension of those remarks many of you made, and it applies to another important cultural community here in Santa Cruz County, the LGBTQ+ community. Also at that press conference was County Superintendent of Schools, Farah Sabah. Following that, County Superintendent Sabah and all the county superintendents signed a common letter of support for LGBTQ+ students and families, where they emphasize California's strong legal protections for LGBTQ+ students. You as the board now have an opportunity to do the same. In addition to ensuring Santa Cruz County to be a safe and supportive place for all people, 2025 is also the 50th anniversary of Santa Cruz Pride. You might be interested to know that your predecessors back in 1975 passed a resolution supporting Pride Week in June of that year. Santa Cruz County is a thriving place because of the contributions of the many ethnic and cultural groups across the county, including the LGBTQ+ community. This resolution presented to you by Supervisor Monica Martinez, the first out Latinx lesbian woman in this position, further affirms your commitment to ensure that Santa Cruz County remains a safe and supportive place for LGBTQ+ people and women. I urge your unanimous support for this resolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Levi Cresa. I'm 22 and I'm a resident of Seabright, and I'm also trans. So this bill affects me personally. The decision that the board makes will directly affect me and my life. About a year and a half ago, I began taking prescribed medication that helped affirm my gender identity and allowed me to live as my authentic self. With the incoming federal administration, I fear that my right to take this medication will be taken away, which would severely diminish both my physical health and mental health. I know that I have a right to take this medication as a consenting adult with my own autonomy, and this resolution would not only affirm my right to take this medication, but also protects people's rights to be in charge of their own bodies. Santa Cruz has always felt like a safe place for me to exist in, and there are fewer and fewer places that feel safe for trans people to exist in the US. Please allow Santa Cruz to continue to be a safe place for the broader trans community. I urge you to support this resolution for the sake of trans people and women in your life and their right to dignity and self-determination. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mars Redman. I go to Cabrillo College. I'm a resident of Aptos, and I am the vice president of the Gender Sexuality Alliance at Cabrillo College. And I just very recently started taking hormone replacement therapy. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a transgender woman. And I was sort of amazed by how simple that process was to begin, but how long it took me to get there. And I, along with many other transgender friends, family members, people in my life at Cabrillo, started taking HRT just very recently because we kind of got this reminder when Donald Trump was elected of if there's any time to start living our lives and our being authentic in who we are, it's now. Now that they are not as safe as they have been. So I think this resolution is obviously very important at a time like this, in which we have an administration coming in that cares far more about corporate power and the oligarchy than it does about the rights of people, and in fact cares about corporate power at the expense of the rights of people like trans people, LGBTQ plus people, women in need of reproductive health care, in need of HRT services like that. So I just wanted to say that on behalf of the LGBTQ population at Cabrillo College and in general in Santa Cruz County, that we very much support this resolution, and it is very vital at a time like this when we have a federal administration that is so hostile to our rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. My name is Dusty Collierworth, and I am honored here to speak on behalf of the Diversity Center. I have some words that were prepared by Miggy Pina, the Diversity Center's Director of Wellbeing Programs. She unfortunately had to step out, but also as fortunately in that stepping out is on some of our school campuses here in the county, delivering vital work directly to some of our LGBTQ plus students. This resolution is more than words on paper. It is a lifeline for so many in our community that depend on equitable access to gender affirming and reproductive health care. At a time when these rights are increasingly under attack, your leadership sends a powerful message that Santa Cruz County values every person's right to live authentically, access critical care, and feel safe in their identity. Passing this resolution is a chance to reaffirm promise of equity, dignity, and care for LGBTQ plus individuals and women, a promise that ensures our community remains a place of hope and resilience. I urge you to adopt this resolution today, not only to protect essential rights, but to inspire all of us to continue building a future where everyone belongs. Thank you for being champions of justice and inclusion.
And I'll bring it back to the board for any further comments. So I'll start.
We do have speakers on.
Oh, that's right.
Tracy, your microphone is now available.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Supervisors, thank you so much for giving me the time and space to talk with you all here today. I want to just echo, my name is Tracy Weiss. I've been a resident here in Santa Cruz County for over 20 years. I am a leader in this community, but I'm actually coming to you today as a parent, as a woman, and as a woman that is in a same-sex relationship. I want to give just an elevation to this important message at this time. I want to commend Supervisor Martinez for taking this as an important action. Unfortunately, we have seen that this current administration is really set to roll back a lot of the rights and privileges, or not even privileges, to the rights that have been granted before. We've seen many in our world that are trying to dismantle the rights for gender as well as sexual orientation, gender expression. And many here, even in Idaho recently, has started to try and overturn Obergefell for same-sex marriage. So I really just want to encourage the board today to take the action and unanimously approve this message that Santa Cruz County is going to continue and remain a safe place for everyone, for their gender, for the expression, and for our loving relationships. So thank you so much.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you again for allowing me to speak. I am in support of the resolution that you're considering here. In regards to the new administration coming in, you just got to wonder about them. The demographics alone, we're 344 million people against maybe 1.4 billion people in China alone, in a very harsh technology world here. And the whole concept that folks are going to pick on LGBTQ people and minorities, for instance, with the ICE roundups. And then, as you know, our land might be poisoned from Vistra a little bit. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem, these sort of things don't seem to be in the interest of national security. You know, you're going to have a defense community that's going to be on the ropes in terms of creativity. And then there's your intelligence community, your FBI, our defense sector that produces equipment for our military and so on. You know, who would want their son or daughter drafted into a military in this context, or even volunteering? So I just wonder about all. You know, it just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem in our interests to harass LGBTQ people and to harass our migrant community when we're so dependent on them for food. If Reagan was looking at this and looking at the demographics of today versus 1950, I think Ronald Reagan would look at this and think that all of what's going on with the Trump administration is not in anyone's best interest. So it's a real concern. I think the resolution here is sending the right message, and I am supportive of it. Thank you so much. You take it easy. Bye-bye.
Jen, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jen Hastings, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to express my appreciation to Supervisor Martinez for bringing this resolution forward. I've been part of the trans community for now 15 plus years, providing gender affirming care, and the words here in this resolution go deep. The community, we are terrified. This is something I think we was worried might happen, but I just want to express my gratitude as well to the county and Monica Morales for bringing forward an immediate statement of support. And I hope that the Board of Supervisors will be unanimous in their support of this proposed resolution. Thank you so much.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you. Now I'll bring it back to the board, starting to my right with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. And thank you to Supervisor Martinez for bringing this forward. It's very important. I got chills when you said that this county was the first in the nation in 1975 to pass something similar. And so in the spirit of protecting people that are vulnerable, and, you know, in my family, I've got multiple family members. Some are trans, some are queer, some are cisgender. I think most of us have people in our families that we love who are deserving of protection. And so to the extent that we can send a strong message, I'm in full support. I'd like to make a motion to support.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you. You know, I'll just say to start that this resolution isn't just important, but it's critical in order for us to show our support for women and LGBTQ identifying people. It's such a challenging time in the history of our country and the history of our community. So I want to thank Supervisor Martinez for bringing this item to the board. And I also want to thank previous boards and our county leadership for all the work that they've done over the years to help support women and LGBTQ identifying individuals within our community. Similar to what I mentioned earlier, I see this as, you know, a declaration of our resistance as a county to an oppressive tyrant who seeks to divide us and is committed. And this is a commitment to supporting all the residents within our community. And so one thing that I've been thinking a lot about lately is that, you know, when we think about the civil rights movement, we oftentimes think back to the 1960s. But the reality is that the civil rights movement has never ended, and it's our time to come together as a community to carry the torch of justice and freedom forward for all members of our community and continue the fight that so many have fought before us. And so I see this as a commitment for us moving forward during this very different dark times. to come together and to continue to support women and LGBTQ plus community people within our community. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to second the motion.
We're going to go with the Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for bringing forward this resolution. Some of the language coming out of the administration is truly alarming and really breeds hate and division among many different segments of our community here in this country. Just reading as you were describing the importance of this resolution and just talking about your history of putting it together, a quote came to my mind by Martin Niemöller, who actually was a Lutheran pastor in Germany and initially embraced a lot of Nazi ideas. And later on, when Hitler's Germany interfered with the Protestant church, he was arrested and spent the last 8 years of the war in a concentration camp. And he's the one with the famous quote that first they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, but there was no one left to speak for me. And I think that's why it's important at this early juncture to demonstrate that our local government is not our federal government, that we embrace all the people in our county and will support all the people in our county, and really will stand up for the LGBTQ plus community in particular. And so I'm happy to support the motion as a cisgender, be his supervisor. Thanks.
I'm allow Supervisor Martinez to end this, so I'm going to say my comments now as well. So I'm really also happy to support this. I think that this will ensure a diverse LGBT community that is healthy and safe in our communities. So I think that this will really provide safety and security in the community, especially in our government centers, our schools, our workplaces, our places of worship. And as it was mentioned in the public comment with the resolution we did earlier in the year, we strongly supported immigrants, but I believe that what Supervisor Martinez brings is definitely in both in spirit and solidarity of working together in collaboration with each other. And so I'm happy to support it because this really supports all of our community. Supervisor Martinez.
I want to thank my colleagues for your support across the board. For most of my life, I never imagined that I would even be able to be elected and to be in a seat like this. And then again, really never imagined that there would be a time when I would be not only in the seat, but then also needing to bring forward such a clear demand to protect our community because of very real threats. And so the time we're at today is it's very unique, and I'm incredibly grateful to the support of the board. I'm also very grateful for those of you who came to speak today. Thank you. It takes a lot of courage to get up here and to share your story. So thank you for taking the time to be here. It really means a lot. And thank you to the staff who I know are working tirelessly to prepare for the actions that are coming. And it's going to require strategy and swift action. And I think that's why I tried to build that piece into this resolution, because we need to be able to work quickly to react and to respond, and so we can continue to protect our communities most vulnerable. So thank you so much. And I think you need to now ask for votes.
So we have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa and a second from Supervisor Cummings. Can we take a roll call vote?
Absolutely, Chair. Supervisor DeSerpa. Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have agenda item number 10, consider implementation and update report for the Santa Cruz County Safe Drinking Water, Clean Beaches, Wildfire Risk Reduction, and Wildlife Protection Act, and take all related actions. We have a presentation from OE3 and our
Good afternoon. Chair Hernandez and members of the board, I'm back with Director Reed from our Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience. And to my right is Director Jeff Gaffney of our Parks Department. And together we're going to be presenting on Measure Q and our implementation and startup activities. So these are the topics we'll be covering in this presentation. And I would like to just start by reminding the board that Measure Q was overwhelmingly passed by voters this past November. It's an $87 parcel tax that will begin to be collected in fiscal year 2025-26. And this is going to bring revenue into the county to really work on enhancing and protecting our incredible environment, our natural resources, our water, and our wildlife for many generations to come. So right now, beginning in 2025, we're in the implementation and startup phase. What this means is that we are working on standing up the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board. That board is going to be tasked with developing or advising the Parks Department and OE3 on a vision plan that will help guide the delivery of these funds and grants. So OR3 and Parks will be taking input from them, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, and then hopefully approving that and moving it forward. We have multiple stakeholder and public meetings coming up that will receive feedback from the public prior to the plan being finally approved. And the goal based on Measure Q is to have that come and be approved by July 1st of 2025. But we'll talk, once we have a little bit more time to talk about the implementation and startup activities, we'll come back to you with a little bit more context about what that deadline might mean. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Reed.
Thank you. So I'd like to take a few moments just to discuss the Citizen Oversight Advisory Board and reiterate some of the elements that are in the measure that was passed. So as Assistant CAO Coburn mentioned, the goal of this body is to help advise and review funding allocations. The first step in our implementation is really to seat that body, for which all of you have an appointing authority to represent our district. They don't have to be living in your district, but 5 members of that board will be appointed by all of you. And then 4 of those members will be appointed by each of the incorporated cities as part of the measure. Our goal is to get a diverse group of skill sets and community members. There are rules around they cannot hold an elected office while in that role, and then have a demonstrated level of expertise in one of the 6 areas noted on the slide. So we are hoping to get a good mix of folks from your appointments as well as the cities to reflect both our diverse community and the diverse needs that we have, because this is an important new funding source that we want to take advantage of holistically. So the next, if you can go to the next slide, I just want to speak briefly on some of the roles and responsibilities of the Citizen Oversight Advisory Board. As Nicole mentioned, the Act states that OR3 and Parks will be the administrative arm of this measure at the county side. So we'll be collaborating to support the COAB body with staff to be identified in future budget conversations. Once we seat that body, we hope to do so as quickly as possible, ideally by March. We want to start that development of the vision plan and strive towards that July 1 deadline that was outlined. So we want to have a collaborative process where we have all 9 members of that COAB seated, and so they can start to engage in that vision plan development that will be led by Parks and OR3. The other key action that they'll take early on is to identify the land stewardship implementation partner. There's criteria set forth in the measure as to what the qualifying entity might need to be. But we want to get them identified and appointed by the COAB so that they can also participate in the creation of the vision plan. Then the COAB will receive reports from Parks OR3. They will submit an annual report to all of you, and they will conduct hearings when we get to the grant allocation stage of the process. So right now, in terms of implementation, we're not, we'll discuss later in the presentation the expected timeline of implementation, but the first step is really getting that body seated, and part of the recommended actions today are going to enact that. With that, I believe I'll hand it over the next slide to Director Gaffney.
Good afternoon, Chair and fellow board members. Jeff Gaffney, County Parks Director. And with a lot of the things going on in the world right now, a lot of the darkness around us that is trying to shade us in, I think it's really exciting, actually, that we have a program like this that's going to help us find the places, spaces, programs, the different things that we all believe are safe havens for all of us, and also protect the world around us, our environment itself physically. So I think this is exciting. This is going to bring in approximately $7.5 million in revenue. And of that, there's going to be some that is automatically transmitted to the treasurer tax collector. And as well, a portion of that, there'll be unpaid property taxes. This is also considered the unpaid rate. 1.28% of property taxes go unpaid. And so that will be something that is held back in reserve because that money is not going to be paid. In addition to that, there'll be some admin collected for the COAB and the programmatic activities and costs. And when you get down to the actual money that goes into the buckets, the different separate buckets that are part of this program, you'll have 4 of them. 3 of them, the city programs, as you see here, the county program and the partner program, are more internal programs and are directly transmitted to those programs themselves. In other words, we'll take, for example, the city programs. As you can see, none of the cities in our county will get less than 200,000. That will be on a per capita basis, but the money will be transmitted directly to the cities. This will occur as the property taxes come in the different times of the year when they're transmitted. So additionally, there's also a county program that we'll work on internally and how we work with that. There's also a partner program that has the Resource Conservation District and a land stewardship implementation partner yet to be named as part of the vision plan process and working with the COAB as we've identified the Citizen Oversight Advisory Board. So the portion you probably want to hear about a little bit also is a little bit more discretionary. It's a 2.6 million grants program. That's 40% of the money that's brought in. And that will be working with OR3 and Parks will work together to determine where and how we think the money should be allocated in collaboration and cooperation with the COAB and working with the vision plan. Keeping in mind that 600,000 of that will be set aside for the Pajaro Valley watershed, and another 600,000 will be set aside for the area, San Vicente Redwoods and the area around that, where the watersheds and the forest around it. So what we would be looking at is potentially 1.4 million. Some of this money could be held back, and if we have other larger projects. And as I move on to the next slide, I will talk about that. So the important parts of this, the primary areas in this act that were created is that it has 3 really universal priorities that we're looking for matching dollars for the larger money that's out there. There's a lot of multi-million, 20, 30, 40 million, sometimes $100 million grants out there. So this is local match money. So we may deem it important to hold back some money to find a larger grant that benefits the entire community, which gets to the next slide, which is, I'm sorry, the next portion of that slide, it was just a multi-benefit. So if we're looking at these projects, one of the important things in regards to not only match is that it's multi-beneficial, so that if you read the language of the actual act, it talks about all the different things that we're trying to benefit, and it's a lot. So the more benefits that it provides, the more it lends itself to the universal priorities. And the last thing, of course, as we talked about, helping people that need these spaces, disadvantaged communities, people who live in places and parts of our county, maybe they live 7, 8, 10 people in a 2-bedroom house. This is the one place they may be able to go to sometimes. It's our parks, it's our open spaces. It's also protecting our forests and our watersheds, the drinking water, and protecting our forests. So those are all of the communities that are probably impacted the most without protection. So then also getting back to the vision plan, that's going to identify the activities and the geographies and where we're going to do that. And that's, as I said, working with the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board and OR3 and ourselves.
Nicole, your mic's not on.
Sorry, excuse me, I turned it off. So here you can see the timeline for implementation over the next year and a half. As you can see, we're starting off with seeding the COAB and developing the vision plan. As we head into fiscal year 2025-2026, we will be bringing back, developing, and then bringing to the board, probably as part of a supplemental budget, the initial budget for the next fiscal year in relationship to activities of OR3 in the Parks Department. There may be subsequent actions that may have to take place related to the grant program, but we will be reporting on that through budget hearings. And then as we go into the next fiscal year, you can see that we'll be starting on rolling out the grant program, awarding probably most likely not until winter of 2026 to allow for that program to take place. Revenue starts in the fall. As you know, our first installment for property taxes is due December 10th, and then the second installment is due the subsequent spring in April. So we will be collecting the tax. The revenue distribution by the auditor, controller, tax collector's office takes place in 3 installments. So for the county accounts, the cities, and our partners, we can all expect to see funding coming in December, May, and June. The county, as soon as we adopt the budget and have a budget for that next fiscal year, as soon as July 1st hits, we can start spending against that budget. So regardless of when the funds are distributed, we can spend against our expected appropriations. And then at the end of the fiscal year, there will be annual reports that are due, and then the new year of programming begins. So with that, these are recommended actions. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I do want to note a clarification. Since we finalized the staff report that you all had a chance to read, we were coordinating with each of the cities on the COAB appointments and realized that we needed to give them a little bit more time. So for recommended action number 2, we would like to modify that to say that accept nomination or notification of vacancy on the Citizens Advisory Board and nominations for appointments to be received on March 11th. We would like to come to the board with the board appointments and the city appointments together on March 11th for those nominations. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll now turn to my fellow board members to see if anyone has any comments, questions. I'll start to my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. A couple questions about the COAB, the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board. How often do we expect them to meet? Or is that flexible? Is it going to be quarterly, monthly?
Yeah, I think as we go early into the process here, we're going to expect to meet maybe twice a month. It could be a little bit more than that. And then, yeah, it'll hit a nice rhythm, hopefully about 6 months out, and quarterly after that is kind of what we're anticipating.
Great. Yeah, and I think that makes sense that they're more involved, especially as the vision plan is finalized. And the meetings that they host can even be opportunities for public input on the vision plan, and then for it to become a little bit more spread out and regular after that. You mentioned that some public outreach activities are currently planned. Do you actually have dates, or what activities, and who's going to lead them?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're framing the schedule for the vision plan development, but there are a number of existing initiatives that are going on both in Parks and OR3 that we want to sync this up with. One of them being yesterday, we actually just kicked off our local hazard mitigation plan update process. That'll be our first multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation update. So there's going to be a public process associated with some of that effort. And what we really want to do as an example is just provide that linkage and that understanding that we need to do preparedness stuff around hazard mitigation, identifying projects, and now we actually have a funding source for that. So where possible, we're going to try and amplify the vision process and make connections so that we have as much engagement as we can in the vision plan development through other initiatives that are ongoing.
Okay, so it sounds like there could be multiple entities helping with that public outreach process. And then, as far as the range of experience on the oversight and advisory board, I think we would probably all agree that we want many of those categories ultimately ticked off. But if we have sort of a, everyone submit their nominee for this for the board, and we don't know who else has been nominated, we might miss out on opportunities to sort of optimize the range of experience. I mean, I know that I've seen a lot of interest in this board, which is great. And you could easily pick someone from the environmental community, the health community, finance background. And my choice might be influenced by who my colleagues ultimately choose. Is there some way that obviously we can't talk directly about it, but that maybe staff can say, okay, well, we think we have someone from these various categories. Could that much be communicated as board members help finalize a choice, move towards finalizing choices?
I think unfortunately, it's very difficult to do something like that because it ends up resulting in collective concurrence outside of a meeting. So another solution might be to not all come at one time with your nominations and instead do a rolling series of nominations where people come one at a time, week over week, or something like that. And it would give your board an opportunity to decide whether you appreciate the nominee that's been put forward and whether it would influence your individual actions after that time.
Yeah, because it strikes me, even if we did a two-step process where we nominated, then appointed, nominated at one meeting, appointed at the second meeting, we would all still have to nominate multiple people in order to have options by the time we get to the second meeting. So yeah, I could definitely support a rolling nomination process. I'd be happy to go on the earlier side or the later side to whatever's less desirable. Like I said, I've seen a lot of interest in this, so I don't think we'll have any problem there. And then just an overarching comment, again, want to thank the Land Trust and everyone who supported this measure. It's a huge community effort, and I have no doubt that it's going to prove to be one of the best decisions our county ever made as far as investing in the management of our open space, and then really being able to leverage these local dollars. Not to get any more federal grants within the next 4 years, but certainly some state grants, and hopefully future administrations at the federal level will be more embracing of these kinds of projects.
Supervisor Martinez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And I am also just really excited about an opportunity to have a really dedicated source to think long-term about our open spaces, about our wildfire prevention, about our clean water. Climate change is happening and we're seeing the impact locally. And finally, there's going to be an opportunity for us to invest long-term in some of the, prevention and, preparedness work that will support us locally. So thank you. I'm really excited about doing this. And that's also why I want to do this right. On the early onset, we're setting something that could be in place for many, many years. And so I want to go back to Supervisor Koenig's comment. It's almost like you were in my office yesterday. You weren't, but we were circling on this exact same struggle where, it's really important as we're having our first opportunity to put together an advisory board that it's a well-balanced board. And I define that in a number of ways. One is by subject matter expertise, right? We don't want 5 people nominated from us that all care about water quality or all care about fire prevention, because we need a diverse skill set. And then also, as we all know, our county invested and has endorsed a Santa Cruz Like Me initiative, which is about diversity and having diverse voices at the table, whether that's socioeconomic background, homeowner versus renters, different generations at the table. And so as somebody who wants to make a nomination, I almost feel like I can't nominate one single person without looking across at everybody else's, I'm sure, well-qualified nominees to make sure that we're creating collectively a well-rounded group. So you had an attempt. Let me try a different attempt at maybe addressing that. Would it be possible if supervisors were encouraged to submit more than one nominee? So perhaps, each office submits 2 or 3, kind of depending on who we have, making up different backgrounds, and then asking the staff to come back with, some sort of matrix or analysis based on, who's been nominated and what their expertise is. So that way in a follow-up meeting, we can then collectively make a decision based on who has been nominated.
I think the idea could be further explored. One of the conundrums that we're falling into is that we have a county code section 2.38, which governs the nomination and appointment process. And so staff is trying to be faithful to what this would look like. It would not look like a normal at-large appointment. It looks like the other kind, like the planning commission kind of appointment, where an individual supervisor brings forth one nomination, and then the board decides whether or not to appoint that person. There are other ways, like an example that you just gave, that are possible to do it. But we would just need some pretty clear direction on exactly what your board wanted us to do, and we would just have to make sure that we time it correctly and that there is no cross communication amongst board members regarding the nominations.
Yeah, I understand that in the act that was passed by the voters, each supervisor gets their one pick, so that part will remain, I believe. But I was thinking that we still might be able to make a decision based on the 2 or 3. Like if I submit 2 or 3 and then I look across the board and then I see the diversity gaps, that I might self-select out of my 2 or 3 the District 5 nominee. It's an imperfect process, and so I'm looking to staff if you have any recommendations on how to do it. I think that the intent, now you've heard from 2 supervisors, is just to try to, as we take our first step forward, have a well-balanced representation that can best represent the community that we're trying to serve.
I'll just follow up as a first step. Your board could set a date for each supervisor to nominate 3 potential candidates for your seat, and then follow it up with another date at which you would pick amongst those 3 that you select, that you put forward as your official nominee for the position, after having seen the breadth of experience amongst the entire group.
Yeah,
I think that would be defensible under the Brown Act to do.
Thank you, Council. I am interested in putting forth a motion of similar notion, but I'd love to hear the comments from others before doing that.
Supervisor Cummings.
And I was also add, we still have to go out to the public. So, but this is going to be a little tricky in terms of the selection process. I understand that. And I do also want to just acknowledge that, we are also a bit limited in who we can select from, just based on the fact that they have to meet this criteria. I do question, though, how flexible this is, because I think that, while the intent was to try to get people with this level of expertise, it also maybe excluding people who have backgrounds that would lend itself to being informative in this decision-making process. So for example, I have a PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology. Where do ecologists and environmental scientists kind of fit in that? Because if you have somebody who works locally on climate change, for example, where do they fit into this picture? So I'm just trying to get some sense, because as I'm thinking about who I might be reaching out to, I just want to better understand, what flexibility there is around the quality, them meeting these qualifications.
feel like that's a question.
Oh, it is. It is a question. It's like, for example, invasive species management is something that's really important to us, but that's not captured here. So I'm just kind of wondering how people with skills that would greatly inform this process can be included if they're not explicitly kind of, called out in this criteria.
Yeah, I think we're at the beginning of this, and this is going to be in perpetuity. And so I think a lot of very thoughtful decisions need to be made. And to your point, I think environmental scientists could fit into a lot of these categories. I think you could pick different professions, you can pick different specialties, and these were written in a manner that gives that broad-based approach to the projects themselves and to this act. It's not looking for intended professions as much as it's looking for scope of area of work. And so an environmental scientist might be able to be concentrated, as you said, in water, might be able to concentrate on forest health, might be able to concentrate even to some degree. Environmental scientists are employed in the parks world. So, I mean,
if I could comment, so I think that ultimately the way that I read the act, and the council can comment as well, I think you are the ones who decide that, the qualifications. I think it leaves it ultimately in your hands to determine the qualifications and how they're meeting the act.
Yeah, I largely agree with that. It's going to be the job of each supervisor to demonstrate to their colleagues that the person that they are putting forward have demonstrated expertise in one of these areas.
Thanks.
Leaves you a lot of room.
Okay, that's helpful. The next question I have around the project selection process, and I think there was something mentioned, maybe in the board report, or maybe it was in one of the meetings, around projects being selected kind of to be included in the budget process. And I'm just wondering if somebody could speak to that.
So inside the bucket that refers to the county's bucket, that's the 1.4 million, 20%. In theory, we could, as part of the budget process, looking into the next fiscal year, make budget allocations. However, recognizing that the vision plan won't be adopted by the time any supplemental budget occurs, we may take that in two steps, which is to identify the staff needed to help implement this plan, both at the COAB level and also the programmatic grant level. And then there may be some suggestions around grant match opportunities. And then perhaps after the vision plan is adopted in early August, we come back with a more refined conversation about how those funds might be allocated.
I think that, yeah, thanks for that, because I was a little confused with it. And I really do think that it's important that we have the vision plan and then we come back with projects, because I think we adopt the final budget in September, or at least we did this year. And so if we could, if it comes back at that point in time, then maybe we can have that discussion around the specific projects. And additionally, I just think it's really important that the project selection process be done in coordination and in collaboration with our offices. I mean, we don't really have many discretionary funds, and there's projects that pop up that we hear about from people in the community. And I think it's just really important that as the selection process is being done, that there's some information exchange between board members and staff so that we make sure that we're meeting the needs that we're hearing in the community, and that those are also kind of being considered when we're having projects come forward. And then the last, I guess, comment I have, and maybe this actually is in part a question, but I know that in the past, and I think that a lot of this funding, well, let me rephrase that. This is an opportunity for us to also fund some nonprofits that have been very neglected in our community, that do a lot of work on environmental stewardship. And so I'm wondering if those types of programs that have existed, would those potentially be eligible for funding for this funding? Because I know this past year we had during the core process, we had some funding set aside for environmental programs, but this really opens up the amount of funding that's potentially available for some of those programs, so that maybe we could take that money from core, have it go towards more safety net services, and then create a pocket of funding here where those nonprofits can apply for that money.
I think with the language of the act itself, it talks about developing the vision plan from all of the existing plans. So a lot of those existing plans that are out there have not been completed or do not have funding for them. So I think the vision for this originally was that some of these dollars would be used to fund those types of programs and those plans that, for example, a conservation blueprint or the CAP, or there's a lot of things that need to be funded out there. And so, yes, there should be some capacity for some nonprofits, but I don't want to give the idea that this is going to fund nonprofits in perpetuity or that it's going to be some sustainable source of funding.
Got it. And then I guess last question, are we going to be sending links or anything that we can send out to folks, or has that? Because I don't think we've received that yet, but I'm just, in terms of a call for.
Yeah, I emailed a link to you and your staff so you should have information that should be available in terms of the Measure Q website, the application for applying for the COAB, and it provided some other just background information. So I'm happy to resend it if any of you don't have it, and or answer any other questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. I won't belabor the issue, but I do have some concerns about putting forward a candidate. For example, if Monica and Manu put forward people that are experts in, let's say, forestry, and then I don't know that, and then I put somebody forward. We don't want to have 5 people that are experts in forestry, right? We want some diversity there. And similarly, we do want diversity in where maybe they live in the county, gender, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess every 2 weeks we would hear another candidate come forward. Is that the plan currently, or one of the options?
It's not the plan currently. It's available as an option if your board has a role in deciding how you want to roll this out. I think staff presented one idea in the staff report, but it's sounding like a couple of your members have concerns around that, and so this would be the time to provide feedback on something different.
We could also, if you would like, come back at the next meeting with some ideas of a process to nominate folks. That would be some kind of rolling process. It wouldn't be the actual nominations. It would just be a description of the process. If you would like that, that's just another suggestion.
Okay. And then, we have plans already in place in many departments, et cetera, right? We've got climate action plan, we've got hazard mitigation, we have San Vicente has a management plan, parks probably have plan. I mean, everybody has plans. Why do we then again need to spend money and tremendous amounts of effort and time putting together another plan? Like, why can't we combine all of the plans that are already in place? So I'm just thinking, let's streamline and save money. I don't want to have to pay a consultant a fortune to come up with a plan when we already have many plans in place.
Well, we were going to use DeepSeek, but ISD just shut that down for us, so we can't use that. No, all kidding aside, the plans at the core of this act is how many multi-benefit projects can we come up with? How many projects do we have that are beneficial to a number of categories of those plans, for example? And so that is the hope. And that is also creating the vision plan. I know it's, in my career, I've come a long ways over the last 30 years, and I used to think plans sat on a shelf and collected dust, but they actually do have a point, and they do have a very valuable asset as we move forward. And I would believe, I'll defer to either Dave or Nicole on this one, that it would be completely opposite of what the act envisioned if we didn't move forward with trying to combine those plans and create the vision plan.
Okay, I've just been in like hundreds of planning processes where we all get together and put Post-it notes up, and we already know what needs to be done, essentially. I mean, I think it's good to get stakeholder feedback, but I just don't want to spend a tremendous amount of money and extra time so that we're not implementing anything until 6 or 7 months down the road. Like, let's get started. Anyway, that's all. Thank you. And thank you for all the work that's already gone in.
Supervisor Cummins, you had some additional comments, questions?
Yeah, just, as we collectively think about this nomination process, I do wonder if there might be an opportunity. Back when I was on the Santa Cruz City Council, and we would do selections for the different commissions and committees, people would submit applications, and there was a day when everybody would come forward and kind of say why they, wanted to have the position. And it could be that we have a special, and that usually was a special meeting. And given that we all have to nominate someone from our respective districts, it could be an opportunity for us to hear from the people who maybe it's the top three, and we hear from all of them from across all the different districts, and then we can have an opportunity to discuss and select who we may want. So it's just a suggestion to take into consideration, but an opportunity for us to hear from the people who are applying and to get a sense of what does that spectrum of diversity look like, what are the different skill sets, and where these people are kind of geographically located. So just to try to provide a suggestion of process.
Personally, I don't think we should Personally, I don't think we should get stuck on our nominations. There's only 5. I think that we can figure it out. I get big straws, just kidding. But I think that, I think staff, CEO's office can bring something up. But I'm open to anyone, just any suggestion, as long as we just move through this process.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead. We haven't heard from the public. Yeah, we have to do the public first. So that's it. That's it for my comments. I'm keeping it short. If there's anyone in the public who would like to make a public input, please do so now.
Thank you. My name's Kate Anderton, and I'm the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. And I want to start by thanking all of you on the board who have been so pivotal in building the county-wide support for the passage of this first step in this direction for our county. I think particularly important at this time where we have funds that are locally generated, completely insulated from the impacts of the outside community in terms of removing those from the kinds of priorities that we can identify collectively among the bodies who are represented both on the advisory board and in terms of making the ultimate distribution of the grants. And together with your critical role as supervisors, I want, particularly on the Land Trust's behalf, to thank and acknowledge the administrative officer and his staff, particularly Elisa Benson and Nicole, in working through the endless details that has brought a coalition countywide in support of this matter. And also thanking Director Gaffney and Director Reed for your roles in working with us and building this broad base of support. You, between the staff report and the comments that you have as supervisors have made about this measure, it's clear you have a deep understanding and commitment to it. And I think in delivering to our county citizens who supported this, what they voted for, the transparency and the efficacy of moving forward in a quick time frame is particularly important in continuing to build this kind of support for the initiatives that this measure represents. Thank you so much.
Hi there, I'm Terry Corwin. I'm the immediate past chair of the Board of Directors of County Park Friends. Before that, I was executive director at the Land Trust, and we developed the conservation blueprint. And then working with Director Gaffney, I had the pleasure of working on the County Park Strategic Plan. So yes, there are plans. We don't need to do a whole bunch of new plans, but we need to thread them. And to that point of multiple benefits, that just seems like a really exciting thing to do. And for once, like after 15 years of trying to make this happen, thank you to the Land Trust and to all of you. We're going to have some funding to at least make some choices with. It's not going to change the world radically, but it's going to make somewhat of a difference. So thank you for your support. I really look forward to working with you in the future to realize the dreams that this funding can help. Thank you.
Anybody online?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Call in user 8760. Your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Tricia Wiltshire, and I am calling in to read a statement on the behalf of Mariah Roberts. She's the Executive Director of County Park Friends and unfortunately couldn't be here this afternoon due to a prior scheduling conflict. To the elected leaders and county staff here today, thank you for your service. Additionally, I'd like to thank the voters of Santa Cruz County for their overwhelming support of Measure Q. The vote was clear. Our community supports and chooses to invest in the essential resources that are our parks, open spaces, and recreational opportunities. Access to parks and open spaces is the ultimate preventative medicine which supports our physical and mental health for individuals. It also supports social connectedness and economic health for communities. Built into Measure Q is a commitment that resonates with our mission at County Park Friends to ensure that all residents enjoy and benefit from the outdoor natural resources that make our community so special. The measure language ensures that funds are invested to expand access for everyone, especially our disadvantaged communities. Your commitment to put this into action, as outlined today in this presentation, also aligns with the strategic planning process that is currently underway at County Park Friends. As we establish our own pathway to greatest impact, the shared values of access and inclusion clarified in Measure Q will be referenced and embedded into our own goals and initiatives. We look forward to working with the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board and staff from Parks and OR3 to find opportunities where we can combine our resources for maximum impact. To the Board of Supervisors, thank you for recognizing the value of this investment by our own community, for our own community. Thank you for your leadership in making parks and open space a priority. Together, we have an important opportunity to build and sustain lasting impacts to benefit generations in our diverse community. Thank you so much.
Jean and Michael, your microphone's now available.
Hello, this is Jean Brocklebank. Two things. You know, Measure Q started off with a statement about protection of water and wildlife. That sounded really good. Over the months of the campaign, it's now morphed into let's build trails, just as Tricia said moments ago, for access to nature. It's a fact that access has caused many problems for wildlife habitat, especially trail building, where hikers and bicyclists take their leashed and unleashed dogs and cause problems for wildlife. It's also caused degradation of eroded trails, and where people go, fires surely follow. So that's all I want to say about that. I'm an ecologist. I have training in biology from UCLA and environmental studies from UCSC. So that's where my heart and my mind is. The second thing is, since the public was not allowed to attend any of the meetings of the planning for the North Coast Facilities Management Plan. In fact, we were disallowed. We asked to attend those meetings and we were told we could not. I really want assurance that this time the public will be allowed attendance at the COAB meetings, not just pick our brains before the COAB is formed and pick our brains when you're coming up with another vision, but I mean allow the public to attend those meetings. I really care about wildlife. I care about wildlife habitat, and I care about the humans who live here in our community too. I care about all life. Thank you very much.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you again for allowing me to speak. So anyways, I'm thinking here, the types of questions that you would want to ask or, in order to try to glean from candidates that they have the skill set that you need. For example, for forestry, you would like people that have an appreciation and that have toured the 3 major redwood groves in the state of California, and that also understand the differences between alpine forests and redwood forests. And, you know, what an old growth redwood forest looks like versus what an old growth alpine forest looks like. Also, in regards to land and water, you want individuals that could speak to and that understand where the EPA Superfund sites are on the West Coast. They understand about Washington State. They understand about the radioactive issues around San Francisco. They know about the mercury mining here in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And they understand that that mercury was transported up to the Tahoe Basin and up to specifically Virginia City, and that the Carson River Lahontan Reservoir complex there is, I believe it might still be the #1 EPA Superfund site in the country, because, you know, the Virginia City miners, you know, they dumped all that heavy metal, you know, while they're processing the ore right into the Carson River. So little things like that would be very helpful. You know, you wouldn't have an individual just saying, oh yeah, they have forestry experience and all that, they could chop down a tree, but there's a huge difference here in having a real understanding of land and wildlife, air and water, and our forests. So anyways, that's my suggestion. Hopefully those folks, you'll be able to flush that out of those folks when they're going through the interview process. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
So before I turn to Supervisor Martinez, I just wanted to add something that has nothing to do with the nomination part of it, but more like the criteria you use and the implementation tool that we use. So I wanted to see if there's a way that we can add the like an equity matrix. And I'm sure folks like Maria even mentioned it, right? Equity, inclusion. And I'm sure Land Trust would agree with this, is if there's a way that we can add a equity component to it when it comes to selection of sites, of projects.
So I think
what sort of the way that we're trying to move with CDI and HSA even.
We anticipate returning to the board as we begin to craft the grant criteria and the selection criteria. So certainly that will be a later this calendar year project, and certainly we can bring that to the board for consideration and review. But we're not at that stage of the implementation to contemplate what the grant program looks like and the criteria for selection.
All right. Well, I just wanted to put it out there so that you guys are aware of it. I would like to see that. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. I would like to move the recommended actions as stated, with the exception of action number 2, which would be modified to read, accept notification of vacancy on the Citizens Oversight Advisory Committee board, with each board member submitting up to 3 nominations for appointments to be received in time to be reviewed by the board at the March 11th meeting and approved by the board at the March 25th meeting.
I have one question. Would your motion be intended to have the entire board select from the 3 nominees that you have put forward on March 11th, on March 25th? Or are you, that's where I'm missing you?
The intent would be that each district would then select from their own 3 to submit a single one on March 25th.
Okay, and then it would be so there would be a letter on March 25th appointing with a request to appoint the person that you selected after having seen everybody's nominations that came through on March 11th.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Chair, if I may, I generally support that process. I think my one request would be that we actually would move it up 1 meeting so that we'd submit the, up to 3 nominations on February 25th. And then we were able to do a final decision on March 11th for the city nominations as well as for our own. The reason being, I think to Supervisor DeSerpa's point, as well as Chair Hernandez, we really want the COAB to be up and functioning as quickly as possible, especially because they're going to play such a key role in defining the vision plan. And so I think we'll have close to a month, even before the February 25th meeting, to get those 3 nominations in, and would just urge us not to delay. But I generally like the idea of the process of submitting multiple and then picking one.
I think we just might have an administrative challenge because the nominations are the application is open and right now it has a closing date of February 24th, which means that if we wanted to get something on the board agenda for February 25th, we wouldn't have had time to submit it for the board agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can clarify, Supervisor Martinez. So we sent out a press release yesterday with the application link indicating the deadline is February 24th, but I think we could probably clarify with the press and send out an update that the deadline is being moved up to accommodate the February 25th meeting.
I'm okay with that, if you can make that happen.
Okay, then if that's considered a friendly amendment, that the first few nominations would be heard at the February 25th meeting with final appointment on March 11th. I'm happy to second the motion.
So we have a Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this and conceptually. I just have a concern with when would the application period close then? Because I'm just kind of thinking about some of the processes that we put in place around agenda recommendations and when those need to be to staff for them to be able to put those into the agenda report. And if the agenda is going to go out on February 20th, then my understanding would be that the last day, well, potentially for us to be able to put anything into the agenda packet would be the 17th, which gives us about 2.5 weeks. And then if we're making our top 3 recommendations, that means each office will have had to have reviewed all the applications that came in prior to that to make those recommendations. So it really only gives us about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks max for people to apply. And I'm just concerned about the fact that, we're trying to get as many more, well, to spread this broadly and to get a good pool of applicants. And also I guess I want to better understand too, if we recommend 3 individuals, is the idea that we're going to have a regular session item where each of those individuals will come in and speak to the board so we can get a better sense of who they are? Or is it just that there's the top 3 individuals within the pack and we get to read everybody's application and then we're going to come back with our own recommendation? Because I feel like if we're not going to have any discussion, then really, why not just bring forward our recommendations on the 11th? I'm just trying to better understand how this is all going to work in terms of timing and being able to have a pretty clean process. So those are my concerns.
Can I just?
Yes. So yes, Supervisor. Sorry.
So is the majority of this work happening during daylight hours? This is like the meetings for COAB will happen like at some point during the day, because that's really hard on working people who have very big jobs. And most of the people we would likely recommend are experts in their field. Maybe a few are retired, but
Yeah, we just talked about this yesterday with our working group, and the thinking would be we'd like to see who is available for this first and then work with them. We've already reserved spaces at both 9 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. for a number of dates. We've already locked up a bunch of dates, so it can be either 9 a.m. or 5:30 p.m.
That's great. So that'll open up the pool of candidates. But I mean, I don't know that I could find 3 people that could or would want to serve, you know what I mean? So I think it's okay, right? It would be okay if we only bring forward 1 or 2 or 3, right?
Correct. Yeah, okay. I think that's our understanding.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. So we have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second with the friendly amendment from Supervisor Koenig. If there are no further questions, we'll take roll call.
Certainly.
Yeah. Well, I don't feel like I had some questions. I don't think they've been addressed. So I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to work. Because otherwise, if the votes are there to move this forward, I'd probably vote no, just because I'm a little concerned with timing and all these things. But if there's a way for us to kind of resolve some of these concerns, I could be open to supporting this. But I'm just really concerned with getting the applications out, getting people to apply, and the timing of all this.
Well, I got a question. So could the board chair seek who their section nomination they want to choose from? No? Okay.
I'm just looking at the calendar and
Just to keep it simple, I'm trying to keep it simple.
Oh,
go ahead.
To answer Supervisor Cummings' question, so the board meeting is on the 28th, right? So is that what you were, the date that we're coming forward with the nominations?
On February 25th.
February 28th, right?
25th.
25th of February.
That's weird. Okay. So then I'm just wondering if that Tuesday before, if that could be the date that we would get the nominations from the board members. So
I think that's our deadline anyway to receive board items usually is by that Monday or Tuesday. So that would be acceptable.
And that's why my concern is that, so then the application, because then we'd have to have an application deadline, and then we'd have to have time to review those applications so that we can make our nominations by that date. And so I guess my concern is that window is going to be really tight. Like we probably would have to have application deadline close like the 10th or the 11th to give board members time to review and then make those recommendations with the deadline for us to make recommendations by the 17th. So that's where my concern is coming in. It's really around, I mean, we'd have to like immediately know exactly who we're going to identify and say, hey, would you be willing to do this? If they say no, we're going to be scrambling around to try to find people and then to get them to fill out the applications and do the review. And I just feel like there's a lot of other things that I'm sure we're all working on, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on us as board members. So that's my big concern right now with this.
So as the maker of the motion, I definitely understand and hearing Supervisor Cummings' concern. I was accepting your friendly amendment, but given Supervisor Cummings' concern, could you be comfortable with the original motion as stands with the dates of March 11th and March 25th meetings?
Yeah, I'm seeing that and the wisdom in that, despite wanting to move quickly. I guess it would also give us the opportunity to see who the cities have nominated, right? And so I'm fine with the original dates of March 11th and March 25th for finalization.
Thank you. And then the one part that I don't feel like we answered for you, Supervisor Cummings, was kind of the process once they've all been submitted. And I would like to look to staff with any guidance if you wanted to present them all to us with their criteria back to us, or, they will all have been daylighted by then, the 3 nominations from each, or up to 3 nominations from each district. And so any guidance or advice you guys would like to provide us in submitting that back would be welcome.
Well, typically you would get it when the board packet is published 72 hours in advance of the meeting. So, you would all, March 11th, you would put, the meeting is March 11th. So you would receive it, let's say March 7th or March 8th, and have the weekend to think about it. And then you wouldn't be making any decisions until a week and a half later, even individually, on who you were going to nominate for the next meeting.
Is that okay with you, Supervisor Cummings? Okay.
Just one clarifying thing too. You're welcome at that March 11th meeting to have the folks that you're considering nominating to come and speak at oral communications on their skill set to meet the question that you had, Supervisor Cummings. So that's certainly within their right and your right to encourage them to come and present their skill set in that oral communications window if it's not a regular agenda item.
So, can I ask
it's like a job interview.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's a clarifying question. I think you're getting at Supervisor Martinez, which is could after the March 11th meeting when we've all daylighted our up to 3 nominations, could staff basically maybe submit as written correspondence ahead of the meeting, some matrix showing, where those nominees fall as far as even just the basic kind of categories of expertise. And then that board members could use that to select our final nominee for the March 25th meeting.
Yeah, I'll just say and clarify. So the application asks them to identify which of those categories they have expertise in. So we could take all of that information and put it into one summary for you all so that you can see across all of the nominations or nominees which boxes they have experience in.
That'd be great. So, I'm happy to include that as additional direction or friendly amendment just to make sure that we get that resource to help us make the final selection.
And we would just need to post that online when we give it to all 5 of you at the same time.
one more.
Supervisor Cummings, one more time.
I think we're almost there. But to clarify, this is going to come to us on the 25th, right, of February?
I believe it was just changed so that it would come to you on March 11th to give you more time.
Okay, got it. All right, that's it.
Everybody good? Okay, we got a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Moving on. Next, we have item 11 on the agenda, considering options to allow cannabis consumption at retail locations and potential cannabis business tax revisions related to the consumption. Let me get closer here. And non-cannabis goods and take related actions. I'll turn it over to Melody Serino and Sam Laforte for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. Melody Serino, Deputy County Administrative Officer, and Samuel Laporte, our Cannabis Licensing Manager.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and board members. I'm here to present on item 11, which is a follow-up to the board direction from October 29th, when the board first considered ordinance language to allow cannabis consumption at existing retailers. Today, I'll be presenting 3 options related to potential locations for consumption lounges and 2 options related to potential tax code changes per that direction. In November 2023, the board considered cultivation and retail issues in the light of sustainable growth, economic development, and responsible regulations to seek alignment with the sustainability plan updates. This spurred a robust discussion at the board that led to directing staff to seek community input on these potential program changes. On June 4th, staff provided the board a report on the 4 listening sessions. The board had a thorough discussion of those results and directed staff to draft ordinances related to the November memo. On October 29th, staff presented a draft ordinance to the board for consideration, which included various mitigation measures for worker safety, prohibition of working in the lounge area, odor prevention, and serving size limits for edibles and drinks. The board directed staff to seek ways to extend the opportunities to have consumption lounges at more retailers based on a concern that some retailers may not have the space for these types of operations. So the first option mimics what was initially presented to the board in October and would allow retailers the opportunity to open a consumption lounge within their existing building or at an immediately adjacent commercial space. Currently, all of the retailers except for the 2 in the San Lorenzo Valley have the space to accommodate these types of operations. The 2 operators in the San Lorenzo Valley appear to have the potential to expand into adjacent tenant spaces, with 1 operator already leasing an adjacent space for a separate business. Option 2 mimics option 1 with the addition of allowing retailers the ability to pursue lounges at any parcel currently allowed by county code and not excluded by the 600 feet retailer to retailer location requirements. Maps were provided in the board packet of these areas, and this may disproportionately impact the retailers near Dominican Hospital and Northern 41st Avenue, as most of the locations are in those 2 areas. Additionally, a lounge is a retail point of sale, and this could potentially double the number of retailers within the unincorporated county. The third option would allow retailers the ability to pursue on-site consumption either within their existing licensed space or at any commercial location similar to those allowed for restaurants and bars. Similar to option 2, this could double the number of retail outlets in the county, but this option would provide the greatest flexibility to establish a lounge for current operators, but it would require the greatest effort for those businesses also. To establish a lounge following this option, businesses would need to obtain a land use entitlement, and this option would likely take staff approximately 8 to 12 months to finalize and implement the code changes. Now I'd like to review the options for considering regarding cannabis business tax modifications the board identified. Now, staff worked with County Council to analyze how the board can amend our voter-approved cannabis business tax code. Based on that chapter, the board has the authority to define cannabis lounges as a separate business type and set any tax rate for that business type between 0 and 10%. The second option, the board may interpret or clarify the methodologies of the tax or any definitions applicable to the tax. Under this provision, the board may add a definition for ancillary products as those that contain cannabis, which would exempt non-cannabis goods from taxation. And we're here to answer any questions you may have on taxes or the options provided for lounges.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. I'll start to my right this time with Supervisor Serpa.
Thanks, Sam, for all the work. And we met with you earlier, and I appreciate that very much. I think I'll hold my questions. I kind of want to hear, I think, other questions from the board. You know, I wasn't a sitting board member when this was first came before the board. So this, again, is not my giant area of expertise. So I'd like to hear some discussion first, and that might bring up other questions for me. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Cummings, questions, comments?
I'll have more comments to share later, but I do just want to first thank Mr. Laforte for his presentation. I know that just to provide some historical context, back in 2023, Supervisors Koenig and Hernandez brought an item forward with a number of different options to consider related to cannabis, cannabidiol on-site consumption lounges. And we've been hearing from the cannabis community too around issues related to taxation. And I will say that when this first came to the board, just so my colleagues are aware and the community is aware, what the board did was direct there to be extensive community outreach. And I think Mr. Laforte has touched on that today with the community meetings that were held to discuss this topic, which has gotten us to the recommendations that are before us today. And while there are some folks in the community who have expressed concern, I think there's a lot of people in the community who see the benefits of this. And so, you know, when I think about the history of medical cannabis in Santa Cruz, you know, a lot of that effort was to help people to provide cannabis legally for people who are struggling with whether it's AIDS or cancer or other illnesses that cannabis actually helped them with. And while I think that there's a stigma around people going to these places and just getting stoned, and that's the whole purpose, I think we really need to think about the fact that with legalization having happened in the state of California, there needs to be opportunities for education, and there needs to be opportunities for people to consume these products safely and where in places where they can learn how it's going to impact them with people who have experience in this field. And so this actually creates an opportunity for that to happen, because current law states that you can't consume this outside of your home. And so, you know, in terms of creating spaces where people can learn from each other and learn about the different products, their effects, you know, in somewhere that's safe, I think that this provides that opportunity. And then I'd say from a tourism perspective, you know, when people are here visiting and staying in hotels, they can't consume cannabis in their hotels. And, you know, and so it's one of these things where are these people supposed to go? And this provides an opportunity for them to consume cannabis somewhere where they're not going to be in violation of our county laws and our state laws. So I'm happy to bring up other items as this comes back to the board, and have some recommendations for us to consider as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. Supervisor Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to start by inviting our Health Director, Monica Morales, to come up and share her thoughts about the health impacts of the proposed choices. And as she comes up and her team comes up, I'd like to share that I've been receiving a lot of communications from the public expressing their concerns about the health and safety of the proposals to open consumption lounges. And I feel like we deserve an opportunity to hear from our health staff to speak to some of those concerns. And in fact, when I went back and reviewed all of the previous reports to the board referenced in the item, which were November 14th, 23, June 4th, 2024, as well as 2 resolutions from October 29th, 2024, I didn't see the inclusion of any health and safety analysis in any of these reports, including the canopy expansions, which we approved earlier in the consent agenda, which I mentioned. So I'd like to start by inviting our health professionals to come and speak about the health impacts. I might have a few questions for you, and then I also have some questions for your office.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez. We really appreciate the ability to ensure that the board has a comprehensive perspective on the impact or considerations for this proposal beyond the economic one. So I want to defer to Dr. Hernandez and our public health director to give you guys a sense of some of the information that we have known through our work in tobacco as well. That's the key model for us and the impact specifically to young people and young people of color.
Thank you, honorable board members. My name is Emily Chung. I'm the Public Health Division Director with Health Services Agency. I want to provide some brief health impacts that related to these proposals at hand and remind the board that public health is dedicated to preventing negative health outcomes and ensuring health in all policies so we can create an environment and systems that improve well-being for our entire community. What is concerning about some of these modifications to the proposed ordinances is related to may lead to decades of unknown health impacts. Cannabis consumption lounges are very new. The state just passed these. We don't have any in California, or very few, and very few across the nation. So how these will impact our community's health are unknown because their research is limited in cannabis consumption lounges specifically. The considerations for these decisions should include both economic opportunity and the health cost to our community. The cost of health impacts will lead to increased prevention, education, and training needs for community members and retailers, as well as potential impacts to the treatment of substance use disorders, mental health, and physical health interventions. Primarily, public health has three key concerns related to consumption lounges. First is that increasing retail locations for cannabis use normalizes cannabis use and has shown an increase in youth risk and youth marijuana use. A recent American Journal of Public Health article notes that where there are more protective local policies, there are lower association and prevalence of adolescent cannabis use. So the more protective we can be in terms of cannabis-related policy, our youth are more protected. Second, cannabis smoke is still secondhand smoke. Allowing cannabis smoking at the consumption lounges will increase the number of exposed workers. I want to highlight a Surgeon General's report on tobacco-related health disparities where they quote, allowing cannabis use indoors and making exceptions to otherwise comprehensive smoke-free laws will undermine the progress that has been made over decades to protect people who do not smoke. Third, public health is concerned about the impacts of the impaired driving of individuals who may be leaving consumption lounges. According to CDC, and as most of us know pretty well, that cannabis does impair judgment, coordination, and perception. These can create a potential of impaired drivers on the road as they leave consumption lounges. The California Office of Traffic Safety notes that people who drive immediately after cannabis use may increase their risk of getting into a crash by 25 to 35%. That's a significant increase in risk of putting drivers on the road after using cannabis. As Director Morales noted, there are lessons to be learned from public health's work in preventing tobacco-related impacts. There are also lessons to be learned from how public health experts nationally have worked with alcohol retailers as well. So mitigation activities are important to include in these types of proposals. What we have learned from working with tobacco and alcohol retailers are that there are ways to reduce risk and that they can be evidence-based. Those can include things like license conditions on serving amounts, hours of operation, required responsible server trainings, clear enforcement and regulation of these restrictions, and other safety education for both the consumers and for the retailers. These types of requirements should be considered for any ordinance changes that the board decides to take on. However, there are real costs with any type of additional requirements, and that those costs would be likely going to local government entities who do the enforcement or the activities, as well as to the retailers themselves. So that should be considered in terms of the economic cost and opportunity. Our team has further data and research that we are happy to share with the board if requested. We have relationships with state and national health experts on these topics, and we could provide a formal report if wanted, if desired. And the data and research can support any additional information that are related to other ordinances like the farm-related cannabis ordinances that your board is also going to be considering. So I'd like to pass it on to Dr. Hernandez to provide a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Director Chung, and good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and Supervisor Martinez. I appreciate the time to speak with you once again. I am Dr. Lisa Hernandez, County Health Officer. A public health approach requires careful consideration of how cannabis is available in our community. And protecting youth from long-term harms is a primary concern. In Santa Cruz County, youth marijuana use rates exceed those of most neighboring jurisdictions. The California Healthy Kids Survey reports that 12% of 11th graders in Santa Cruz County currently use marijuana, and that rate doubles to 24% in non-traditional and alternative education students. Human brain develops into the 20s, and many factors influence this process. Research shows that THC interacts with the brain's endocannabinoid system, which plays a key role in brain development. Cannabis use during this critical period can interfere with brain communication and development, potentially causing long-term changes in brain function and gene expression. This makes cannabis use more harmful for youth than for adults. Regular cannabis use during adolescence can impair memory, learning, and decision-making, and is linked to higher dropout rates. It increases risk for depression, suicidal ideation and behavior, and psychotic disorders into adulthood. A November 2024 American Public Health Association report found that longer drive times and lower density of cannabis retailers were associated with reduced adolescent cannabis use. Equally, environmental factors such as proximity to retail outlets and advertising play a significant role in adolescent substance use. An Oregon study, which involved 10,930 11th grade students, found that cannabis use rates were higher in schools located within a mile of radius of cannabis retailers. Although youth will not be consuming cannabis on site at these lounges, permitting secondary on-site consumption lounges effectively doubles the number of dispensaries, increasing visibility and accessibility. Research shows that youth exposed to nearby cannabis retailers or lounges may be more likely to experiment with cannabis. Lounges near schools or places frequented by youth can make cannabis seem more accessible and socially acceptable. Laws and ordinance directly impact youth access to and use of substances. And Director Chung mentioned some of the strategies, but they're worth repeating again that will help reduce youth cannabis use. Limiting the density of cannabis establishments, restricting hours of operation for the lounges, limiting the number of cannabis lounges with proximities to schools, and restricting advertising that normalizes cannabis use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that helpful information, Director Chung and Dr. Hernandez. I had a few questions for you. You answered most of them, but one of them, I'm asking this question, kind of as a mom. I've got 2 tweens, and I'm constantly battling like kind of the normalization of different things, like whether it's vaping or drug use and things like that. And I guess I'm wondering, are there certain segments of the youth locally that would be disproportionately affected by consumption policy if this was approved?
Both Dr. Hernandez and I have mentioned that density of retail cannabis does increase risk for youth consumption. It creates both a opportunity and also creates a perception of norm, that this is an acceptable use, that it's permissive, and that has been shown through research throughout the nation that when there's more cannabis retailers, there is more cannabis use in the close proximity. So the populations of youth that would be most impacted would be those where those retailers are, which I think Mr. Laforte did show where those are currently in our unincorporated county. So, and Latinx youth are actually disproportionately impacted by these cannabis retailers as well.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the health team. Thank you for being here. Hopefully others might have questions, but I do have questions for our CLO. No, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So just a couple, thank you for the presentation. I'm again learning about this for the first time. And one of my questions, I went back and looked at the October 29th report, options for considering cannabis consumption at existing retail sites. This proposal is referred to as an on-site consumption pilot program. So typically a pilot program is a small scale preliminary test used to evaluate the feasibility, cost, and possible adverse effects of a proposed project. Is what you're proposing today a pilot program? If so, what time frame will you be evaluating it and what metrics will be using to measure success?
There's no ordinance proposal here today. This is just a follow-up to the board's direction to expand the opportunity for these lounges for businesses. The original proposal in October 29th was for a pilot program. The terms of that pilot program were not discussed at that board meeting, but the original idea was option one that was discussed today, which would be the lowest cost and easiest barrier to entry for these businesses, as well as the simplest, right? These retailers already exist. This would allow it in the existing places, not expansion into other areas. But per the board direction, we're here today.
And so if approved, would it be time limited, do you imagine?
That is up to the board's discretion.
Okay, thanks. And then finally, my last question is, the report indicates that the CLO was directed to conduct public meetings to collect public opinion on several cannabis-related ideas. Almost exclusively, I've been receiving constituent feedback urging me to vote against this item. So can you tell me what public outreach looked like? Was it targeting the public at large? Where did it take place? And what was the focus of that outreach?
The outreach was multifaceted. We worked with the county PIO to do numerous press releases. We also advertised these with each Board of Supervisor member, providing outreach to their constituents via their portals, which I can't expressly describe because everyone has a separate way of doing that. We also, with the coordination with the PIO, put it on all of our social media platforms several times. We had, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe it was over 15,000 views with regard to these. And we had over 80 people attend these. And the results of those meetings were in the June 4th, 2024 board packet. And there was quite a thorough discussion at that meeting.
Were they open public meetings?
Yes.
And how many did you hold?
We held 4.
4, okay, thank you. So thank you. Like I said, I'm still getting up to speed on the topic. And so at this point, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
I just want to add, we did vary it geographically. So we actually held meetings in districts all around the county.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I want to start by reiterating a few of the reasons that I worked with Supervisor Hernandez to originally bring this forward and have continued to support this effort as it has come before the board. There's really 3 reasons. The first is that today there's no legal place for a tourist to consume cannabis in Santa Cruz, as Supervisor Cummings underlined as well. So I think, because you have to consume it in a private residence, they don't have that available to them. You can't consume it in a public space. But course, people do. So I think really all this is doing is creating a legal option for something that we know is happening anyway. The second reason is that the cannabis lounges create opportunities for learning opportunities and socialization, really the ability for people to teach other people how to use this plant responsibly. And I think that that is ultimately a area that Santa Cruz can shine and lead the way. If you have any questions about this, just think about kind of your relationship, the relationship people would have to alcohol if you could only buy it at BevMo versus having bars available, right? I mean, there's so much more to, becoming inebriated than just, drinking as much as possible, but you only kind of can understand the nuances of the substance when there's some legal allowance for socialization. And then finally, that this policy would really allow our legal retailers to compete with the black market. That has been, kind of one of I think it's the fundamental underpinnings to any successful regulation scheme. We have seen just the consistent deterioration of our cannabis taxes because the black market has been a more attractive option for a lot of people. And there's also an implicit social consumption element in the black market, whether that's the dealer coming to you, selling you a product and smoking up there in your house or at their house, or vice versa. And so really this is just something that allows the people who are trying to, that are selling cannabis legally and trying to play by the rules to offer an experience that is comparable. I certainly hear the concerns of our public health department, and in many ways share them. I mean, I hear what you're saying, having 2 young children. I've certainly seen the impacts of cannabis on friends of mine, family of mine, especially when consumption starts at an age that is far too young, when you have someone's brain still developing. And agree we should take action to limit exposure to our youth. And I mean, for that reason, I am in favor of I would say, most conservative option before us here, which would be option 1, and only to allow consumption lounges at the at existing retail locations. I also think that if we, in many ways, this argument kind of mirrors the argument around legalization in the first place. I mean, if we could regulate our way to a healthy, sober society, I'd be all for it. We can't. It was tried. It was called the temperance movement, and it resulted in prohibition, and then the repeal of that, and it didn't work. So the reality is that laws can't stop people from making bad decisions about their health. All we can do is create a framework that does the least harm, that reduces negative outcomes as much as possible population-wide. And I think that ultimately allowing for legal places for social consumption will support that. And so that's why I'm going to support the moving this policy forward today, albeit I think with option 1, so the more conservative of the 3 options presented to us. As mentioned, this is not a vote on a final ordinance today. That will still come back to us. I'd certainly be happy to see any recommendations the health department has, whether that's around limits to use at one of these consumption lounges, or other suggested policies. But yeah, that's all I've got for now.
Thank you. I think that in the process, when I wasn't here with the county yet, I think none of us at that point, maybe Manu, but there was a vetting process, or a process where it included the health department, and it was during the time of the CCC, or the county cannabis committee. There's a lot of input from not just our county health, but also from nonprofits that were involved in the process, health nonprofits. So I think that I wasn't there, but I was aware of these meetings and I did attend one or two of them. But it was, I think it was thoroughly discussed during those times about the safest ways to approach this. And, you know, the nonprofits are there, our county health was there. So, you know, even though I wasn't there, I'm still aware that this happened, right? And I'm glad that they had their voice. It probably wasn't Director Morales or Director Hernandez at that time. It was other people as well, but it was vetted through there. No, just for the sake of time, I think that I really appreciate and echo Supervisor Koenig's comments. I do want to make the board aware that we have two different items that we're also adding on this vote too. So that's what I'll keep my comments brief to. If anybody doesn't have any comments, then I'll take it out to the public for a public comment.
Oh. Thank you, first of all, Sam, for presenting this amendment, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for considering it. My name is Sunny Winkleman, and I'm here representing Fog City Farms and the newest dispensary in Santa Cruz, the Fog Bank, which is located in SoCal. Our mission at our dispensary is to support locally produced products and strengthen the cannabis community in Santa Cruz. I have over a decade of experience in the cannabis industry. I began my journey at SC Laboratories, a leader in safety testing for cannabis products, before moving into the cultivation at Fog City Farms, and now the director of retail at the Fog Bank. We strongly support the addition of consumption lounges in the county's cannabis framework. Our hope is that the current licensed cannabis retailers will have the option to provide on-site consumption for adults who choose to purchase and consume legal, safety-tested cannabis products. Firstly, a consumption lounge would create a secure and regulated space for responsible use of these products and allow for communal events and a communal environment where we can host events that support local community and businesses in the area, seminars to educate consumers on safe consumption practices, and continue to promote awareness that encourage that responsible use. We ask that the county to prioritize existing operators and license holders, businesses like ours that bring decades of experience and knowledge to the legal, regulated products that we sell. Providing us this opportunity would not only allow us to highlight the quality of the products, but also strengthen our position in California's highly competitive cannabis market. We've made tremendous progress in our commitment to cannabis safety regulation and building law-abiding, tax-paying businesses. Approving consumption lounges will be another step forward to eliminating the black market and unsafe, unregulated cannabis consumption within our communities. Thank you all so much.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Tara Leonard. I'm the senior health educator with the Tobacco Education and Prevention Program at the Health Services Agency. And I'm here specifically to talk about secondhand smoke. It's probably an issue you don't really think about that much because you don't have to. No one in this room is smoking. No one in this building is smoking. If you took public transportation here today, no one on that bus or train was smoking. And if you stopped to get a coffee or a bagel, not a single person who was dining or working in that restaurant was being exposed to anyone else's secondhand smoke of any kind. Tobacco control experts have worked for decades for us to get to that point. We have passed smoke-free air and workplace laws that protect all of us from the proven health benefits of secondhand smoke. And in the process, two really important other things happen. The first is that social norms changed around smoking. And because of that, the smoking rates in California are at the lowest in history. These are huge public health successes that I would hope the members of this board celebrate. And yet, when we put the word cannabis in front of the word smoke, we're suddenly all going in the other direction. And it's going to be bad. It threatens the success that we have made. I understand that cannabis smoking may be helpful for those who suffer from serious medical conditions, but the inconvenient truth is that for most people, cannabis smoke is bad for you. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there are 7,000 chemicals in secondhand marijuana smoke, with hundreds of them known toxins and 33 of them known to cause cancer. A 2024 Surgeon General's report concluded that as communities consider the use of cannabis in public places, protecting populations from exposure to secondhand smoke, including cannabis smoke, should remain a priority. I'm out of time. I could go on and on. I'd like to leave you with an article from the American Journal of Preventive Medicine so we could put that into the record.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak?
I'm Dave Stackhouse, representing Big Feet's dispensary up in Felton, and I agree with her about secondhand smoke.
Can you bring the mic up and speak into it?
I agree with her about secondhand smoke. The lounges will solve that problem. They'll have their own filtered little room for people that choose to smoke, keep the smoke away from everybody else. And I think we have a problem in Santa Cruz. You can't smoke weed anywhere, but everybody smokes weed everywhere, right? Secondhand smoke everywhere, in front of kids, everywhere, all over the place. Let us have it. We'll put it in our place, keep it filtered, keep everybody safe. We have an underserved community. We have old people that don't have anywhere to go. There's a lot of problems, and I think this solves it. Option number one, please. Thank you.
No one here wishes to speak, then can we look online?
Yes, Chair, we do have callers online. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to speak one more time. All you folks work really hard. I feel like I'm being worked just watching all this. So anyways, a little bit about me. I used cannabis when I was young, when I was a teen, and the United States military, the federal government, state of California, Nevada, Washoe County, all knew about that. So the thing is, it's quite interesting. You know, I wonder about this. I'm hearing some of the same kind of propaganda here. You know, at University of Nevada, Reno, in my vector calculus class, I had the entire class of probably like 200 people in tears for their final exam. The whole class failed. And then the professor stopped and he's like, well, I got to talk to this one guy. He's like a troubled kid, you know? And so of course, yeah, I got pulled aside. I had a 90% or something like that on my test. So I'm not sure what to think about this in regards to harm to human beings and the brain and so on and so forth. My kids have never abused it. And they're in their 20s and they're kind of like me when it comes to math and science sorts of things. So that's one angle. As an older man in my 60s, my heart rate is between 48 and 58. And good luck trying to out-ski me over at Palisades. It's not going to happen. My mom, on the other hand, she was a heavy chain smoker. So, of course, I could have been exposed to some secondhand smoke, tobacco, and also from Tahoe's casinos that could do me in. She's in a memory care unit in the state of Nevada, and her heart was taken out at like age 55. She lost 2/3 of her heart from a massive heart attack. And her brother, they found him in a bathtub. Both of them smoked tobacco. All members of my family have been harmed by tobacco. So anyways, long story short, I'm supportive of having a cannabis lounge in Santa Cruz County. I think that will be useful. Thank you very much. You take it easy.
Jen, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Dr. Jen Hastings, and I wanted to speak against authorizing the lounges. I hope that all of you will read the opinion piece by Nadia Alami and nurse practitioner Nadia Alami spoke this morning, expressing concern about these lounges from the perspective of our youth. What she was not able to share in her comments this morning was the fact that most of our young patients are in fact getting cannabis products from the dispensaries through a friend or a dealer. And frankly, given the risks now of street products with fentanyl, I think it's a wise decision on their part but I think we should be very cautious as we move forward with essentially sanctioned places for smoking or using marijuana in public spaces. I'm very concerned about the consequence of this proposal on the youth of our community. And I believe others have expressed more eloquently than me about this. But I'm very, very concerned that we're taking business interests over the health of our youth. And I hope you'll all ponder that and consider it. Thank you so much.
Michelle, your microphone's now available.
Yeah, just as it's interesting because again, the problem with marijuana, and don't get me wrong, I'm pro, medicinal use and stuff, but everybody has a reaction to marijuana differently. There's different strains, different ways that people react to it. And there's nothing like, even with DUIs, with alcohol, right? With this 1 drink per hour, depends on your body weight. There's a lot into this. Just allowing someone a spot to go, who's responsible for when they get in the car and drive, or they have an adverse reaction, or they take a strain that's too toxic or too high for them. There's just, that's why they tried to propose hotels that were marijuana friendly so people could stay. That's why people are supposed to be having it at their home. If there's youth that are living under the roofs of their parents that aren't allowed to smoke marijuana, do you think just giving them another spot to go and still be high is going to make the family dichotomy better? I'm just saying there's a lot to it, just like free needles. Does free needles stop drug use? Does letting people go to bars to learn from other people about alcohol stop alcoholism? No, it's just another way to make money in the city, and I get it, but you need a better solution. You need a place where they can go for tourism, where they can stay, a restaurant nearby where they can get snacks. They don't need to be driving around, and you put them in a place where it's friendly for them, not just a location, because they still have to get back and forth. So just think of the whole thing about it. I mean, I'm pro tourism. They had the same problem in Vegas and other locations where people can smoke pot, but it's already everywhere. You go to a boat ride at the Chardonnay, and people are smoking pot outside. So it's bigger. Just remember that.
Jennifer, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Velasquez. I am a youth program specialist with Pajaro Valley Prevention and Student Assistance. In my role, I see the impact that availability and visibility of cannabis has on the youth and families in our community. Over the past 5 years, we have seen an increase in the need for cannabis intervention services for our youth in Santa Cruz County. Based on a survey launched by our Empower Watsonville Youth, we have heard from youth that there is low perception of harm for cannabis products because of normalization and visibility in the community. Our community needs policies that will reduce the risk to youth and will put greater distances between spaces where youth live, learn, and play. Additionally, expanding to allow consumption of cannabis on site will have further concerns on the community's well-being, including exposure to secondhand smoke and the risk of impaired driving. Bars and restaurants are required to adhere to policies that require training pertaining to serving and safety. On-site cannabis consumption would require the same extent of training to recognize when someone is impaired and reduce the risk of them getting behind the wheel. I strongly recommend that board votes no to allow cannabis consumption at retail locations. Thank you.
Jean and Michael, your microphone's now available.
Hello, this is Jean Brocklebank. I'm a little troubled and I'm scratching my head here. Supervisor Koenig mentioned 2 things. One, that alcohol is accepted and prohibition didn't work. But, if a bartender in a bar is serving a drink to a patron, that bartender doesn't have to consume alcohol. If a worker in that restaurant or that drinking establishment takes a drink to a patron, whether they're tourist or local, that that server does not have to drink alcohol. So setting up these smoking lounges means that anyone who works in the smoking lounge will be taking secondhand smoke. And so this just, the analogy doesn't work, Manu. I disagree with that. And then another speaker said, everyone is smoking pot everywhere in Santa Cruz already. But I heard that this was to be an economic reason and for tourists, because tourists don't have any place where they can smoke. So is it for tourists, or is it, as the other speaker said, let's have lounges because somehow or other thinking that those lounges were going to be instead of people smoking on the streets? It's not going to be instead of, it's going to be in addition to. Do we want healthful communities, health in all policies, communities? Do we really want to take this next step? I hope the board today does not vote, whether it's option 1 or option 2. I hope you don't vote on this or don't pass it. Thank you.
Call in user 2956. Your microphone's now available.
Hello, dear board members. My name is Bryce Berriesa. I'm the president of Treehouse, a licensed cannabis retailer in Santa Cruz County. I'm here today to speak in strong support of option 1, which allows cannabis lounges co-located at dispensaries or on adjoining parcels. Cannabis retailers in this county are known entities with a proven track record following strict state and local regulations. Like dispensaries, lounges would be limited to adults only and would not facilitate or allow access to minors under any circumstances, nor would we be able to solicit or market to them as is currently the law. These lounges would operate in tightly controlled environments, ensuring safety and compliance with the highest of standards. It's important to acknowledge the incredible effort county staff have already invested in this process. Over the past year, they conducted hundreds of hours of research, have held 4 community meetings across the county, and gathered extensive public input on the impacts of cannabis lounges. The feedback showed minimal community opposition to this proposal, reflecting the thoroughness of the process and the broad support from stakeholders and community members. I also urge the board to adopt changes to the cannabis business tax to exempt non-cannabis items like merchandise and ancillary goods. These items account for less than 2% of dispensary revenue, so the fiscal impact to the county would be negligible. However, this change is critical for encouraging retailers to invest in new business models, such as lounges, where a significant portion of revenue will come from food, beverages, and entertainment. This adjustment ensures that lounges can operate sustainably and that cannabis retailers are not at a competitive disadvantage compared to other local businesses offering similar goods. Some concerns raised today about the proliferation or normalization of cannabis use are understandable, but option 1 directly addresses these issues. By restricting lounges to dispensary sites or adjoining parcels, the county ensures that cannabis use remains confined to regulated spaces, limiting visibility and preventing overconcentration of outlets in sensitive areas. This approach strikes a balance between expanding access for responsible adults and maintaining community standards. I urge the board to choose option 1, ensuring that cannabis consumption remains a controlled, regulated, and safe activity in our county. This approach addresses community concerns while supporting responsible businesses that are committed to compliance and the well-being of our community. Thank you.
Jeff, your microphone's now available.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say I'm in support of, I can't remember which option it was, but the one that allows dispensaries to also co-locate to other more suitable buildings. I am a huge fan of seeing cannabis in Santa Cruz as a tourist experience. I think the state, for the most part, has approved this. That's what we voted for. And I'd just like to bring attention to these same discussions about the health concerns and the influence on youth and such are happening everywhere. But for some perspective, I just want to let you know that at the state level, in the last legislative session, Gavin Newsom did approve and sign into law it was Assembly Bill 1775 that permitted cannabis consumption and cafes. So even further than just consuming cannabis, Gavin Newsom and the whole legislative body of the entire state just approved that also food could be served. And one of those concerns was that the workers at these cannabis cafes would be exposed to secondhand smoke, but they worked out the details on that. So if that gives anyone some comfort at the state level, they just approved not just consumption of cannabis, but also food and beverages as well, with full consideration of health and safety of the people attending, but also the employees there. So if you're not aware of that, definitely check out AB 1775, the cannabis retail, preparation, sale, and consumption of non-cannabis food and beverage at cannabis cafes. So I'm big support. Let's do Team Cannabis Tourism. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you. And I just want to appreciate all the members of the public and the staff who came here to speak on this item today. I did want to see if we can get some clarification, because I think there may be some misinformation that's floating around out there that may need to be clarified. Well, it should be clarified. The first is I'm wondering, Mr. LaForte, if you could speak to the ventilation issue, also the consumption amounts, because that was a conversation that we had about how much people could consume on site. And then lastly, around the age of people who go in, because you have to be 21 and over to get into these places. But just please confirm that, because hearing people say that we're going to allow children to go to these places is just nonsensical.
I can confirm what you just said, Supervisor Cummings. There are age restrictions for cannabis retail operations. You have to be 21 and over in order to purchase cannabis for recreational purposes. In regards to worker safety, I've heard this brought up several times, and I wanted to clarify what was in the original ordinance proposed to the Board of Supervisors would actually prohibit workers from being in cannabis consumption lounges. They would not be allowed to be within cannabis consumption lounges. Only the people purchasing cannabis, the consumer who wants to consume it, would be allowed to bring their product from the retailer into the room to consume it, but workers would be prohibited from that. In regards to the ventilation requirements specified by within county code, there are requirements that certain airflows, it would be 60 CFM per minute per potential occupant within the space. So that's a building code determination of how many occupants could be there, with a minimum threshold for the airflow. And there is a requirement that the room be maintained under negative pressure at all times. So negative pressure means anything in that room is leaving. That room will actually pull air in from the outside. It will not, if you open the door from the retail and you go into the consumption space, air would be pulled from the retail into the consumption space, not from the consumption space into the retail, further protecting worker safety. And those HVAC systems would have to be would have to be designed by a mechanical engineer to give a sense of the airflow rates that would be required. Essentially, the airflow rate for a cannabis consumption lounge, as we specified, is a higher airflow rate than what is currently required by building code for worker safety to store hazardous chemicals. So if you can store paint, ethanol, chemicals of that nature, you actually have less airflow required than what we specified in our draft ordinance for the board to consider. I hope that answers your question.
And I guess the last part was the amounts of what products people could consume.
We did specify within the code that there would be serving size limits for edibles and drinks that would comply with state license or the state limits for single servings. So this way, a consumer who would go to one of these places would not be able to buy a drink that had 10 servings worth in one container. They would only be able to buy a single serving drink or an edible with a single serving. Many options for purchase at a retailer have up to 10 or 20 servings per package. So our requirements would prevent those from being sold to consumers to consume on site.
Thank you. And I just want to appreciate the clarification around that so that, you know, there isn't this misinformation floating around that workers are going to be in contact with secondhand smoke and of the like. And I just had a couple comments. One is I really appreciate the concern coming out from the community. I do think that, you know, what these lounges do is that it provides people who are willingly putting themselves in that situation to consume in those spaces. You know, I think when we think in the past about secondhand smoke and tobacco use, I mean, I would imagine people used to smoke in this room during like board meetings, right? And there's no ventilation, and there are people who are trying to just come to this meeting to, you know, be a part of government who are then exposed to secondhand smoke. But it's like, for example, cigar lounges are where people go to smoke cigars. And you don't go in a cigar lounge if you, I mean, the likelihood is that you're not going to go in there unless you're interested in buying cigars and smoking cigars. And I kind of see this as that same place. And again, I see this as an opportunity for us to shift the paradigm and to shift the mindset around, and this is in response to the concerns that were brought up around how we talk about cannabis and how we educate people on cannabis and how we teach people about responsible cannabis use, because right now there aren't many opportunities for that. And so I see this as an opportunity if somebody's coming in, and I think a lot of the people who we actually see going to cannabis retail stores are actually senior citizens more so than anything else. And a lot of these people are getting into cannabis for the first time and they don't know what they're doing. And so it's good to be able to have a space where they can go and say, you know, I'm interested in this. Okay, we can walk you through these different products. Here's how you're going to feel. You can sit in on this couch after you've consumed, like, and we're here to help you because these are people who are professionals in this space. And so I see this as being an opportunity for us to, you know, continue to expand on our opportunities to educate. And as it relates to education as well, I mean, it's something, these lounges aren't going to change that. I mean, we're still going to need to educate youth on cannabis because cannabis is legal. And I think, you know, one of the things for me that's really critical is us to remember, you know, when we talk about impacts to Black and Brown communities, that the war on drugs incarcerated so many more Black and Brown people. And part of why legalization was pushed was because of the fact that we wanted to reduce the number of Black and Brown people that are ending up in jail for possession of cannabis. And so, and that being said, I do think that there is caution that needs to be exercised as we move in this direction. You know, I hear what was said about limiting the density of these types of places, you know, restricting the hours, the proximity of the schools, restricting the advertising. And I think that's something that we probably all agree with because, again, we want to be responsible in this space and not advertise cannabis as something that's like should be recklessly used, as has been done with alcohol. And so with that, I'm happy to, and after hearing from the community, I'm happy to move that the board pursue option 1 for on-site consumption. I may need some clarification on this next motion. That the board pursue option 1 for defining ancillary products as those products derived from cannabis or products containing cannabis to allow for non-cannabis goods to be excluded from the cannabis business tax. And this is what I pulled from the agenda reports. I think if that language is correct, then that's the attempt is to try to define cannabis products versus non-cannabis products so that the non-cannabis products aren't subject to the cannabis business tax. And then for the lounges, set the tax rate at 1% for cannabis products sold at lounges and receive an update on revenues from cannabis lounge sales during the annual cannabis report. And I just want to point out that when we think about how cannabis is taxed, that's actually been something that's been driving people to the black market. Right now, the state excise tax is 15% that individuals have to pay. Our county sales tax is 9.5%. And then the retail cannabis business tax is 7%. So people are looking at paying like roughly 31% when they just go to the retailers. And one of the things we've been hearing from the retailers is that this has really been hurting them. And I think that as we see this as a pilot that's getting off the ground, we're going to have opportunities to refine this. And I think we should start at a tax rate of just 1% to really support the businesses that may choose to go in this direction, with the notion that if we wanted to increase it in the future, we could. But I think that what we've been hearing from the cannabis industry is that the taxes are so high that it's actually driving people away. And I think, you know, if we're going to move in this direction, then let's start it at 1% and let's revisit it, because the county is going to get 9.5% sales tax from these products anyway. And so that's going to be a new revenue coming in. I think that should be a starting point.
I'll second. And I just think I want to clarify here. So what you're suggesting basically for the second cannabis business tax code analysis, you're basically suggesting a hybrid option of 1 and 2. You're saying that we would define ancillary products, but also for cannabis lounges for the limited amount of sales within for specifically for on-site consumption, that those would be taxed at 1% instead of 7% like the rest of the retail.
Yep.
Could I clarify, because I was writing as fast as I could, I'm sorry. Pursue option 1 in regards to the location. So yes, that would allow for, okay. Option 1 for the location, and then pursue options 1 and 2 for CBT changes, where option 2 would set the rate at 1%. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And I'll also just say that the reason to move forward with option 1 is that there was a lot of work that was done to identify sites for retail, and a lot of those concerns around locations near schools and all those other factors were taken into account. So rather than opening up this whole process and trying to treat this like restaurants and bars, let's just start with co-locating these at sites that we've already deemed are okay. And then in the future, if we want to refine and select other sites, then we can take that into consideration at that time.
Thank you. So we do have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig, but I'm going to allow Supervisor DeSerpa to make her comments because she didn't make her comments during the beginning.
I have comments as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Some of you may know that I attended Humboldt State University, and I'm a graduate of Humboldt. And my next door neighbors were growers. It's the late 80s, early 90s. I've been out to multiple sites in Southern Humboldt, legal and certainly not legal at the time. So I do understand, I think, very deeply where we were and where we've come. Having said that, being somebody who's worked in healthcare my whole life and receiving young people into my emergency department that have problems with drugs or alcohol, including cannabis with hyperemesis syndrome, where they're just constantly throwing up and they can't stop and they don't know why, and they are smoking too much marijuana. It's really hard to find A, help for them, B, beds for them for drug treatment. It's just very, very difficult. As a mom of 2 kids now in their 20s, close to a decade ago, I did find marijuana in backpacks from dispensaries. Like, how is this getting to our kids? Like, who on earth would buy from a dispensary and then somehow get it to kids? I don't know, but that did happen in my house. So I know it does happen. I did at that time call the dispensary, and the person who owned it called me back and was super apologetic, and he was great. But nonetheless, it happens. So it's not something really. And the other thing I'll say about the locations is that I think the 2 that are in my district on Soquel Drive, I mean, I don't know if anybody's tried to pull out onto Soquel anytime recently, but it's really hard. You're basically taking your life into your hands when you pull out. It's like one way in, one way out. I don't think it's a great location for a cannabis lounge. And I don't think the people that I represent, the constituents of 2nd District, would want that either. I'll be honest with you. We've received tons and tons of emails against this. And so while I'm not completely against a lounge, I just think in my district, I don't like the 2 options that were given. And as a person who cares deeply about kids, I supported, for example, in 2019, we passed, I think it was 2019, we outlawed, I don't know if that's the right word, flavored tobacco and vaping in the Pajaro Valley. And I wasn't super involved in that, but I was really grateful to the kids who helped champion that. And I supported that, of course.
And we did a resolution to support that. So, I mean, there's a lot of ill effects to young people. And I think partly normalizing this in this way would cause kids to use more than they already are. So I don't know. I on one hand, I understand, but the truth is, with my healthcare background, I don't think I can support the option one. So I'll be voting no today. Thank you.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for those comments. So I also share deep concern about the options and the consideration of opening consumption lounges. This is coming, as I previously noted, as a parent, trying to raise 2 healthy kids and trying to put my time and energy into pro-social, healthy activities for them. And it also comes from my lifetime professional experience as somebody in the field of social services and public health and delivering services, substance use services, behavioral health services for adolescents, families, young children. And I have seen directly the impact of substances and the normalization of substance use and how it does impact the overall health of families. Data across the nation and the world, public health data shows that this type of normalization will have a bad impact on the behavioral health outcomes and the health outcomes of our county's youth. And so it's not something that I can support. That said, I'm also seeing that I'm not seeing anything time sensitive in the report. I know that this is something that you've been working towards, but I'm not seeing that today an action has to be passed. And so I think that given the health information that we've heard today, for me, really the outcry of public input that does not match the public input that I'm hearing came from the town halls. There's truly, it doesn't pass the sniff test. Like it doesn't match what I'm hearing from the staff report versus what I'm hearing from the public or the health professionals who've reached out to me now that I'm sitting on the board concerned about this issue. And so I'm proposing that we hold off on making a decision, and therefore I'm going to make a substitute motion, and I move to postpone any decision on on-site consumption at retail outlets today and direct the CLO to conduct several community-based town halls to explain the options of consumption lounges to the public and take input, and to include input from our health director and staff in a report to the board and on future reports regarding cannabis ordinance changes. And so the next report to the board should be timed with the policy questions regarding on-site consumption at farms so that collectively we can understand the differences and implications of all the policies that we're enacting.
Don't we have to vote? I'm sorry. Don't we have to vote on the first motion before a substitute?
No.
If you need to see if there's a second to the substitute motion. If there's a second to the substitute motion, then the substitute motion would be heard first, and
correct.
We'd proceed from there.
I need you to repeat that motion. It was kind of complicated.
No problem. It's a substitute motion. I move we postpone any decision on on-site consumption at retail outlets today and direct the CLO to conduct several community-based town halls to explain the options of consumption lounges to the public and take input, and include input from our health director and staff in a report back to the board and on future reports regarding cannabis ordinance changes. That's really the motion. Then I was suggesting that it comes back at a certain time where the other ones come back.
Okay, I will second that motion. But I have a quick question. So you've already done 4 town halls. We have 5 districts, so I'm not sure where they were done, or I never heard about them in my district. Granted, I'm a very busy person, but
town halls were completed in every district except for District 3 because there's no non-retail or retail commercial cannabis operations in District 3 governed within the unincorporated areas of District 3.
It was held during the school board meeting right next door, the community room at Watson, City of Watsonville. You were kind of there. You were kind of there. So let's move forward. We have a substitute motion and from, what's that? I believe there was a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. So if we can take that.
Chair, can I just make a comment? So I'm not going to support the substitute motion for a couple of reasons. I think that, but I would be willing to introduce an amendment to the main motion that I think addresses some of your concerns about our health agency's input. First of all, we're not making a decision today. We're providing recommendation on the kind of policy we'd like to see, but we're not passing an ordinance today. We're really just directing the Cannabis Licensing Office to continue to work on this and incorporate this direction into a lounge ordinance that we could consider at a later date. So I think the main motion still, it honors the fact that we're not making a decision today. Second of all, like I said, I'd be happy to introduce an amendment to the main motion that says, we'd like our health services agency to bring back recommendations. It could be contiguous with future consideration of any lounge policy for ways to reduce underage cannabis consumption. That's the second point. And the third point is I don't think that asking for more town halls is the answer. It's one form of public outreach, but of course it does have its limitations, as already been pointed out, as far as who is able to attend based on the timing or who has, receives the information that the town hall is being hosted. There's certainly other ways to do public outreach, and all of us can use our office to do so. But I also don't think that we should direct our limited staff time to hold more town halls than we've already had.
So I guess since people are making comments, Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor Martinez.
I was going to say I share the comments that were expressed by Supervisor Koenig. I think, ultimately moving, one, this is just direction with for an option for us to consider today. And I think it is probably the most conservative option. And I think that a lot of issues were brought up today for us that we should be considering when this comes back around, signage, educational opportunities, ventilation, which I think was addressed, and trying to reduce risk to the workers to the greatest extent possible. And I also think that, the cannabis licensing officer has spent an extensive amount of time going out and doing outreach. I think he mentioned the outreach that's been done through social media and the other forms of outreach that's been done. So I think that this is, it's been broadcasted throughout the community. And I will say, if you think about the timeline when this first came to us back in 2023, it's been about a year and a half that we've been working on this. And there's still opportunities, there's still more meetings to be had and more opportunities for the public to weigh in on this topic. And so that's partly why I'm not going to support the substitute. And I think we should continue moving forward. Because when this first came, I was one of the people who actually said, I think you need to go out and do outreach. And the board was unanimously supportive of that. You all have gone and done that. And so I'm kind of comfortable with the outreach and what's been happening and the options that are being brought to us today. So thank you.
Supervisor Martinez?
No, I just think you need to call for a vote for the substitute motion then.
Okay, that's what we're going to do. So if we can do a roll call for the substitute motion made by Supervisor Martinez and seconded by Supervisor DeSerpa.
Certainly.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Koenig. DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
No. Okay, so we'll go back to the regular motion.
Yeah, you're back on the regular motion.
We got a motion from
Well, Chair, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that to the main motion that we're now considering, that at the time that we hear a proposal for lounge ordinance, that we also have input from our health services agency about ways to responsibly move forward with the lounge ordinance, as well as to reduce underage cannabis consumption in our community in general.
May I suggest two other friendly amendments to that?
Well, first, I'll accept that. And then
so in addition to having a health analysis from our health director to have that include really guidance on licensing requirements, as was presented by Director Chung earlier in her presentation, as well as making it explicit that it would be a 2-year pilot project.
Can you remind me what it's meant by licensing requirements?
What I heard earlier in the presentation was that there are some requirements or regulations that the county can place on these to ensure that things like the signage or the airflow or like all of the requirements to move forward with it match the public health guidance. And so that's what I heard. And I was hoping that they could weigh in on that guidance as well. Have a seat at that table.
I would see that as implicit to the Health Services Agency weighing in when we consider an ordinance, absolutely, that they weigh in on signage and provisions against secondhand smoke, et cetera. My concern with making it a 2-year pilot project is just that I think that retail establishments will have to make a substantial investment in order to make this happen. And I'd be concerned about how short that timeline is.
And I wanted to just bring up, because I think we've somewhat addressed the licensing issue with option 1 because of the fact that this is before we were saying, with option 3, for example, that there could be these standalone locations, and those could potentially have been open to anyone to operate those locations. Because of the fact that option 1 requires us to co-locate these with existing license holders, they're kind of bound to those same restrictions. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there are a lot of regulations around kind of signage and all that kind of stuff currently for retailers. And I would hope that would just already apply, because I think it gets at those concerns that you all have.
One more comment that I want to add is things like signage, hours, those kind of things. I believe those things we have a framework for that already. They've been addressed to the C4 committee, not C3, C4 committee. But if we can provide those for the new supervisors as well too.
We do have a framework for all of those things. They've been debated several times over the years, and we have discussed them in front of this board and with this board, with members of the community on many, many occasions. So those things, they do exist. They are in code, and they have been debated several times. Yes.
Okay. So the maker of the motion, can you please repeat the motion before it?
Sure. So I write these things down. So move that the board pursue option 1 for on-site consumption. Let the board pursue option 1 for defining ancillary products as those products derived from cannabis or products containing cannabis, to allow for non-cannabis goods to be excluded from the cannabis business tax, and to set the tax rate at 1% for cannabis products sold at lounges, and receive an update on revenues from cannabis lounge sales during the annual cannabis update. And then Supervisor Koenig made the friendly amendment to
that the Health Services Agency provide additional feedback when we consider a lounge ordinance, and then either at the same or a separate date, the Health Services Agency also provide recommendations for reducing underage cannabis consumption in our community.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Koenig. If we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
I'm still voting no, because I don't like the locations that were offered. Thank you.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
No.
Hernandez.
Yes. Motion passes 3-2 with no votes from Supervisor Martinez and Supervisor DeSerpa. Moving on. Let's see.
Put me in Sacramento at midnight.
As you guys are getting ready, I'm going to go ahead and read this. Next, we have item 12, considering approving and concept and ordinance amending zoning plan and map to add parcels to Las Cumbres subdivision to the open space easement, combining district pursuant to section 13.10.185 of the Santa Cruz County Code to approve California Environmental Quality Act exemption and take all related actions. CDI.
Yeah, good afternoon. Evan Dittmars, Development Review Planner with CDI Planning. And as noted, this is a proposal to add some undeveloped parcels to an existing open space easement contract in the Las Cumbres subdivision. This subdivision is located in the northern part of the county. It's off of Skyline Boulevard and Highway 35. For reference, it's about 3 minutes from Castle Rock State Park. There are about 131 homes developed in this neighborhood. The image here is presented to give you an idea of kind of what the terrain and topography looks like. The homes are developed across a series of ridge lines, and the surrounding space is maintained in an open space easement contract. So there's about 1,100 acres of open space surrounding these neighborhoods. It's very steep and very rural. So the 1,100 acres of open space are visualized here. It's the yellow colored parcels in this image. They also maintain this dash O at the end of the zoning designation that indicates that they're maintained in an open space contract. And so you can see here also that the surrounding land uses are primarily residential, single family, residential, agricultural, and special use. Special use being kind of a combination type of residential and residential agricultural. So what this project is proposing is to incorporate 6 parcels into their existing open space contract. That existing open space contract was recorded in 1975 when the subdivision was developed, and has been maintained as an open space since 1975. The Homeowners Association for this neighborhood has acquired these 6 parcels and wishes to maintain them within the framework of that contract. So to amend that contract, your board needs to consider whether that's appropriate. And if that contract is amended, then we're required by county code to amend their zoning to include the open space designation. The development potential for all of these parcels, as far as future residential development, is very minimal. They're very steep, tough to develop. In some cases, cannot be developed for geologic reasons. So the potential for any other use beyond this open space is marginal or not practical whatsoever. So based on that evaluation that we made about the feasibility for the zoning compatibility, we're recommending the following actions here. I'm not going to read through all of them, but we're making a recommendation that the proposal is exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15317 and 15183. And we recommend that the board accept this amendment to the open space contract and to rezone the parcels. That concludes my presentation.
So I'm going to take this one out to the public, see if anybody would like to comment on it. Anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board for comments, questions, or a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
Chair, I just had a quick question. I'm just curious if there's any implications for taxation on this. Does the open space designation mean that it's considered a token value property or something as far as our tax rolls are concerned?
There could be a financial implication because the assessor will assess the valuation differently for parcels under an open space. 5 of these 6 parcels already have a zero, they're unbuildable and don't have a value. There's some potential that the 6th parcel could have a slight reduction in their property taxes, but we're talking in the couple of $1,000s that they pay per year being potentially reduced. That's not been fully analyzed, but that would be the delta in property taxes is a couple thousand of what they currently pay.
Okay. I mean, thank you. It sounds like it's pretty minimal impact and, ultimately shouldn't be something that stands in the way from preserving these parcels for open space in perpetuity. Seems fair.
No,
Supervisor Martinez.
I would just like to thank the Las Cumbres property owners and the Planning Commission and the staff of CDI who brought this forward. Thank you very much.
There's no comments. We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Hernandez. Take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And I wrote all over my agenda here. Next, we have item 13, which is it the last item? Item 13, considering to update the county strategic initiatives, including the county strategic plan, refresh county operational plan and performance management, and take all related actions. CEO's office.
Good afternoon again. So I am Nicole Coburn, Assistant County Administrative Officer, and I'm here with a variety of members of our team to present on our strategic initiatives. Sven Stafford to my right is a Principal Administrative Analyst with our office, and he helps manage our strategic initiatives. We have Laura Bowers, who is our Chief Deputy Auditor Controller, Bibiana Rocha, who's our Tax Collection Supervisor, and Dan Freitas, who's our Chief Deputy of Operations with the Sheriff's Office. Could we back up the slides to the beginning?
You want that first one?
You can go to the next slide, Sven. So we are going to touch on our strategic plan refresh and the timeline for that, our operational plan update, which is before you, and then we'll provide a brief update on our community of practice. Next slide. So this framework that you see here is embodies all of our strategic initiatives. These initiatives are meant to drive measurable improvements for our communities. The strategic plan, which you see at the top there, provides the overall vision for the county. The equity statement, which we just recently had the board adopt, builds on that vision through a call to action to build a county where we can all belong and thrive. The operational plan and the budget are how we accomplish the strategic plan. They're really about aligning in our resources and our work, and we hold ourselves accountable to results as part of this. Finally, performance management, which you see in the bottom left-hand corner, is really about how we practice and refine our craft and lift up the level of the work that we're doing internally and with our partners. So in terms of the timeline, our current strategic plan that we've been implementing encompasses a 6-year period from 2018 through 2024. We're now evolving into the next phase of our strategic plan work. And a key piece of this evolution is going to be our strategic plan refresh, which I want to talk about. So this timeline shows you where we're starting here in January. We are going to be starting with a foundational review, and what we're planning through the course of the next 18 months is work and engagement and drafting to get to a place where we can bring a new strategic plan to the Board of Supervisors. So as I mentioned, the first county strategic plan ended in 2024. The foundational review will really be looking at challenges, opportunities, and lessons from our first strategic plan. Then we have the cornerstone work, which you see in the middle, which we're going to explain a little bit further, but really focuses on critical issues facing the county. And throughout this whole process, we're going to be coming back to the board with updates and to make decisions on various elements, as well as beginning in the fall, we're going to be starting the engagement with the community. And we hope to learn through the foundational review how we might improve on past efforts. So let's look more closely at the proposed cornerstones. So here you can see, in thinking about the next 6 to 8 years, we've put 4 areas of our work as what we think are some really critical cornerstones that we know we need to bring back to the board that might inform what our next strategic plan might look like. We believe these 4 areas are really going to give us some of our best chance at achieving our vision of being healthy, safe, and affordable. So in terms of aligning strategically, the CAO intends to bring forward study sessions and other proposals and items in each of these areas. The roads area that you might be aware of has to do with our road prioritization work. This addresses our climate and infrastructure needs throughout the community. The behavioral health initiatives work addresses our growing need, particularly among our young people. And this is all occurring amidst rapidly evolving state laws and mandates. So we're going to be bringing in the springtime some more information on the framework that we're developing. And then as it relates to planning, this area addresses our challenge in building more housing than we've ever built in the past 50 years. And we're going to be coming back to you with more information on some observations and recommendations related to this, as well as artificial intelligence, which we started with a board policy, and we've gone into providing guidance and tools for county staff to work with AI, but we're hoping to bring back more information related to how AI will address our greatest potential as a workforce in terms of innovating and moving forward. So now let's check in with Sven on how we're performing with our operational plan.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Good evening, supervisors. The operational plan is a 2-year plan for how we achieve our vision and mission. It's comprised of objectives. This December marked the 18-month period of the current plan. 46% of those objectives have been completed. On the December timeline, 67% of the objectives were completed, and we'll have one more update on this current plan in June of 2025. Some of the impact that objectives that were completed in the last cycle include the clerk elections department increasing vote by mail ballots by 22%, includes in 2024, 75% of all public defender office clients receiving a holistic intake, which means that they're getting connected to services and supports that help them reduce recidivism and ultimately reduce incarceration. It includes our general service department registering over 134 vendors from small and minority-owned businesses in the county to participate in county procurements. And it also includes a pretty cool objective from the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office, and we have Laura Bowers and Viviana Rocha to talk about that.
Thanks, Sven. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Laura Bowers, Chief Deputy Auditor Controller. Before 2024, the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office had just one location for accepting tax payments, right here in 701 Ocean Street on the first floor. But with the opening of the South County Service Center, we saw an opportunity to better serve the many South County residents who usually drive along Highway 1, stuck in traffic often, to pay their property taxes. Our goal was to process at least 130 property tax payments at the South County Service Center by June 2025. I'm happy to share that by the December 2024 tax deadline alone, we processed over 600 in-person payments, well exceeding our original target. Setting up this new location took a lot of effort, and here's how we made it happen. For the facility setup, we needed a secure, functional workspace, and I want to thank the General Services Department for their support in creating this space for us. For technology, we had to ensure that phones, computers, and payment software were up and running, and a big thank you to the Information Services Department for their support in technology. For security, we had to make sure that both cash and staff were safe and that we could securely transport and deposit tax payments processed in South County. And that's my own department that I will thank for that, working with Edith. So I want to thank Edith Driscoll, our Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, for her vision and leadership in getting the South County location up and running and always putting our citizens and our staff first. I want to thank Steve Salati, who manages the Treasurer Tax Collector Division, for handling the logistics like armored car services and ensuring we had enough staff at both locations. I want to thank Ava Torres, our dedicated tax collection staff person, for being on the ground in South County, accepting payments and working through the challenges that came with the new setup. And last but not least, I want to give a special thank you to Bibiana Roca, our tax collection supervisor. It's really because of her outreach efforts to the community that we're able to exceed our goal by 5 times. Bibiana's hard work made a huge difference during this first tax cycle. And now I'm going to pass it to Bibiana, who wants to share a few words.
Thank you, Laura. So South County truly exemplifies what it means to provide equitable access to public services. The residents of South County, whom I have the privilege of assisting several days a week, greatly appreciate the new Watsonville location. The tax collector's office offering bilingual services in Watsonville is an excellent example of why we adopted the new equity statement. It underscores our commitment to ensuring that all residents, regardless of their background or language, have equal access to essential services. This is just the beginning of the work we need to do, and I look forward to continued progress in creating a more inclusive and accessible county for everyone. This is for Supervisor Hernandez. Por nuestra gente podemos. And I'm going to pass it on to Spen. He's going to talk about 2025 and 2027 operational plan.
Thanks, Bibiana. So as we're coming to the end of the current operational plan cycle, we're also starting a new one. The 2025 to 27 plan will be a bridge between the old strategic plan and the strategic plan refresh. We've already started working with staff on highlighting the major work and emerging issues that will come forward in the plan, and we look forward to hearing from the board to make sure that those objectives that we bring are aligned with board policies and priorities. We will publish the new objectives with the budget, proposed budget, and refine them over the following 6 to 8 weeks to bring back to the board for approval at the end of June. I mentioned that we've already started working with staff, and a large focus for us through this process has been strengthening our community of practice and how we're working both internally across departments and with our community partners that are implementing programs to connect and share ideas and make sure that we're all working in the same direction. Here on the left, you see a picture of our first operational plan development meeting where we had 65 staff from all departments. On the right is our new monthly newsletter that we just released the first edition of, and and we're also going to be doing monthly virtual lunch sessions with staff and community. Our first one is actually tomorrow at noon, and so that's been going out and being publicized. I mentioned so one highlight of this collaboration and community of practice that we're building was the Equity Engagement Expo that we ran in November of 2024. Over 150 county and partner staff participated, building relationships and deepening connection through art. It was led by local artists from North and South County, including from North County, Abi Mustafa, and from South County, Jessica Carrasco. The event fostered new connections, and one result was also 150 painted fish, which are now posted downstairs at 701 Ocean on the first floor. Some of those we do have remaining fish from the event, and we're now working on getting those decorated, working with our new youth advisory task force, and also working with juvenile probation, youth and families to hopefully add to that school of fish. The expo and much more work has been made possible by a strong partnership and grants with the Annie Casey Foundation. And so in 2024, we had a $40,000 grant that supported this work. In 2025, they've decided to support us with an additional $100,000 grant. We continue to expand results count training. 12 new graduates completed their work in December of 2024, and gives us a total of 60 people in the community and county that have been trained through this leadership framework for equitable results. In 2025, our grant will fund a results count 101 primer for 4 times over the course of the next year. Workshops will start in February. We'll also be doing lunchtime virtual gatherings. I mentioned the first one will start tomorrow, and then we'll have additional in-person gatherings and be working on improving our communication around these efforts in the community. To make this a little more tangible for what this means, we've invited Chief Deputy Dan Freitas from the Sheriff's Office to speak about the work that he focused on as part of the second cohort.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Dan Freitas. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. At the time I started with the Annie Casey Foundation, it was towards the end of 2023, and it was when we noticed that we had almost doubled our overdose deaths in the community as a result of the fentanyl crisis. I did some research into that, into the deaths from 2023, and I realized that the large majority of the individuals who had overdosed had passed away, had been incarcerated at some point in time. And in 2020, when I was working in the jail, we had started the medically assisted treatment program, which is also identified as MAT services. And so, you know, we, as a sheriff's office, we were attacking the fentanyl crisis on a multitude of different levels. But really, I wanted to look at what we could do in the jail as far as trying to help these individuals get clean and lead more productive and successful lives. I partnered with our jail medical staff, which in particular our discharge planner from our jail medical provider. At the time it was WellPath, now it's NAFCare. Still have the same provider, as well as Janice, who we had partnered to open up the sobering center with. And Janice has been a huge help and resource for the county. But working together, we had tried to identify a few ways that we thought we could improve the success rate of individuals coming in. We knew that when they were in custody, they were often the most stable that they would be based on being on MAT services. They're medically stable, mental health was stable, they were getting fed, they had somewhere to sleep. Even though it was the jail, it was still better than sleeping on the streets. But unfortunately, we would often see that when they got released, they would just relapse, be rearrested, and then oftentimes overdose. And so we wanted to figure out how we could better release individuals into the community and hopefully improve the success rate that individuals when they were released. So part of that change was we had recently started providing long-acting injectables, which is about a month long, about a 4-week shot where individuals can get and reduce cravings. So we really started pushing that through our discharge planner and jail medical to individuals when they're going to get released. We really tried to push that with the hope that that would provide individuals with about a 4-week window once they were released to the community, where they didn't have to, they'd have reduced cravings and they could try to focus on things like employment, housing, things like that, and improve their success. We also partnered with Janice, and starting on December 1st of this last year, we were able to start providing warm handoffs to individuals when they were released. If they were on MAT services, we would speak with them. Our MAT discharge planner would speak with them. And if they're interested, we actually call over to the sobering center. They send a case manager over that meets them in the lobby as soon as they're released and can start connecting them with services. So that's kind of a very quick summary of what we did. But really, the big push was we wanted people to see the jail as an opportunity. As I said, people get stable when they're in the jail, and they're far more stable than they are on the streets. And we wanted to improve that handoff into the community so we could hopefully improve their success. Thank you, and I'm going to hand it back to Nicole.
Thank you. So to wrap up, we're asking you to forward and approve our recommended actions. You heard some of the stories here of some of the impacts that our objectives and the work here has had. And we look forward to working with you on our strategic plan refresh over the next 18 months as we work towards having a new strategic plan for the county. We're happy to answer your questions this afternoon.
We're going to take it out to the public first for public comments, see if there's anyone here in the chambers wishing to address us. Seeing none, we'll take it out to the online.
I see no speakers online, Chair.
No speakers. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments, questions, or proper motion. Supervisor Cummings.
I just want to thank you all for your hard work on this, and just really want to commend county staff on all the achievements that they've been able to make on the current plan. And I think it'd be actually really good that some of those achievements be included in terms of what was accomplished last fiscal year, be included in the budget this fiscal year, so that as we're considering the budget, we're able to show the community, you know, what our achievements are. And because I think it's really good for us to celebrate those achievements and make sure that the community is aware of all the good work that you all as county staff are doing. I did have a question. One question was just what the engagement with board members is going to look like in terms of incorporating some of our priorities into the strategic planning process.
Yeah, we will, for both the operational plan that we're going to be developing and including in our next proposed budget, we welcome any priorities that you all have that you want us to work with departments on to craft clear, smart objectives on. And then for the strategic plan itself, again, we will be coming back to you with more details on what we're going to be doing in terms of engaging with the public. The last time we did our strategic plan, we had workshops in each district and we worked very closely with board members to identify your board priorities and try to incorporate that into all of the input that we were getting to come up with something that everyone saw themselves in. So again, we'll be coming back with our next strategic initiatives update in August, but I imagine we'll probably be coming back to you with preliminary results from our foundational review sometime before then, and more detail on what the timeline, the engagement activities look like in the fall.
Right. And so in terms of today, if we have any priorities, should we just say those to you all, or should we follow up with you all? Or what?
If you have any priorities that you want to give us today for the operational plan, we are happy to take those. If you don't have any today, then you're welcome to reach out to me and Sven, and we can work with you offline to coordinate with departments on those.
I guess I would just say I'll be brief for the sake of time. I'll just put a few out there for consideration. And I hope that they fit within the plan, but tenant legal protection, so right to counsel and enhanced tenant protections and continue to move on those. Prioritizing affordable housing production, because we didn't meet our low and very low numbers in the last RHNA cycle. And I would hate to have us move into this next cycle and not produce not only what we missed last time, but not produce what we need to produce this time. And really what ends up being produced is market rate luxury homes that many working people can't afford. Prioritizing the emergency response and community resiliency as it relates to climate change, because when I see the cornerstones, I'm thinking like, where does climate change fit into all this? And I think it's really critical that is a priority. Stable communities around workforce development, homelessness. I think it was brought up, the fentanyl crisis is still something that we really need to focus on around public safety. And then I think to Supervisor DeSerpa's point earlier, we have a lot of plans that are floating out there, and how we can bring the implementation of all these plans that we've had so much community input on into this next round of the county strategic plan, I think is really critical. And then I'll follow up with other suggestions, but those are some of the ones that kind of come to the surface for me during this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa? All right. No, you're good.
I'll continue to work with you. In my area, it's roads. Everybody wants their roads repaired.
Thank you.
Supervisor Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just want to thank the CAO team, namely Nicole Coburn and Sven Stafford, for your work on this. And also, it's really wonderful to hear the two highlights from Ms. Rocha and Mr. Freitas, Sergeant Freitas?
Chief Deputy
Freitas, thank you. Thank you. And, I know that it's incredible outcomes that you two just presented, and that that's just scratching the surface of the outcomes across the entire county. So it feels really good. And also I really appreciate the 4 focus areas that you have mentioned, 3 of which came up a lot while I was campaigning: the road prioritization area, the planning and permitting process, and the area in the behavioral health continuum of care are 3 things that I heard about a lot and I'm eager to dig in on. So I think you're headed in the right direction. And lastly, I just can't state enough the importance of ensuring the equity is built into our processes. I know it was in the past, and you have a continued commitment from the board to continue to advance our equity goals. So I'd love to see that built out even further in the next strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just also want to echo the fact that it's really great to hear the case studies. I think it's a testament to the entire process that you're that we're setting these kinds of goals and then following through and delivering on them. And also really appreciate the cornerstones that have been outlined of roads, planning, behavioral health, and integrating AI for all the ways that we can improve the offering of government services with the latest technology. So thank you. Look forward with more to come.
And I echo all my colleagues' comments. Thank you to the CEO's team, tax, everyone that's here for all the hard work and continued hard work on the strategic plan.
So I'll move the recommended action.
We had a motion from Supervisor Cummings and second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take a roll call, please?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And that concludes, we've reached the end of our agenda for today's meeting. Before I adjourn the meeting, one quick note. We beat the new record of 4:43. It's 5:05. Meeting adjourned.